Good afternoon. We will get started now. Sorry for the slight delay, but it is difficult having back-to-back meetings and hearings. But we are ready to get started with today's Labor and Public Employees Committee public hearing. We have just a couple of bills on the agenda. However, as you can see by the packed room, these are bills that are very important to a lot of people. And so I do expect us to be here for a while today. Our first, I'll ask if the chair would like to, my co-chair would like to make any comments. Okay, and how about our ranking members, Senator Samson or Representative Weir? Great. Then we will begin the hearing with my esteemed colleague. Our first witness is Senator Martin Looney. Oh, and they're going up together. Oh, great. So we'll have Senator Looney's and Senator Duff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Martin Looney. It was my great honor to serve as a House member of this committee more than 40 years ago in my first couple of terms as a state representative in the early 1980s. So our distinguished Majority Leader, Senator Duff, and I are here this afternoon to speak about Senate Bill 8. Which is one of the priority bills for our Senate caucus this year. And it does have two components. The first one, the so-called Justice for Warehouse Workers bill, and the second one, the issue having to do with unemployment compensation for striking workers who have been on strike for more than 2 weeks. So first of all, on the protection for workers and enhancements in terms of workers' rights, unfortunately, some of the conditions in warehouses in Connecticut are the same as what we heard about more than a century ago in terms of factories, where speed ups were common and conditions that were detrimental to the safety of workers were fairly common. We still see that in circumstances where there are not union protections in place. So this bill will try to build in some of those protections for workers in warehouse settings where they may be subject to orders about setting unreasonable time limits on how much work or how much units of work they are required to accomplish within a given time, not allowed to take breaks when necessary, and other abuses of that kind. One of the things that I would request is that in the section that refers to allowing bathroom breaks, you should also, I would request to take a look at whether or not that language is sufficient to accommodate diabetic workers who need to take a break to take insulin or replace a pod or something of that nature, or whether that needs to also be specified in the bill as another allowable time to be taken. So I would urge you to take a look at that component. But we know that these warehouses now are growing larger and larger and more frequent because Amazon and others are delivering with greater volume and greater facility all of the time, and workers need to be protected in this regard. And the other major component of the bill, of course, has to do with the protection of striking workers. And there is, of course, a really, I think, a misunderstanding of this concept. No one willingly strikes. No one goes out on strike lightly. It is always at the end of a process where the workers run up against a stone wall of unreasonableness on the part of the employer and are left with no other option but to strike. And we think it would be a humane thing to do, a pro-worker thing to do, as has been done in 2 other states in our region who have Democratic majorities in their legislatures, and Democratic governors. State of New York and state of New Jersey have adopted this provision. We believe that Connecticut should follow. It would mean that the eligibility would kick in week 3 of a strike. That would be a relatively small number of strikes. We know most strikes don't last that long, but there is a tremendous financial hardship on workers who do have to be involved in a strike where settlement is delayed. I remember as a child, my father had to go on strike twice when he was working at the Olin Winchester gun plant in New Haven. And I remember the kitchen table discussions between my parents. That was certainly, the strike vote was not something he undertook lightly. We're very much concerned about the financial loss. Would we be able to pay the rent? Would we be able to buy groceries? The strike fund payments were very, very minimal. I remember going with him, actually, to walk with him on the picket line. I think I was about 11 years old at the time, to go with him one morning where he was putting in a certain number of hours, and then went over to the union office to pick up his very meager strike fund check after that. So it's a hardship. So no one does this very, very lightly. It's only when workers feel that there is no other alternative. So I think that it's fair for government to look at that and to step in and relieve that hardship at a certain point. And we believe that point is 2 weeks as provided for in this bill. And I'll turn it over to our distinguished majority leader.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the committee. Thank you for having both of us here today and allowing us to jointly testify on one of our Senate priority bills. And thanks, Senator Looney, for prioritizing this as one of our top bills. And thanks to the committee for your work and hearing it today. I just want to say that I think that the title of the bill should be an act concerning standing up for working people, standing up for the middle class. Because when you think about where we are right now in our history, and we've seen in Washington where we have a lot of billionaires running around calling the shots. We see a great income inequality gap in this country, and we see what I think we'll see over the next 4 years is really just erosions for working people across this country. And whether that's through OSHA, whether that's through the Department of Labor, whether that's you name the regulation or the law, we have to help our own here in the state of Connecticut. And I think that's why this bill is so important. What we see now is really warehouses controlled by a company or two companies that really don't consider workers or worker rights as much as they should. We're seeing, and we've all seen them in our neighborhoods, driving around late at night on Saturdays and Sundays, 9, 10 o'clock at night. And we don't know what happens in the warehouse except for what we're told. So having parameters of good governance, of what is right and normal, and bathroom breaks, lunch breaks, and being able to work in a way that has dignity as well, should be something that we should all fight for, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. As human beings, we should, something that we think everybody has that right to work in those conditions, and good conditions. This is not back at the Gilded Age where workers can be thrown away and we just get another one. On the second part, the striking workers, Senator Cabrera and I remember being together at Stop and Shop in Norwalk during that strike. And I know others, Senator Looney and others, were at their Stop and Shops, and I'm sure many of the members of the committee were as well. And Senator Looney's right. Nobody votes to strike easily. They know that there's a sacrifice, and they know that they have to bargain, but that is their leverage to do so. And the employer has all the leverage already, but the employees have the leverage of striking. And if there is an extended period of time, those workers need to have some sort of comfort that they will be able to have some sort of pay in order to keep it as a level playing field during negotiations. And that's really what we're talking about, is a level playing field. Thankfully, and I don't know about the other Stop and Shops, but I know about Norwalk, when we asked people to go someplace else for the time being, they did. Those parking lots were empty. Maybe not every every company or every employee has that ability to have folks shop someplace else, because that's not certainly they're not all grocery stores. But in this, I saw in the faces of the people who were there how stressed they were, how nervous they were, and how they were worried about how they're going to make ends meet. And like Senator Looney, my dad worked many, many years ago driving a truck, and he was in union, and they went out on strike. And I remember those conversations too. I think thankfully his was pretty brief, But it was very concerned about putting food on the table, continuing to be able to pay the mortgage. So I believe that passing this bill is literally standing up for our neighbors, standing up for those who work in our communities. Not a foreign entity, not some person who's in a different state, but literally the people who work in our neighborhoods, those who drive those delivery trucks, those who work at the produce area in a store, those who work at the cash register. That's who we want to see and look as if we are supporting. And I think that's who we are supporting with this legislation. So all it does, again, is put everybody on a level playing field so that when you have negotiations, you can negotiate in good faith. You can negotiate and not in a way where workers literally have a hard time figuring out how they're going to pay their rent, how they're going to put food on the table, or how they're going to take care of their children. So thank you again to this committee for your work on this legislation.
Thank you, Senators Looney and Duff. I know there will be some questions from you. I've been warned by my ranking member. Go ahead, Senator Samson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and nice to see you gentlemen again. We had a nice conversation in the housing. Are you following me around, gentlemen?
We thought you were fun. Well, we're going from place to place. We're going to take the show on the road here. Right? Yeah.
And delighted to be in this this cozy setting. This room doesn't seem quite big enough for all the people that are in here, but that's good. We'll have a nice conversation. I just wanted to start through you, Madam Chairman, by just talking about the striking workers portion of the bill more than anything. I think that we could have a conversation that goes on for many, many moons. That's not my intent here today. So I'm going to stick just to the striking workers part. Maybe some of my colleagues can delve into the warehouse workers portion of the bill, which I do also have some concerns with. I guess I would start by asking the question, because this bill effectively is going to utilize the unemployment compensation fund, our unemployment insurance for when people lose their jobs. There is a fund set up for people to have access to collect unemployment. Since we're going to be using that fund to effectively include striking workers after a 2-week period that they've been on strike, maybe you can just share with me, how does this fit into the current construct of what unemployment compensation is for? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Samson, and through you, Madam Chair. I think it is entirely appropriate to put this under the rubric of unemployment compensation, because what we were saying earlier is that when workers are on strike, they are not really voluntarily on strike. And that is what unemployment compensation is usually about, when people are unemployed against their will, and with something that was not a choice they would have chosen to make. And it seems to me that this is a reasonable public policy choice to assist workers who are going to be otherwise facing potential financial extremists. And it also means, I think, that will help settle strikes earlier, so that there'll be additional pressure to come to the table and get things done within the 2 weeks, I think, for manufacturer or for employers who will not want to have their unemployment insurance rating affected by having it continue on during a strike. I think it'll focus the mind and help strikes longer than 2 weeks be fewer in number than they are now. They are relatively few now, so there aren't that many strikes that go on longer than 2 weeks. But I think we'll have even fewer when this bill passes.
Through you. Yep. Sorry. Through you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that answer, Senator Looney, and frankly, I disagree. But of course, this is not a place for us to necessarily debate the issue, and I'm going to try and focus on just simply asking you questions. You just stated, and you had stated in your opening sentence statement, rather, no one willingly strikes, and but it's still a choice. No, doesn't that ultimate decision have to be made by that employee? At the end of the day, there are other options. I mean, and a strike only happens after there is an attempt at a negotiation. So that, negotiation could continue, or there could be an agreement to settle for whatever terms are being negotiated or offered by the employer. Someone could find other employment. I mean, there are a lot of other options. I mean, to say that no one willingly strikes, I mean, to say they don't want to actually strike, they'd rather just have things go their way and get the benefits that they're seeking from the employer, of course, but it's still a choice. I really want to clarify that, because I mean, I think it's an important and key point to this entire discussion, to suggest that people are not making their own choice when they go on strike. I just don't think is accurate.
Well, with all due respect, Senator, I think that point of view reflects the attitude that existed in the U.S. Supreme Court many decades ago, when when they were focused on the idea of unions and other kind of labor laws interfering with the free bargaining power between employers and employees. And they used that argument in some cases to strike down child labor laws, basically saying, well, that 8-year-old kid has the right to negotiate whether or not he's going to go to work or not at that age, and it's up to him, and it's a choice. So ignoring the inequality of positioning and bargaining power between the two. And I think this is another example of that. There is willingly and there is willingly. And I think that what we're talking about here is that the true range of free options that people might choose have usually been considered, and people are at the end of the rope in terms of a lengthy negotiation before they undertake something that they know will be financially costly to them ultimately. That they're likely to, because they're going to go at least the 2 weeks without pay. It's going to take a while to catch up on that, even if they get a decent contract afterwards.
Can I just jump into let's take the Stop and Shop, for example, right? They had the owners there earn millions of dollars a year. The cash register folks probably earn maybe, I don't know, back then, maybe $15 an hour, $17 an hour. Would that be accurate? Who's going to have more skin in the game to wait? It would be the employer, because they don't care. They'll wait it out until the employees are so desperate they have to accept anything. Again, it's a level playing field for both parties to reach an agreement. And if you have an employer who has the means to be able to wait it out, they'll wait it out so long that it won't matter for them. The ones who will suffer will be our neighbors, the employees, the ones who show up to work every day, the ones who send their kids to the same schools that we do, the ones who we say hi to when we see them in the neighborhood.
Samson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and through you, respectfully, gentlemen, we're not talking about 8-year-olds and child labor, and we're not talking about millionaires necessarily. I don't know the owners of Stop and Shop personally. I don't know whether they're millionaires or not. That's got little to do with this conversation, and to try and make it a battle between people that have lesser means versus millionaires, I think is missing the point. The fact of the matter is that if you enable people to go on strike and give them extra tools to stay on strike longer and demand more, all of those costs get passed on to our neighbors that we pass on the street too. So, I mean, you can't leave that out of the equation. And I'm really just trying to talk about policy here. I understand there's a desire to inject national politics and maybe some class warfare into things. I'm just trying to get to the meat of whether this makes sense as a policy. And I asked the first question because to be eligible for unemployment in the state of Connecticut, you've got to meet 3 characteristics. 1, you have to be not working through no choice of your own. So that's where the question comes from. In my view, maybe people don't want to go on strike, but at the end of the day, it's their choice. We can suggest that they aren't willingly doing it, but it's still their choice. The second aspect is you have to be ready and able to work. And somebody who's standing outside refusing to work is not ready and able to work. And then the third requirement to be eligible for unemployment compensation is that you have to be looking for work. And clearly, if you're on a picket line, you're not looking for work. So whether or not we want to benefit people that are striking, that is a different story from what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, how do we justify benefiting people who are striking at the expense of the unemployment compensation fund, which is for an entirely different group of people, people that are not working through no fault of their own, who want to work and are able and ready to work and looking for work.
Well, through you, Madam Chair. First of all, I think the idea of attributing fault to people who are on strike is erroneous. It's not their fault that they're on strike. Usually the fault is because of the intransigence of the employer's position, because the other position, the implications of what you're saying, Senator, is that, well, if they just have to collapse and accept the last offer the employer makes, regardless if they want to avoid being on strike. And that, again, undermines the equality of a bargaining position. Now, we all know that there are public employees who can't strike, and that's why we've given them the right to have compulsory binding arbitration as a substitute for the right to strike. But for private sector workers, the right to strike is really the only leveler they have to try to get to a reasonable contract. And by limiting their exposure to being without income to 2 weeks, we think it will facilitate settlements. And also, in the long run, if a better contract results from that, those people will be able to pay higher rents. And we talked about at the committee earlier today in the Housing Committee how high rents are going. People will be able to afford their rents, be able to afford eggs in the grocery store, and be able to afford all of the other things that are rising in a spiraling rate better than they could before that contract is settled. In our own family, as a child, I knew our standard of living increased significantly after there was a union contract in place at Winchester's, and even more so after the second contract that came into place after the union was voted in. So I think in the broad spectrum of the economy, this bill is something that helps build up capacity in people.
Let me also just say, I remember with the Stop and Shop strike that the last best offer from the employer was to take away health insurance and pensions from certain workers. How that helps our employees, I don't know. It doesn't. After the strike, what happened? That was reversed, and people were able to still keep their health care and their retirement. So there is leverage for striking. There needs to be some sort of leveler, as Senator Looney's talking about, and that's the way in which we can make sure that we're taking care of our neighbors. Madam Chair, I apologize. I have to run to another committee to testify. Senator Looney is more than capable of taking all of this without me here, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for joining us today. And I do know, I'm assuming that you have further questions. Senator Samson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Enjoy the afternoon, Senator Duff. Senator Looney, just following up on the previous round of comments. For one thing is, I never attributed fault to anyone. I just want to clarify that. I said choice, not fault. It's ultimately the choice of someone to go on strike. And I understand that Senator Duff would like to make this all about where I'm protecting the little people, and that's what I'm doing here. And I just like to ask you maybe a more general policy question. Is that our role here? Is our job to take sides between employers and employees? Or should we be attempting to try and find policy that means that all people are treated fairly under the law? Through you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I think that goes to the heart of the difference between us. I think your position is that the law should probably tilt a little bit more to the employer side because they're the ones that provide jobs, or maybe not maybe that's putting the thumb on the scale a little bit too much, and maybe you're just saying the law should be absolutely neutral between the two and not make a judgment. My view is that the law should tilt to the side of the workers, but not to the point where it is so punitive to the employers that it damages their capacity to operate and to provide jobs for those workers. So that's I think where we differ. I think that the benefit of the doubt should go toward assisting the workers up to the point where it becomes so punitive to the employers that it becomes self-defeating.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that answer and that honesty. And I am indeed in the belief that there should be no weight on the scale for either party. Mm-hmm. There should certainly be protections in the law to protect workers against, unsafe working conditions and environment safety protocols, et cetera. But when it comes to a negotiation, I believe actually in the case of collectively bargained union negotiations that the employees actually do have the advantage. Effectively, they can shut down the business completely. I mean, there's historically there have been companies that have been put out of business effectively because of ongoing collective bargaining, putting the company in a position where it was no longer solvent. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I respect that you see that some weight on the scale might be beneficial. I'm not blind. I want to make sure that people on both sides of the negotiation are protected, and certainly I want to make sure that workers do not lose their benefits and so forth. But I do believe that it is not the role of our state government to interject ourselves in a way that actually does unlevel the playing field. So to that point, you and Senator Duff both said repeatedly that you're trying to level the playing field. And I'm just trying to get my head around that, because this bill certainly doesn't level the playing field. This puts the thumb very, very heavily on the side of employees who are collectively bargaining by suggesting that somehow they can go beyond 2 weeks now without losing a significant amount of pay, so that they can prolong a strike, and to put more pressure on an employer. You said that you think that this will shorten the length of strikes. I don't know anyone who can look at this policy and suggest that that's likely to happen. I don't even think the people advocating for it would fail to admit that this is going to give them a tool to prolong the period. So please fill me in on how you perceive that somehow writing a policy that gives a benefit to one side of a negotiation is leveling the playing field. Through you, Madam Chairman.
I think it's leveling the playing field if you believe, as I do, that the field is not level now, and you are making it more so by adopting this provision. And that's how it's leveling the playing field. And I think that a pragmatic employer now is more likely to make a deal, before the strike begins, rather than letting them go on strike at all. I think that's likely to be resolved. I think we may see fewer strikes overall, as well as fewer that go beyond 2 weeks.
Senator Samson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And through you once again, I appreciate the answer and the candor. Senator Looney, I certainly know that you are somebody that is very consistent in your views and it doesn't back down from a debate on policy. I guess we have a difference of agreement on how to interpret what providing a benefit is, or what a level playing field might be. And I don't disagree that I think that it may in fact require employers to have a second thought about allowing a labor dispute to result in a strike, because they realize that it could be extremely damaging. And clearly that's the intent of the legislation, is to make employers understand that a strike can disable them in such a big way to provide more leverage to the employees that are bargaining. So I was going to ask a question about whether you anticipate incentivizing workers to go on strike. And I understand your position is that this is going to incentivize employers to roll over sooner.
Or settle sooner. I'll say
Yeah,
that.
or well, settle. I mean, you guys used the term rollover when it was the employees before. So let me just ask this further question, which is, are you aware of the financial situation of our unemployment compensation or unemployment insurance fund through you, Madam Chairman?
Yes, I am. It is obviously there are times when the fund is in deficit, times that have had to borrow from the federal government.
Senator Samson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to try and find this information. Somebody advised me this morning that we are actually the most indebted state. I don't know if that's true, but I know we're certainly in the top few, if we're not first. That's a concern of mine. Those costs are being passed on to employers. Yet another burden that is going to be on the other side of the equation. And again, I'll keep repeating that while this may seem like, oh, it's one side benefiting the employers versus the employees, everything that is passed on to employers gets passed on to consumers. Everything. If they end up having to pay more for labor, or they have to pay more for strikes, or they have to pay more for unemployment insurance, they're going to obviously pass that on to consumers. I imagine that would drive up the cost of eggs further also. So since we are at the very top of indebtedness in the case of unemployment insurance, do you have a concern about, expanding the pool of people that can access those benefits? Particularly when as I mentioned, the definition of a striking worker is, completely counter to what normally would be required to get benefits. Through you, Madam Chairman.
Well, again, to go back to the earlier discussion, I think that if this law is in place, there would be fewer strikes and probably less access to unemployment after 2 weeks. So most employers would be able to avoid a hit on their rating by settling in a timely way.
Senator Samson.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you for that answer. Certainly, I'm sure our conversation during the committee meeting in particular is going to turn to the impact on our economy and the insurance fund and so forth. Can I just ask you another question? So what happened last year? I remember we had this bill in the committee, very similar proposal, and it did pass out of committee. I can't remember. I remember debating the good chairman on this subject. I don't know if it was last year or the year before that we actually had the Senate debate. I feel like we didn't debate it in the Senate the first time around for the committee bill. But we did end up getting that bill on the final night of session. And that was a much different animal. That bill was less about unemployment compensation and just giving the comptroller, a stack of money, $300 million kind of to do what he wishes with it. Can I just ask, how that came about? What is the difference with how we're approaching this with unemployment versus just giving the comptroller this money to enhance the strike funds of unions, for example? Through you, Madam Chairman.
As you know, Senator, that was that version of it was a House construct. We in the Senate were pushing the bill similar to what we have here today, straightforward bill having to do with the issue of allowing workers to be eligible for unemployment. The House bill, as I understand it, instead tried to alter it by setting up, as you said, a separate fund for the controller outside of the unemployment fund. But at the same time, it also didn't actually mention striking workers as a potential beneficiary. It mentioned workers in general or labor in general. So it was somewhat opaque. I'll put it that way.
Just for the record, I think you said that we were going to hand over $300 million. I think it was $3 million, just for clarification purposes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that clarification. $3 million, still a lot of money to me, and I think most of the people in the room, but I completely understand about the correction, and we do want to get things correct. So that's a very interesting topic, because it's kind of something, the last thing I want to talk to you about really, which is, unions have strike funds. They collect dues, and they use that money for a lot of different purposes. But one of the things that they do is they keep that money in an account just in case, the workers make a decision to go on strike, and they have a way to offset their expenses and help provide, some money to the folks. And I think that's a good thing. That's a benefit that unions do provide. I guess my concern is that, if you are going to use the unemployment insurance fund as a mechanism to compensate folks, doesn't that open up the unions to use their strike fund money for other purposes?
I think that would be a choice of the union. I think it might mean that they could give workers more of a higher percentage of their pay during the first 2 weeks before then the eligibility for unemployment kicks in, and then they would of course have the option of perhaps of supplementing the unemployment during the duration of the strike if it went beyond 2 weeks.
Senator Samson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a final question, assuming it doesn't prompt another conversation. I guess, Mike, I want to just ask you about Governor Lamont, I guess, because he was very outspoken last session about not supporting this policy concept, and ultimately he did veto even the version that we just discussed with the comptroller. And I assume that he shares my view on this subject, which is that which is great. I mean, I don't know how often Governor Lamont and I agree on things, but this might be one where there's a concern about the solvency of the unemployment insurance, and also really sending a message to businesses that here in Connecticut, we're going to come up with some policies that really are counterproductive for you. Senator Harding, I think he used the term unwelcome mat at the, last year, which I thought was appropriate. And do you foresee Governor Lamont supporting this legislation? I mean, we're gonna have some really good debates on this. I suspect that the debate in this committee is going to go on for quite some time on this subject. We've barely scratched the surface, and then we're going to take up a lot of time in the Senate. I just kind of, if Governor Lamont's on board, I suppose I got to put up more of a fight. But if he's not, maybe I don't have to worry so much. What's your feeling about the likelihood that this actually passes anyway? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, I'm quite hopeful that it will ultimately pass. And issues, as everyone knows, get connected to other issues, even if they are not necessarily substantially the same in terms of content and policy, but they often get linked. And there are things that one group wants, that another group wants, and another group doesn't want, and then suddenly a package is created that results in something going through because it gives the various competing constituencies something of what they want. So that process has not even begun yet regarding this bill. So I don't think your question could be answered probably for another 3 months.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I was getting confused again. I think Representative Weir, did you have a question? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Looney. I guess I'll start off with a statement, and I was actually accused of, when I brought this topic up last year, I was accused of spewing party rhetoric on a concept that couldn't possibly be serious. And I say this with all seriousness. When I brought up the concern, people thought I was joking when I talked about that this was a concept we were debating. And, that be that what it may, that was some of the feedback that I received, was actually kind of accused of being hyperbolic and maybe over the top. And I had to explain, no, this is really something that we're talking about. This is a concept. So that's the feedback that I received outside of the building. When I look at the unemployment compensation fund, first of all, I've been a public employee with member of a union. I've also been a small business owner and worked for a private employer. So I'm not sure how else one could be employed or be, engaged in occupation, but I think I've seen a decent mix. And, the unemployment compensation is paid for by employers. That fund is funded by employers. And so essentially, when I kind of boil this down to how this works, we would essentially, if this passed and the employees who went out on strike were granted unemployment insurance reimbursement or compensation, the employers are essentially paying the employees to go on strike, if and when that decision is made. So I have again, this is the statement part. This is kind of maybe where we differ on. This is my perspective and kind of where I'm coming at this from, is that we're essentially paying employees to strike into a fund that was funded by the employers. So I guess, do you see, does that perspective resonate with you? I mean, can you understand where I'm coming from on that and some of my concerns and the concerns I hear from others? Through you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I certainly hear that concern, and I recognize that is the way that certain that employers see about it. But I don't find it to be a compelling concern. I think the things I stated earlier I find more compelling. That's why I'm sponsoring the bill.
Thank you for that answer. So I guess I'll reserve I've never been through a strike. So I do want to talk with some people today about, the process of a strike. I guess, yeah, I don't know how many questions I have on the I'm gonna go on a couple more statements on the striking workers because Senator Sampson covered. And then I have a couple direct questions regarding the language of the bill. If we have time for that, I would appreciate that on the forklift, on the warehouse side. You talked about, I think what, I may not be paraphrasing, but I think what I heard you say was the employers will be pressured to get back to the table. And to echo some of the sentiments that Senator Sampson mentioned, there's language in here about involving the Attorney General, giving the Attorney General more authority. I think all that really tips the scales. We want an even playing field, and from where I come from, as a business owner, I value my employees. I've had a couple different businesses, have always valued them, and if you don't value them, they're going to leave. I don't in the private sector, non-union side, there wasn't the ability to organize. If somebody wasn't happy, they could bring a complaint to you. And if they weren't satisfied, you're going to lose that valuable employee. That's how I come at it from. So looking at this as applying pressure to bring one side to the table, I just don't think that's the role of this legislature. So this could change current labor law, the way that the people qualify for unemployment insurance. So I'll leave that there on the striking workers. I think we covered that enough, but I do have some specific questions on the warehouse bill. And I don't, so section 4 talks about no employer shall take any adverse action against an employee for failing to satisfy a quota that violates the provision of this section 3. And I know we'll be debating this later, but do you interpret that to be, could that include a performance review? Through you, Madam Chair, it's in line 76 to lines 80.
Quota, for failing to satisfy a quota that violates the provisions of Section 3 of this Act, or has not previously been provided to the employee pursuant to Section 2 of this Act. No, I don't. I certainly don't see this as preventing an employer from reasonably evaluating an employee.
Okay. So, and it, so sections 4, sections 5, section 6, talk about some of the quotas, descriptions, I'll summarize those as setting expectations. That's how I look at those sections. Are we aware, is that not being done in today's, today's market, the warehouses that we're concerned about, are they not following these where employees don't know what the expectations are for performance?
Well, that is certainly some of the reports that we're getting, anecdotal reports that in some cases the quotas are not necessarily made clear at the start, and so the terms of employment are not necessarily made clear, and then are subject to a speed up once they start. So the bill would require the covered employers to give their employees a written description of the quotas that they must meet, and then any possible adverse employment actions that they may face for failing to do so. So they would be given more upfront clarity and candor about whether they want to undertake the job under the conditions that the employer wants to impose.
Okay, and I not again, we're talking. I think we're set up to tour. We're going to go tour the facility in the next few weeks, an Amazon facility, as an opportunity to see what's going on. I think setting expectations is completely reasonable. I don't know that if we're talking about anecdotal, I don't know that it is or it isn't, but I would say as an employee, I would want to know what the expectations being set for me are. That doesn't seem unreasonable. But if it's already being done, if the employer is already meeting this, I'm not sure why we're putting it into legislation. Nowadays the work market is so tight that, it's hard to keep good employees, and I'm not sure why an employer wouldn't want to make reasonable accommodations to make sure that the employees are being productive, but also that their needs are being met.
So that Representative, I think
Yes.
part of the problem is that in some cases it's been alleged that the speed up occurs once the employees have started working, and they start with the expectations that they will be able to meet what's told of them when they start the job. But when they get on the job, the floor manager is asked them to do more than what they thought they were going to be asked to do when they started.
And is that, I'm not familiar with I have not worked in a warehouse or a production facility, but is that speed up? Is that something that, like, you'd start the job, March 1st and somewhere down the line, they tell you the numbers have increased, or is this the same, like I show up for work on a Monday and at noon, my expectations, have increased?
I don't know what the duration is in
Okay.
terms of that, but
Yeah, I've not heard
it
the
usually
term.
is something that happens at some point once the person has already been doing the job for a while at a certain level of
Okay.
productivity.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? I think if we go back and look at some of the testimony we've had in past years from workers, what I recall them saying is that the quotas could change actually from day to day. It was very frequent and also changed sometimes due to a competition they would have between workers to actually increase the quotas on a very frequent basis. I think that was the testimony from last time, but we can certainly go back and look, and we may have further testimony today from workers who have experienced this. I didn't want to, I wanted to jump in because I didn't want to assume that Senator Looney has listened to all the testimony we've had over the
Right.
years, because we've had quite a bit.
One thing I'll say during World War II, my mother worked in a munitions plant, and she was very adept at working on a machine that that produced bullets. And except there, the incentive was you were paid more if you produced above a certain threshold, rather than, so in other words, it was called piecework. So not everybody working on the machines was paid the same, but the people who were working at what was considered the acceptable threshold were paid at that level. They weren't threatened in any way. But those who were more adept and were able to produce more bullets in a given time frame were given a bonus for doing so. And that's very different from what we're hearing happening here.
Thank you for that.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that that is a novel, merit-based pay and pay for performance. That's singing my tune. So I appreciate that. I guess we'll learn more. I wasn't trying to give you a hard time, but I had never heard the term speed up before. So I was trying to get a little more background on that, and we'll learn more. I'll just finish with a couple questions, and then I think I'm good. Why and why are the delivery drivers or the couriers excluded from this? Do we have a background as to why it's only the people in the warehouse and not the people who are responsible for getting these goods to where they need to be? Through you, Madam Chair.
Well, I'll defer to the chair on that, but I think it has to do with the ones working in the warehouse are under the direct control of the employer at the whole time. The delivery drivers out on the road are subject to various conditions in terms of traffic and other things that can't necessarily be controlled for in the warehouse.
I do believe that was something that we added to we did change the original bill when we put that in there, but I think there would be a willingness to consider including drivers, although I do think that the way they're evaluated in terms of the job is different than quotas that you might have in the warehouse. So we'd have to address that probably differently, but we'd certainly be open to considering putting them under this bill.
Thank you for that. And I think I'll just close with a statement, and that's that I think we got to be very careful in this building about applying that pressure. I heard Senator Duff, and it's not unfair to him because he's not here. I would say this to him if he was here. It was disappointing to me to hear that legislators are on a picket line, taking sides. I want to make sure that we're supporting commerce in general, right? We want to support an environment where businesses want to come, people work, where we're supporting the businesses and the employees, hopefully as equal as we can. And but I don't want to be in a position where we're taking a position on one side or the other to such to the point where we're telling, I heard him say that they're telling customers to go elsewhere. That's not the reputation I want for Connecticut. So I'll close there, and thank you very much for
Thank you, Representative.
Well, I would just encourage you to bring that up when we get into our committee meeting, because I would love to debate you on that issue. No, we're not allowed to. Sorry, everybody. You're not allowed to clap in here. So I appreciate your enthusiasm, but you're not allowed to clap. Any other questions? Hold on one second. I thought did you have a question over here? Okay. Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Looney, for coming before us today. My good ranking members asked a lot of really great questions, so I won't repeat, for the sake of brevity, but I just had a couple concerns and a couple questions for you regarding this bill. The debate before centering around, skin in the game and the level of the individuals engaging in this negotiation, the employer and the employees. I think it misses a pretty important factor that, there is a lot of skin in the game for these companies. I mean, the very Winchester Corporation I have here that was mentioned in your testimony ended up closing down after bitter strikes in 79 and 80 and increased labor costs. And that can actually provide significant losses to that corporation, to the people who work there, to the people who have jobs there. I mean, it's pretty significant, but we've talked a lot about corporations, but there's an entity that has been kind of lost in this debate, and that's nonprofits. The nonprofits in this state also have in many cases, a unionized workforce, and they do not have, the money that a large corporation might have. They're not the rich Uncle Pennybags that refuses to come to the table for fear of losing their enormous profits. They're individuals who, in many cases, receive funding from state governments, from private philanthropy, from numerous different sources. So I was just wondering if you had any concerns that any increased strikes or any increased in the experience rating for those nonprofit employers for their UI, if there's any concerns, for those individuals, if you've heard anything from them.
I have not heard from them directly, but I would say that the nonprofits who have unionized employees, and many of those nonprofits, the services they provide, social services, are funded by the state. In fact, many cases, the state is referring clients or patients to those nonprofits. And in those cases where they do have unionized employees, they have powerful advocates, for additional state support, for their efforts. And in fact, when I talk to some of the nonprofits, the ones who don't have unionized workforces, I said, well, if you consider aligning yourself with some of the unions who advocate for more funding for operations like yours, you'd have a powerful ally.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just politely disagree that if you talk to any of the nonprofits in this state, the issue of obtaining more funding is pretty significant right now. I'm just going to pivot to one other question I had pertaining to kind of the ethos behind the unemployment insurance program. We talked about how there are 3 tenets to that, where individuals typically have to be unemployed through no fault of their own, ready and available to work, and actively looking for work. And one of the requirements of our UI program is that an individual who is obtaining that insurance must complete at least 3 work search activities per week, including 1 contact with an employer, and documenting this with a log to the DOL. So would this still have to be done by those employees receiving that unemployment benefit, receiving it after 14 days of a strike?
I would defer to the chair on this, but I would think not, because their hope is to be reemployed by that same employer. The whole point of going on strike is to hope to get a better contract where they're working rather than have to go look for something somewhere else. So, and as to the ready to work, I think they are, from their point of view, they are ready to work and would go back to work if they had a decent contract. So I think that they would meet those criteria that are laid out in the law, with the exception of having to look elsewhere, because then in effect you're giving up and leaving.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just close with a statement that this just really does feel like we are making separate rules for these individuals. In this case, we are using employers to fund the very strikes being taken against them. What I'm hearing today is very troubling to me. But I look forward to the further debate. And again, I thank you for your candor before this committee.
Thank you, Representative.
So before we let you go, I don't see any other questions, but I do want to go back to something you said, a key word in a statement you made when you said to make it a more level playing field, because I do think that the essence of this proposed bill is to create a more level playing field. It's not going to create a real level playing field, because we know that a lot of what controls employees and employers in private sector is determined by federal law.
Mhm.
And under federal law, for instance, an employer can fire a worker who goes out on strike. So in many ways, government has already taken measures that are not very fair to the workers, that put the thumb on the scale for the employers. So I think that when you say making it more level, we as a state can do that. And I really appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all of the good work that for the working people of the state every year.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to the next speaker on our list. I have my list. And that would be Mark Natty. I have it over here.
Oh.
I just put it in the folder. Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself.
My name is Mark Natty. I live in Meriden, Connecticut. And I'd like to thank Senator Kushner and Representative Sanchez for allowing me to speak today. I've worked at Pratt & Whitney since 1985. I've been through 12 collective bargaining negotiations, and I've been on strike twice, once in 1985 and once in 2001. Once the union as a whole decides to strike, you really do not have a choice but to honor that picket line. For those few who have crossed picket lines, their careers are never the same. They are not looked well on by their coworkers, or for that matter, the company, after they've crossed the picket line. Their careers are basically ruined. But how did we get to the point where we have no choice but to go on strike? If the company, it comes from the company not treating us fairly in negotiations. They do not listen to our concerns. They do not really engage us in true negotiations. It is, this is what we're offering, take it or leave it attitude. There is no good faith bargaining going on. The company feels it has all the leverage. They know most workers live paycheck to paycheck and cannot afford to strike, and they use this. A strike puts great financial hardship on striking workers. That is why it is so hard to get 66% of them to vote to strike. But when the company fails so badly to bargain in good faith, workers find the courage to strike. So what will SB 8 do? I believe it will force companies to bargain in good/better faith. They will not have as much power over the workers as they do now. Workers will not be in jeopardy of losing their homes or have to screw up their retirement 401ks to save that. It'll let the workers decide if their companies are making millions, in my company's case, billions of dollars, what the fair share is. We're the ones making the products or providing the service. We need to have input on what our fair share is. It'll just help level the playing field. The company will still have the advantage, we believe. Also, that this past November's election, companies will feel they have more of an advantage than ever with the weakened labor board. A strike will always be a last resort and still be very costly to the employee. But they will not lose everything they've worked for or put their career at risk by crossing a picket line. Because remember, anybody that crosses a picket line, their career is basically over at that company. It really is. I mean, they're treated terribly. And back in 2001, the few that crossed, they didn't last very long after that. So, and this bill will also put money back into the state's economy and keep everything rolling. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question. With these benefits, do you believe that, I heard you say that this would prevent strikes most likely.
Yeah.
If you ended up getting to the point in, either your business or, let's say theoretically in a worker in another business, would this allow you to strike for longer?
You're going to strike as long as you need to. Period. You know, until the company comes back with a acceptable offer, you have to stay on strike.
No further questions.
Thank Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Nadi, in your, opinion as a union worker and someone who you said has been on strike twice in your career, do you think that workers are looking to extend the time that they're on strike, or are they looking to get back to work? Thank you.
Absolutely not looking to extend the strike. We don't even want to be on strike. Period.
Great. Thank you very much.
I do have one question for you, because often in this committee, we hear said, if you don't like the job, you can go somewhere else, or you don't have to work, or you don't have to work for that particular employer. You stayed with one company for a lot of years, and that used to be the norm in the United States. Unfortunately, it isn't anymore, because when people have to change job to job, place to place in order to get enough wage, usually it's the wage, they often are losing out on the other side in terms of a pension or retirement benefits. So if you could just talk a little bit about why you did feel like you had to stay with that employer instead of just moving on, that would be appreciated.
Basically, one, I love working on jet engines. Two, the pay is very good now. Over, the 1985 strike, they offered no raises at all. They gave us these things called lump sums that back then. And it was just terrible. The 2001, basically we saved the North Haven people. They wanted to move that work to Texas. We ended up getting that work moved back into East Hartford, and we saved jobs with that strike. And I still have a defined pension. I don't know for how much longer, because we're going in negotiations right now, and they're probably looking to take that away from us and freeze it. Our new hires do not have a defined pension. We lost that a few years back, 2016. And that was not right. I thought we should have went on strike then. Well, we didn't. But overall, it's a good place to work.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Thank you for your testimony, and also thank you for saving all those jobs for Connecticut when you did go out on strike, because we certainly need the work.
Thank you.
Next on our speaker list is Kylie McCarthy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kylie McCarthy. I live in Middletown. I work as an inspector at Pratt & Whitney in Middletown, and I am a shop steward and activist for the International Association of Machinists Union, Local 700. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of both Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. As a shop steward, I take very seriously my responsibility to represent my union brothers and sisters both on and off the shop floor, which is why I'm here today. Providing workers with unemployment benefits while striking allows us to have more control of our working conditions. No one deserves to be underpaid, work in unsafe conditions, go without healthcare, or be without a retirement plan. In December of 2001, Pratt & Whitney workers went on strike. At 4 years old, my entire world felt like it came crashing down. How long will it be before my dad can work again? What happens if they never return to work? How will we eat? Where will we live? It was filled with so much anxiety because a massive corporation was more interested in padding their bottom line than taking care of their employees. After 10 days, an agreement was reached, which included raises, increased retirement contributions, and an agreement to keep certain work within the state. Thankfully, union members stayed strong, to ensure a better future for themselves and their families. Despite agreeing to keep jobs within the state, in the summer of 2009, it was announced that Pratt & Whitney would be closing its Cheshire facility. This news came as my family and I were on our way to New York for a family vacation. This led to us delaying our plans to attend a press conference where my father, Wayne McCarthy, then president of Local 1746A in Cheshire, explained he and the union would hold Pratt & Whitney accountable for the agreement they'd made in their previous contracts. With the help of politicians like Richard Blumenthal and the support of former Governor Jody Rell, workers were able to come together and fight. Pratt & Whitney had been found guilty of violating their agreement not once but twice as they attempted to appeal the results of the original federal ruling. Though the Cheshire plant did still close, hundreds of jobs remained in Connecticut as affected workers were able to transfer to East Hartford and Middletown. This exemplifies exactly why it's so important for workers to be able to strike, so we are able to hold corporations accountable for our existing agreements and protect our futures. Unemployment benefits being available to striking workers will ensure financial hardship will not impede workers' ability to get a fair contract when a company has not bargained in good faith. Thank you all for your time, and I am open to any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Weir. Oh, I thought. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony here today. Next up is Ed Hawthorne.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Representative Weir, other distinguished members of the Labor Committee, especially our new members. It's nice to see new faces on the committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing approximately just over 250,000 workers here in the state of Connecticut. Is on their behalf I testify here today over multiple bills. First one, SB 8 and HB 6904, unemployment for striking workers. Now, there is a misconception that we've heard here today that the scales are somehow equal at the bargaining table. And corporations want you to believe that the scales are equal because they are in fact tipped in their favor and they want to keep it that way. When workers make the difficult decision to go out on strike, they are left with no choice due to employers' failure to bargain in good faith and oftentimes committing multiple violations of labor law. They're called unfair labor practices, and charges are almost 99.9% of the time filed when that happens because the workers want to be able to go back to their job. Simply put, when the employer breaks the law, our members are forced to take action and go out on strike. They have no choice. Teamsters Local 671, who you'll hear from in a little while, has been out on strike since December 4th at iHealth. They had no choice due to the employer's unreasonable demand that they work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, mandatory. That was the employer's offer. That is not a choice. While out on strike, the employer tends to insulate themselves from workers withholding their labor by hiring replacement workers, so the business continues to run. So was the employer really harmed when the workers go out and they're allowed to bring in replacement workers? Once again, scales tipped in the employer's favor. As we heard earlier, I believe Senator Looney brought it up, 47% of Americans can't cover a $400 unexpected expense. Employers know this, and they will attempt to starve the workers out when they're out on strike. This strategy isn't a secret. A studio executive during the writer's strike actually said it out loud, and I quote, "The end game is to allow things to drag on until the union members start losing their apartments and losing their homes." More proof the scale is tipped in the employer's favor. Without this bill, workers are left with an unequal playing field, especially now since the NLRB is essentially non-functioning in DC. There is not a quorum. There is not an ability for us to file charges to have a decision made and a legal ruling made. Proof of this is UFCW just recently organized Whole Foods in Philadelphia, and Amazon refused to recognize the union because the NLRB is non-functioning. This bill is a point of leverage that we have in this fight, and all we're asking for is a fair shot at a fair contract. We need a backstop to force employers to bargain in good faith to try to reach a fair agreement with their workers. Without this, what incentive does an employer have to bargain in good faith? What aspect of the law incentivizes them to bargain in good faith? It shouldn't take years to reach an agreement. It shouldn't take a strike to reach an agreement. This bill provides the employers with an incentive to do the right thing and try to reach an agreement without committing unfair labor practices, without providing untenable after untenable offer that they know the union will not accept and force the workers out the door. But if the workers do go out on strike, that employer's individual, and I stress individual, unemployment experience rating will go up. The intent of this bill is not to enrich workers. No one is getting rich off unemployment compensation. At most, it's a 50% wage replacement that goes down quickly. And that's really at about 50 grand a year. It's at 50%. And after that, it goes down. I reference it all the time. If you read the United Way's Alice report, 50% of $50,000 is 25, and that's not getting you very far here in the state of Connecticut. Don't be fooled. This bill has zero effect on the solvency of the UI trust fund because of an individual rating that is paid only by the employer who has forced the workers to go out on strike. It will not be paid by individual taxpayers. And let me be clear, this will not increase taxes for workers, only the corporations who break the law.
Mr. Hawthorne, your time is almost up. Please
I will
conclude your remarks.
summarize. You will hear from EPI later on that will go more into that. One thing I really want to go over is the ripple effect that this has. We're fighting for all workers. When union workers receive a wage, it has a ripple effect. That was evident in the UAW strike. Not after they received their wage increases, non-unionized workers at Hyundai received a 25% wage increase, Honda 11%, Nissan 10%, and Toyota 9%. The only way we battle inflation is to raise workers' wages so it has less of an effect on working people like us. So I thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ed. I know we cut you a little short there. Is there anything else you wanted to say? Because you are bringing in policy from around the country and it's helpful to hear.
Workers everywhere are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We're fed up with greedy corporations boasting about their record profits to their shareholders and in the same breath forcing or proposing stagnated wages, cuts in healthcare benefits, and a gutting of retirement security. Since the pandemic, corporate greed has stoked the fire of inflation, has harmed us all. The only way we get out, we're not going to see deflation. I don't think anyone wants to see that. But we want to see our wages go as far as they did before the pandemic and inflation hit. And also the protection for warehouse workers, it's common sense. If you look at the rate of injuries, it's twice that in the private sector in these warehouses. Amazon's largest warehouse employer has amongst the highest injury rates in the state. Connecticut warehouse injuries increased 20% from 2020 to 2021. They rose again. 93% of injuries were severe enough to require job duty changes or time off, making Connecticut's injury rates 15% higher than the national average. All the bill asks is disclosure of production quotas, protection of breaks, ability to go to the bathroom without being retaliated against your employer. I know this is going to be a long hearing. Imagine if I told you all you were unable to use the facilities or you'd be punished. Imagine that. But that's the life that they're living in these warehouses. Anti-retaliation measures, which should be common sense, and data collection measures that the Labor Department and Workers' Compensation Commission would also do. We're in good company with this. There's similar legislation in California, Minnesota, New York, Oregon, Washington have enacted similar laws, and Illinois has a similar law awaiting the governor's signature. So I urge the committee, and it's really fitting that we're hearing these both together because they are linked. They really are. So I thank the committee for your time. I know it's going to be a long night. I'm going to try to stick around with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions either here or you can pull me aside.
Thank you, Ed. Other questions or comments? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ed, I'll ask you, but can you describe to me, like, what is the process of a strike? I've not been through one. I don't know if you have, so if I'm asking you something that you're not, you don't want to answer, fine. But I as a representative, what is the process of the strike? You have two parties who don't. How does the process begin from where we're one day everybody's working, we're getting along, and now, we're striking?
Well, I've never personally been on strike coming from the public sector. We're not allowed to strike, but you'll hear from many people in the private sector. I anticipate you were going to hear from them is the employer really has no intention of reaching an agreement. They want to stonewall. They want to they present agreements that in no way will they know in no way that the union will ever accept. For instance, you're going to hear from the Stop and Shop workers today, probably in a little while, hopefully. But part of what their strike was about was they wanted to take away family health care. And I think the employer knew that they would never accept that. But despite their parent corporation, the Dutch corporation, making billions of dollars, they were still trying to increase their profit margin on the back of the workers that make that money for them every single day, going into work, cutting the meat at the deli, stocking the shelves, checking you out. We're just asking that the playing field be level, because as I went over in my testimony, it really isn't. So the employer will put forth offer after offer after offer just to prolong things. And oftentimes it takes years. If you look at Starbucks, for instance, Starbucks was, I have it in here somewhere. They organized in Buffalo over 3 years ago at this point, and they still don't have a contract. It's because Starbucks has no interest in getting a contract with them. They have no interest in giving up any power at all. So once you declare impasse, then the mediators come in. If that fails, the strike vote is taken. It's a very democratic process. No union boss, as some people in this building like to say, is ordering the workers to go out on strike. They present with the last best and final offer. Would come in, they present that to the membership. The membership says no, they authorize a strike vote to authorize a strike. And then usually they go back to negotiations after that. And if that fails as well, then they make the difficult decision to go out on strike. Short-term pain for long-term gain is what we usually say. But it is a long, drawn-out process. Nobody goes out on strike after weeks, even months. It's usually years. And it's always at a point where there is no hope to come to an agreement and something needs to change. And what they choose to do is withhold their labor in order to incentivize the employer to come back to the table and make a reasonable offer. And if you look at the offers, I don't have it offhand, but we may be able to get that information. The last best and final offer that an employer makes is never the offer that's accepted after a strike. So I always say the last best and final offer an employer makes that precipitates a strike is always a lie, because they're always willing to do more, and it's not their last best and final offer. It's what they think they can get with all the leverage that I went over that they have to try to cause pain to the employees.
Thank you for that. I have I guess some follow-up. We may not, this may be I'm trying to figure out how we could get this data. Senator Looney alluded to like the percentage of disputes that actually go to strike is minimal, right? I mean, it's a small number, and I guess how could you quantify that? Every time a contract comes up for renewal, is that how you would do it? If 100 contracts came up for renewal and 2 ended in strike, would you say you got a 2%? I'm honestly saying I'm not sure how you could compute that. If you have if for the ones that do come to an agreement. Is there data on the percentage of disputes?
If I can jump in for a moment, I think that there is data that's maintained by the federal government under the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And so we could probably get that data. I don't know if you have state data.
Well, as far as the state, you're in luck. We're going to have the Economic Policy Institute, EPI, come in later on. Questions definitely for him. I can tell you in Connecticut, we've had 4 strikes since 2021 that have lasted over 2 weeks. That represents 0.04% of all claims filed during that period of time. So to say that that is going to have an effect on the unemployment trust fund solvency, and I sit on the unemployment insurance board, so it's something that's closely monitored. I come from that local. I worked at DOL, and I can tell you unequivocally that 0.4% of all claims is not going to have any effect on the trust fund. And also remember, it's an individual experience rating, so it would have no effect on it because that individual rating would go up, which would then reimburse the fund. So it is truly a false narrative that this has anything to do with the unemployment trust fund due to the individual rating in the 0.04% of all claims during this period of time. And you can learn from New York and New Jersey, which have similar laws already on the books. It has not prolonged strikes at all. The data does not show that. I'm a big data guy. The data does not show that. And the data does not show it had any effect at all on their unemployment trust funds. So it really is a false narrative.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I believe I brought up the, talking about affecting the experience rating, but, yeah, I did. Oh, for you, Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just you and me here, Ed, apparently.
I know, and I
Madam
should be,
Chair,
I
sorry.
should be more strict about it because I do want to, before you ask the next question, you said it two different ways in what you just said about the impact on the trust fund as being, first you said 0.4 and then you said
Oh.
0.04. It's 0.04,
Yeah,
is that correct?
0.04. Yep. It's 400th.
Yeah.
Yes. So it is as minimal as you can possibly get at that. If that affects the trust fund, we got much bigger problems.
Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I don't think I have a ton more questions, but you know, you took me through, and I'm looking forward to further testimony from the people who have been on strike. I think that's good advice. You know, I know where we're going to differ, and I think haven't been convinced is that, you know, you've talked about that after all the meetings have failed, right, and we're at an impasse, and we can't get the workers are not getting the result they're looking for. The employer is not willing to budge at that point. The last best and final is not, which may not be the case. But the workers make the choice to, and it's not, I'm not saying it's an easy choice. I'm not saying it's taken lightly at all. We've been through this last year when we had this discussion. It comes down to a choice. There's a vote taken, it's willful, which goes against the labor law that we have that says through no fault of their own, like, you know, somebody who's let go, who's fired, who's laid off from lack of work, that's out of their control. But this, to some degree, I need somebody to admit that this is within the worker's control. And I don't think we're being honest when we say it's not. You know, that's you know, talking about changing the law, that's one thing, but it is a choice. So I'll reserve further judgment. I look forward. I thank you for the testimony. I look forward to hearing from others today. I keep my ears open, and I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Ed. Two things that I wanted to highlight that may have changed since last year. One is that the public and the workers are much more acutely aware of the high costs that they bear and the record profits that often these big multinational out-of-state corporations are making. And that has further heightened the unfairness, the basic fairness. I know one thing that when the Stop and Shop workers were on strike, once they explained to the customers the very basic that they were fighting for, the customers were like, yeah, no problem. I'll stay away and boycott and go shop somewhere else. It was an educational process, but that was during the pandemic. This is now. And the second thing I wanted to highlight and ask you about is, do you think the rollbacks of the labor protections that we are seeing right now and being threatened with right now make this bill more urgent and imperative?
Absolutely makes it more urgent and imperative. With the non-functioning National Labor Relations Board, it will be almost impossible to enforce the laws that we do have on the books. And this would provide, like I said, a backstop. And also, just to show you, I carry this around with me every time I testify. It's what we called solidarity bucks during the Stop and Shop strike. And we handed these out to people going into Stop and Shop to educate. They're trying to go into Stop and Shop when they were out on strike to educate them to exactly what was going on. And right on it, it says, Ahold Dolly's, Stop and Shop's parent company, made $2 billion in profit in 2018. The strike occurred in 2019. So we're dealing with a corporation that was highly profitable, that was trying to take away family health care from these workers. So if that's the last best and final offer, guess what? It wasn't. They still have it. It was a lie.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, the final thing is when people are utilizing the strike fund, I mean, how many of these potentially striking workers are living paycheck to paycheck and literally cannot afford to even take 50%.
I mean, the vast majority, 47% of the American public cannot afford a $400 unexpected expense. And the employers know this, they use it, they weaponize it, and they attempt to starve us out. As the studio executive said, the end game is for people to lose their houses and lose their apartments, become desperate enough that they accept that offer and return to that job. And the employer wants the power. I often ask myself, why are employers fighting this with approximately 7 to 9% of the private sector is unionized? Those are the only people that can strike. And that's because they realize it does have that ripple effect. As I went over with the UAW, employers are worried that they are going to lose the power of deciding what our wages are going to be. The only way that we get out of this hole that we were dug in with inflation in the pandemic is to increase the wages of the workers so that our spending power meets the same as it was prior to the pandemic. And this is a way to do that. It helps not only union workers, it helps all workers. And that's what I'm not hearing enough of.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Gothier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. So, Mr. Hawthorne, you know, we've heard some discussion around this concept of quote unquote, you know, workers' free choice. And I think you just kind of spoke to it in part, you know, kind of how free that choice really is when you have to pay bills at the end of the week. But I'm thinking of it even in a more specific context that when, and you kind of alluded to it, when an employer like an Amazon or a Starbucks doesn't even recognize a bargaining unit after they're formed, for me, I don't see how that could possibly be characterized as the workers' decision when they're going out on strike, or that it is their free choice to do that. They've done everything that they're supposed to do. They played by the rules. So maybe you could speak more to that situation where an employer just flat out refuses to even recognize a bargaining unit, and what are workers supposed to do in that situation? Thank you.
As you'll hear from everyone today, and as you've already heard from our brave machinists from Pratt & Whitney, the strike only occurs when you're out of options, when there is no other choice but to withhold your work and feel that pain. It's a false, it really is false to say that it is a choice, because it's not. They're trying to exercise their rights and get the recognition that they voted on. Some people, everyone likes to talk about organizing. Organizing is hard. It's extremely hard to organize a union. It might be even more difficult to get that first contract, though. And we've seen that with Starbucks. It's drag on and on and on, despite multiple stores unionizing. They appear to have absolutely no regard for that and just want to break the union, because that's the ultimate goal. The employer wants to keep the power. And when the union is at the table, they give up some of that power, because when you sit at a bargaining table, you are on equal footing. There's not a boss, there's not employees, there's two parties bargaining. And that's really what they want, is to take every advantage possible to get every gain possible so they can pay dividends to their shareholders, keep their shareholders happy at the expense of the workers. And if this election taught us anything, it's that workers are fed up. We're sick and tired of being sick and tired, and we're going to fight. And this bill would allow us to have that backstop for the employers to give a second thought of not providing an offer that they know they would accept. I mean, if you look at these offers, or these agreements, the best offers are the ones, they always used to say it at the courthouse, where both parties are equally unhappy but willing to live with it. And that's what a contract ends up being. It's not a winner and a loser. It's two people getting together and trying to come to an agreement. And if everyone bargains in good faith and is willing to put in the work to get to that agreement, then it often occurs. That's why you don't see that many strikes. And you don't see strikes last all that long. But that backstop needs to be there. And it is even more pressing, to Representative Yu's point, that we do that now with a non-functioning NLRB that appears to have no indication that it will become functioning at any time in the near future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ed, for coming before the committee today. in your testimony, you noted that just 21 strikes took place in Connecticut over approximately the last 4 or 5 years, and only 5 of them lasted longer than 2 weeks. Now, you might hear from our side that we're going to argue that this would cause more strikes. It would give more incentives for more strikes. You disagree. So in that case, if there are only 5 instances of this taking place over a 5-year period, and we don't expect that to go up, wouldn't it be more fair for the unions themselves to fund these types of benefits? I know that many unions have strike funds that are sourced from those union members, and when we talk about fairness, isn't it more fair to ask the money to come from those strike funds rather than the workers, who or the employers who are paying this unemployment insurance premium, which, it might be easy to say that that money just comes from the employer, but it really comes at the expense of other workers and other potential workers, where if, those premiums were to go up substantially, they wouldn't be able to hire more employees. So again, a question of fairness. Would it be more fair for this to come from the strike funds rather than from the unemployment insurance fund?
So Representative Canino, welcome to the committee. First of all, and it's not really me that disagrees. It's what the numbers show, that these don't lengthen strikes. As far as the strike funds, they tend to be meager. I believe you can ask the workers directly how much it was. It's usually, I believe, Stop and Shop, and they can correct me in their testimony if I'm wrong, was about $100 a week for strike funds. So there's not this large pot of money that we're trying to enrich people with. That is not the case at all. And as far as fairness, if the employer breaks the law and forces these people out on strike and has an unfair labor practice, which forces them out, which I said is always the case, because without that charge, they can be permanently replaced. But with that charge, the employer has to let them back on the job. So if the employer breaks the law, they should have to pay a price for that. And the price for that is providing the workers with unemployment compensation.
Thank you. And, I know you cite the New Jersey case and the New York case. I mean, I'm a little skeptical of the usefulness of that data, just considering that New Jersey just shortened it to 2 weeks in 2023, I believe. And New York's had this law in the books since the 30s, but they shortened it to 2 weeks in, was it 2019, 2020. So we're talking about 2 states with relatively short data amounts of time to draw data from, that have populations, economies, markets of a different scope, scale, and size compared to Connecticut. But I don't want to go on for too much longer. I just have one more question. In the General Assembly here, we see mission creep sometimes, where we pass something, it's clearly defined, and then we come back the next year to fix it. So if this bill were to pass, would there be any efforts by the industry to maybe shorten it to 7 days, a 7-day waiting period instead? Going forward, do we see this 14-day metric as holding if this were to be passed?
Representative Canino, if I could predict the future, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be on a beach somewhere. But I can't predict the future on that. I can tell you the data shows from those. And remember, the data that you are going to hear, especially from New York, occurred, I don't know if you heard the term Strike-Tember. So that data actually covers a period of time when strikes were on the rise. So we're probably during that period of time looking at the top end of what it would ever be when workers were standing up and going out on strike at mass scale, which is died off and people still go out on strike. But it's not something that we as a union movement take lightly. It's not something that workers want to do. And it's not something that this bill would encourage is further strikes. And I encourage you to ask those very pointed questions to the data experts of the Economic Policy Institute, which will be with you later on today.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for, again, coming before us today. I definitely have a great amount of respect for what you do and for the people you represent. Clearly, I believe that unions, should have a right to exist. They serve a very important purpose. And yeah, I definitely hear your concerns when employers are acting unlawfully, and then that disturbs me as well. I just like my ranking member Senator Samson said earlier, believe that the state of Connecticut should be playing a role of a referee here rather than, playing backup quarterback for one side. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion, and that's the end of my questioning. Thank you.
Representative Canino. I'm sorry, Canino. I already called on you, Representative Shake.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, Mr. Hawthorne, for being here today. I don't have an issue with HB 6904. I think that workers, whether before or during the pandemic, unfortunately, we have too many bad actors or bad employers who take advantage of workers, exploit workers for the bottom dollar at any cost necessary. And I'm happy and proud that here in Connecticut that this is something that is being considered again with what is happening in real time in Washington, D.C. And in particularly SB 8 with the protections for our workers that are in the warehouse. My background is healthcare. So OSHA being disabled potentially has a direct impact on everyone that is across every single labor sector. So with some of the information that you shared with us regarding the injury rates for those workers, that also was a whoop for me because, in healthcare, nursing has been the number one position, job that has had the highest rate of injury. So to know that that is happening more regularly and that you're actually advocating and trying to prevent those working conditions to be as dangerous as they are with the incoming of the dismantling of OSHA or other worker protections is something that I do believe is our responsibility as legislators to become those referees to make sure that our workers are protected. So in the event of OSHA not being in place and other workplace protections that we have, how would you see SB 8, I think, being the beginning of us as the legislature putting laws into place to protect our workers?
And I 100% agree with you. OSHA, it's very troubling. There's actually a bill that's been introduced to abolish OSHA. So that is on the books. But OSHA, I always say a law is only as good as its enforcement. Currently, we have a lack of OSHA inspectors. Pretty soon, we might not have any. In fact, I reference it every year at our Workers' Memorial Day. It'll take, I believe, over 100 years for the OSHA inspectors in Connecticut to inspect every single workplace in the state of Connecticut. This bill would provide further protections for workers that are currently working under, by what the statistics show, is unsafe conditions. So we need to make sure that corporations don't treat people like machines or like numbers on a page, but the human beings that we are. And I believe this bill is an important step to bring that forward, in that it tells the employers that, yes, you are going to have to disclose production quotas, which is reasonable. You're going to have to protect people from working through breaks, whether that be meal, rest breaks, bathroom breaks, as I referenced earlier. The anti-retaliation measures, which OSHA has as well when you file OSHA complaints, and just the data collection and monitoring so we can gather more information on this and keep an eye on the problem and see what a difference the bill is making. But I do believe it will make a difference. It will make the workplace safer and hopefully cut down on these high injury rates that we see at these facilities, where people are treated like machines. They're treated as less than human and expected to produce superhuman results when you are, well, in fact, only just human.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you all.
Next up is Heather Merrick.
Afternoon, Senator Kushner, esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Heather Merrick. I live in East Hartford. I'm a machinist at Pratt & Whitney RTX Technologies and a proud member of Local 700. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. I was once a young woman, worker, and then a young mom. Maybe compared to you. It's difficult to juggle all of that, and finances were tight. My second contract in December of 2001, right after 9/11, there was an overall uncertainty of a nation, but in particular, our industry. The company was coming hard after our benefits, and we had to make the tough decision to go on strike. As scary as it was, losing my benefits was even scarier. So I packed up the stroller and my diaper bag and my 9-month-old baby, and we went to walk a picket line. These days, I'm an older woman, worker, and mom, definitely a little better prepared to handle such a hardship. But there are many young workers with young children who would be in the same shoes that I wore then. This bill would literally be a lifesaver and a small peace of mind for those making that hard decision. More importantly, it would most likely lead to less strikes and more ratified, reasonable contracts. I thank you for your time and thank you for letting me speak in favor of this bill, and help working people help you.
Thank you, Heather. I don't see any hands. Thank you for being here today.
All right, thank you.
Next up, we have Juliet Sabo. And Juliet's coming to us online, so you'll see her up on the screen there.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Juliet Sabo. I am a union member, shop steward, and executive board member of the UFCW Local 919. Myself and my husband have worked at Stop and Shop for over 43 years. Back in 2019, I was prepared for the strike. I had been preparing for weeks. I prepared by saving money to pay our bills ahead of time. I stocked my car with anything we might need for the strike line. I bought gloves for my coworkers in case of inclement weather. I gathered and updated all the phone numbers of the members in the store. When and if the strike happened, we would be ready. But I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared to look my coworkers in the eye and tell them it was going to be okay, not knowing if it really was. I wasn't prepared to talk them out of crossing that line. I wasn't prepared to bring them lunch because they weren't thinking ahead. I wasn't prepared to not really see my husband for 10 days. I wasn't prepared to make my son feel better when he was so scared. I wasn't prepared for my daughter to be walking the picket line with her father on her birthday. I wasn't prepared to spend Easter Sunday walking the line. I wasn't prepared for my oldest daughter to have to make Easter baskets for her siblings. I wasn't prepared to maybe lose the life my husband and I had built together because of a greedy corporation who I gave over 40 years of my life to. It was reassuring to know that every day we had support from our communities backing us up. It helped motivate us to keep us going until we got the deal that we deserved. Striking workers don't walk the line for fun. We walked the line because everything we worked for our whole lives for was on the line. Our wages, our insurance, our pensions. We had no choice but to go out on strike. States like New York already support striking workers receiving unemployment benefits. Looking back, I think that if we could have received unemployment insurance during our strike, it would have helped us hold on longer to get a better deal, or would have incentivized Stop and Shop to come to the table with a better deal from the beginning and avoid the strike altogether. I hope that this year is the year that this bill will pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Oh, Representative Gothier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Juliet, just a quick question, when you went out on strike, were you, I think you kind of made it pretty clear, but I'll just ask directly, were you looking forward to going out on strike? And at any time, were you interested or hoping to extend that strike longer than it needed to go? Thank you.
Definitely was not looking forward to going on strike, but I was doing everything I could to be prepared for that day when it happened. I was trying to think ahead and make sure that when it happened, our members would be ready. And we were ready. And no, why would I want a strike to go on longer?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, thanks for being with us today and taking the time to testify.
Thank you.
Next up, we have James Case.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is James Case. I live in Weathersfield. I'm here on behalf of the proud members of the Communication Workers of America, Local 1298. We represent workers for Frontier and AT&T in the state of Connecticut, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of bills SB 8 and HB 6904. I've submitted my full testimony online, so I'd rather take this opportunity to address the most common and erroneous criticism regarding striking workers. The most common comment is that striking is a choice. So let's talk about choices. There are willful choices and choices of necessity. I'm not going to that movie because I can't afford it as a choice of necessity, whereas should I see that movie is a choice of willfulness. For example, if you're financially distressed and you're choosing between eating chicken ramen or beef ramen, that's the illusion of choice. You're going to eat ramen either way. Going on strike is the illusion of choice. When the employer bargains in such bad faith that a strike is necessary and there's no alternative, that's the illusion of choice. While starving your employees into submission now or starve them long term, now that is a choice made by the employer. Employers get to choose how they negotiate, whereas employees can only react to that choice. Nobody wakes up in the morning, stretches big and long, and says, today's a fantastic day to go on strike. It never happens that way. What does happen is you get up early, prepare to go defend your livelihood, whether it's in 100-degree weather, 12-degree cold, rain, snow, what have you. You have no choice but to do your best to make your life better, your life and the life of your family. I've been on strike multiple times in my life. I almost lost my vehicle the first time, my apartment, and I did lose my paycheck. That being said, my employer was not bargaining in good faith, but was playing games with not only my life, but the life of my coworkers. Shortly thereafter, my supervisor told me directly after the strike, they were going to give you that contract either way. They just wanted to make money for the month that you were on strike to help subsidize it. And that puts the spotlight on the problem. Starvation tactics are a common cause of the strikes. Make them suffer, they'll come crawling back. Well, workers aren't worms. We don't crawl. What we do is we fight for the livelihood in the face of adversity. These workers are residents, there are families, and importantly, they're also your constituents. They deserve not only respect, but they deserve an even playing field in negotiation with their employers, and that is also an illusion. There is no even playing field. This does not even the playing field. It is still tilted heavily towards the employer. While they may consider reconsider that tact if their employees can get unemployment benefits after 2 weeks. Of note, a vast majority of strikes last far less than 2 weeks. Mr. Case, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remark. Very good. Thank you for letting me testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see, oh, Representative Gothier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So I think I've gone over this point a couple times about, free choice, and you talked about it in your testimony. You also talked about kind of the conditions and what it's like being out on strike. Maybe could you elucidate that a little bit further? You said you almost lost your car. When you're out there on the ground, what it's like during the day, kind of what it's like in terms of a family situation at home, types of conversations you're having at the end of the night. So just the process of being out on strike. Could you just talk more from your personal perspective on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. So I work for Frontier, was SNET at the time. We went on strike in 1998, when I was a much younger guy then. I had a vehicle, and here we're on strike for over a month. Well, that nice vehicle that I thought, hey, I'm a young guy, I can afford this vehicle. Well, guess what? when you're on strike, you're not going to afford that. And the strike fund is not even close to what your normal pay is. Even with unemployment, it's not even close. Even if they're mixed together, it's not even probably half of what you're normally making. So I had an apartment that I was going to lose. My parents had already moved out of state at that time. So I'm not going back home at 26 years old. And meanwhile, fast forward a few years later, SNET's taken over a couple times, and we go through more negotiations. And I happen to be in Dallas near the headquarters of one of the corporations that took over SNET. Their symbol, their corporate logo is the Death Star, by the way, just to be clear. And they have this nice headquarters, and I see people going in at like 8 o'clock at night in the building. And so we kind of walk over, and I'm like, we go in, it's their corporate artwork. They have a corporate artwork. Meanwhile, they're nickel and diming us on our healthcare with their corporate artwork. See, there to display to the public. I mean, then while we're on strike, I mean, we'll reverse back in time. I mean, we're currently in negotiations with Frontier. It is the winter. Our contract expired a few months ago, but we're extending it as we negotiate, as good negotiations go. However, if they had come with their best and final offer and it was December, or if it's February and it's snowing like it was yesterday, or if it's 15 degrees, we're out striking. Okay. And I mean, luckily in my field, we're out working in those conditions anyways, right? Because we're phone guys or internet guys. So that being said, we don't like it then either. We certainly don't like it when we have to walk in circles because the company's not negotiating in good faith while they have their corporate artwork sitting in a nice Dallas office.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question.
Sure.
You discuss the difference between willful choice and choices of necessity.
Yeah.
But in that discussion, I feel like there is a choice that is lost, which again, I'm not trying to minimize the situation, I'm not trying to make light of it or take it lightly, but there is a choice in that situation where you have this, let's say employer who's allegedly negotiating in bad faith, isn't coming to the table, isn't providing the things that the worker wants. There is a choice to find alternative employment, either in a different industry or for a different employer within that same industry. This language that an individual's back is against the wall in these negotiations. I mean, the president of the AFL-CIO just said that sometimes these strikes, you can see them coming for 2 years, 3 years in advance. So in those cases, isn't it not a choice? Because don't get me wrong, I've changed jobs a couple times in my career. I understand, how frustrating it can be, how scary it can be sometimes, and that, especially when you don't have a lot of money, that it can be difficult. But we're talking over a period of 2, maybe 3 years in front of that strike. Is that not a choice to be able to find alternative employment?
Thank you for the question and welcome to the committee, by the way. I don't know anyone that knows a strike is coming 2 or 3 years in advance. That would be amazing if we could know that. We have difficult negotiations with Frontier right now, and I don't know if we're going to go on strike. I don't foresee it. I don't think we will, but we may. So you really don't know if you're ever going to go on strike. There is no foresight. You know, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't see ahead of time. But to your point, there is no choice. Your back is against the wall, and especially for a career employee at a place like Pratt & Whitney or like Frontier, you're not just, where am I going to go? Am I going to go to Joe's local telecom company? Like, that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, there sometimes are no options. There are no options in my field. So that isn't always a choice. When your back is against the wall, your back is actually against the wall. Like, you need this contract, and you need it to be a fair contract. And if they are not negotiating in good faith, that fair contract cannot be established through normal means.
Representative Canino.
Thank you, Mr. Case. And yeah, I guess that's just a, point of disagreement between the two of us. There is always a choice. I've had instances in my life where I had jobs that, I didn't feel like I was being paid enough. I didn't feel like I was getting the correct benefits. I didn't feel like there were correct opportunities for advancement. And I found, employment in not only in that field, but in some cases in other fields. And I get the point of, limited competition, in the field that you guys work in, and finding a job in that exact industry might be difficult. But skills can always be transferable. People always have options, and there is choice. And thank you for welcoming me to the committee. I feel very welcome here. This is, a lot of friendly faces.
Welcome to the other new.
Yeah,
So,
and thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
That's the end of my questioning.
all right. And with all due respect, you're significantly younger than I am. You have a lot more employment options than I do. Okay, you're not in your late 50s. Whereas if it was 1998 again, I would have a lot more options. But at this point, me and people of my age, or, we might not have those same options. So thank you.
Hold on a second. That question that you were asked did spark a question of mine, because
Sure.
I wasn't going to say you're of a certain age, but I was thinking,
You
about,
like the white beard, right?
I've watched it get white over the years.
Hey, shh, we're in public.
I did want to ask you a question, because one of the things that I assume you calculate into needing to keep this particular job is your retirement. And could you talk about that a little? How long have you been there, and what would happen if you were to leave?
Sure. I have been with, like I said, formerly SNET to SBC to AT&T to Frontier for close to 29 years. I do have good retirement. I can't achieve that with the math on the top of my head, I think until 62. So if I were to leave now, I would be within 3 years of reaching the point where, in theory, I could retire then. I mean, it wouldn't be financially in my best interest. I should still really work later than that. But to start a new career now, it would tear asunder a lot of what has been an overall plan in my life, and that's to create a good nest egg for myself. Now, everyone's not in my position. Some are better, some are worse. But in my scenario, yes. I mean, that if I were to lose this job, that would be a significant hit to my livelihood and my life.
Thank you. Representative Canino.
Thank you. And that's not the first time that someone has used my age against me in this sphere. It's unfortunate that,
It's jealousy.
we have to get to that. But, my point still rings true, is that there is choice, no matter what the circumstances is. And I'm just unfortunate we disagree with that there. But again, I appreciate you coming up here today.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Frank Ricci, and Frank, you're online, so if you would unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's an honor to testify before this committee. I'm a fellow at Yankee Institute and a former union president. The proposed bill on perceived workers' right will worsen Connecticut's affordability crisis and ignite labor unrest. Yankee Institute opposes these bills that seek to have state government intervene in the free market by making striking workers eligible for unemployment benefits and setting arbitrary standards for warehouse workers. I've walked the picket line supporting Sikorsky workers, and I stood with Stop and Shop workers because I wanted them to be treated fairly. But I did that knowing that both sides were required to balance their interests, incentivizing them to get back to the bargaining table. However, these bills change that dynamic by having state government put their thumb on the scale. Unemployment is intended as a safety net for workers who lost their job at no fault of their own. When a strike occurs, we see GoFundMe initiatives and union strike funds come into play. This is the responsibility of the union, not the responsibility of business owners or taxpayers. Even more pernicious is the unions see this as an opportunity to pick the pocket of Connecticut businesses to subsidize or to take the place of strike funds. This will allow the unions to move that money to wade even deeper into funding political initiatives. The unions want to use this leverage to pressure employees into caving into their demands. One of the union's own call to action letters state, and I quote, "If employers understood that their employment insurance experience rating could be impacted if the strike goes on longer than 2 weeks, they would be more likely to come to the table and bargain," end quote. This also will artificially increase the length of strikes. One Stop and Shop worker provided testimony to this very committee in 2022 on a same issue, and I quote said, "Had we had unemployment benefits to rely on during the 2019 strike, we might have been able to stay out of work longer." It's worth mentioning that even the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, vetoed a similar bill due to the cost to the unemployment fund. For warehouse workers, this legislation is legislative overreach that could cost jobs, increase delivery times, and limit economic development, when it's easy for these companies to just move right across the state border. Workers in Connecticut have the right to form a union. They shouldn't have the right to have state government negotiate for them. It's time to put Connecticut's taxpayers and business first and make this state affordable for everybody, not just handpicked special interests. I've submitted written testimony, and I'd also be happy to take any questions.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Frank. Just one question. We've talked a lot today about the effects that this might have and debated a lot of, those points. But I wanted to ask you, again, along the lines of fairness, is mandating businesses to pay striking workers through unemployment funds the proper role of government in your mind?
Representative, absolutely not. We want labor and management to work together. Absolutely. But this is not the proper role of government. We have to look out for all the taxpayers in Connecticut. Earlier on, Senator Looney talked about Winchester's in New Haven on Winchester Avenue and Division Street. I worked in New Haven as a firefighter, and I saw that plant close as a result of high labor costs that devastated the neighborhood, led to more fires, drug activity. And only now is that neighborhood starting to come back, but that neighborhood's coming back with different types of jobs and lower amounts of employees versus the factory that actually helped that New Hall neighborhood in the city of New Haven.
All set? Seeing no other hands, thank you. Oops, is that on? Did you hear me say that?
Yes, thank you.
We have a panel, Lawrence Sanchez, Justin Donahue, and Renerick Medina. Ronerick, did I say your name? Ronerick? Nice to meet you. When each of you speak, you will have to sort of, you might want to move one chair on the other side, so that way you have three of you close together there. Usually we have a bigger hearing room and we have a bigger desk there, so sorry that you're so crowded today. If you're ready, go ahead.
Good afternoon, senators and representatives of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ronerick Medina. I live in Hartford and work at iHealth. I work as a warehouse processor for DSM iHealth, and I'm a member of Teamsters Local 671. Thank you for the chance to testify in support of SB 8, HB 6904, and HB 6907. We had to go on strike on December 2nd, 2024, and are still on strike to this day. My decision to go on strike in my eyes was easy to make, seeing that the company was stalling in negotiations. The negotiations that did happen had little movement or input from the company as they were trying to brush it aside. While this was occurring, the company had been forcing 72-hour work weeks, and if we could not do it, we would get reprimanded. I have been outside in the freezing cold every day to show the company we are not going away. This is the first time I've been on strike and the first time being a part of a union. I am grateful to be part of it. I can keep on fighting for better working conditions because of the strike fund, but understand that not every union has a strike fund. This bill would undoubtedly help workers who are put in a position where the company keeps stalling and they need to choose between working in terrible conditions or continuing to provide for their family at the cost of their well-being. This is why I felt I had to testify in favor of this bill. In addition, we need warehouse workers' protections to ensure that companies cannot act like iHealth, has been imposing harmful production quotas and puts workers at risk of injury. Thank you again, senators and representatives. Questions or next?
Okay. Good afternoon, senators and representatives of the Labor Public Employees Committee. My name is Justin Donahue. I live in East Windsor and I worked at iHealth. I work as a warehouse processor for DSM iHealth and a member of Teamsters Local 671. Thank you for the chance to testify in support of SB 8, HB 6904, and HB 6907. Going on strike is never easy, as the companies have all the power when it comes to stalling and even potentially waiting out the striking workers. The majority of strikes that occur are unfair labor practice strikes due to the company breaking labor laws and creating unsafe and toxic work environments. When we choose to go on strike, it had been after the company had been stalling for 9 months in negotiations and had been committing numerous unfair labor practices. Instead of hiring enough workers, the company chose to force excess overtime every week and forced everyone to come in and work on Memorial Day, which was previously accepted holiday. While being forced to work excessive overtime, I injured my shoulder, and with all the excessive hours, I have had little time to spend with my family, especially my son, who is about to turn 4 years old. While on strike, we were not sitting at home twiddling our thumbs, but rather we were out, no matter the weather conditions, to demonstrate our strength and solidarity as a union. With the strike fund from our international union, I was able to continue to provide for my family despite these hard times. However, not every union has a strike fund. This bill will help other workers who do not have access to a strike fund be able to continue financially while waiting for the company to come back to the table. In addition, we need warehouse worker protections to ensure that companies cannot act like iHealth by imposing harmful production quotas that puts workers at risk of injury. Thank you.
Good afternoon, senators and representatives of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Lawrence Sanchez. I live in New Britain and worked as a senior quality assurance technician for iHealth that is represented by Teamsters Local 671. I thank you for this opportunity to speak out in support of SB 8, HB 6904, and HB 6907. When workers choose to go on strike, it is never an easy choice to make. It is in response to companies' bad faith bargaining, unsafe working conditions, such as what we faced at iHealth. When our group voted to go on this strike, the company had been stalling for 9 months, changed the working conditions, and enforced mandatory overtime. This is all in retaliation to our unionization efforts. When the unfair labor practices we had on them, they withheld raises that they were normally supposed to give. As soon as we won the election, they forced the mandatory overtime from 10 hours every week to 10, 12 hours every week, including Saturdays. They took away Memorial Day, which was normally an accepted holiday written in by the company that they previously accepted, and told everyone to come into work last minute, the day before, that you need to come in. So people could not change their plans, and they were just told, well, if you don't come in, you get an occurrence. You get enough occurrences, they fire you. So this is what we were dealing with while we were deciding to go on strike. Then we went on strike on December 2nd with all this in mind, hoping that the company would actually take it seriously, come to the table, and bargain in good faith. My hope is that this bill will help all warehouse workers across the state, regardless if they are in union or not, by helping curb these harsh production quotas. Again, at iHealth, the quotas would change almost daily, where you can be forced to have to stay in overtime because now the number that they wanted to meet went from 20 million to 32 million. You need to make it 32 million this month. And they would then have you come in and stay mandatory overtime last minute. They'll tell you right on Friday, oh, by the way, we didn't make the number. You need to come in Saturday now. So they force you to change your plans. You can't plan to be with your family. You can't plan to go grocery shopping, to go and do the daily life necessities when you're working 12 hours Monday through Saturday. There's no time to have a life when you're doing that. So these are all or why we need for the warehouse protections to at least know upfront, hey, if you're going to be working us like a sweatshop, maybe I don't want that job. But that was never conveyed when we applied to this. This bill will help clarify that and put in safeguards that will help us and all warehouse workers in Connecticut. And again, I would like to thank the distinguished members of this committee, and if there are any questions, I'd be more than willing to take them.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. Did you, or you just organized recently? During that organizing campaign, did you face a lot of opposition from the employer?
Yes. While we were organizing, there was a very harsh anti-union campaign from the company. They came in and this warehouse bill also about safety, where during the unionizing campaign, they were like, oh, you don't need the union. You guys want better forklifts, because right now we have aging old forklifts that haven't been replaced in years. Where one of them was even leaking hydraulic fluid, and they came into the union, the forced captive audience meeting. We're like, oh, don't worry, we're gonna spend $250,000 getting you new equipment. It's gonna be great. Yeah, you don't need to unionize. We hear you. You have a voice. Then we won the election. Where are those forklifts? They said they were already going to spend money on it. They didn't do it. And to this day, they haven't replaced them. They were also threatening that, they were hinting that they would close the warehouse, saying, the DSM has other warehouses in other states. I don't know what'll happen. Essentially saying that, hey, if you unionize, we're going to fire you. So there was a very harsh campaign, and we still pulled through together and unionized because we wanted a better working environment at this company where we've been working for many years.
So can you describe a little bit about the emotional toll it takes on you as workers? And any one of you can respond.
I can start and then you can respond to that. It's always hard to go on strike, and being out there is not fun and games. We've been out there every day, rain, shine, hail, sleet or snow, in the cold December weather. Since December all the way till now, we're still out there to this day. So when you're seeing it's raining and snowing outside, we're out there walking the picket line.
It's not a game. It's not a joke. It's us fighting for our rights. And then people saying just, oh, you could hope, why couldn't you just find another job? Well, we have our retirements to think about. We want to work here with a good union contract where we're not treated as expendable that you can just replace every day.
Would any of the rest of you want to comment?
So to comment on your question, about like the effects on our individual lives. Well, working 10, 12-hour days, moving packages all day, it takes a physical toll on your body, like with my injury. I ended up straining my shoulder just from all the excessive overtime, and my hand and my arm started turning like black and blue and losing circulation as well. And then on top of all of the overtime, that doesn't leave you any time to grocery shop, take care and raise your kids. Because all you're doing is eat, sleeping, and working. And the company just gives you a choice of whether or not to, if you either provide for your kid or you don't work. And then they also, so I worked on second shift in this company. So I work from 12 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. And they force people to come in Saturday and work on first shift. So I don't get home until like 9:30 p.m. And then they want us to be in at work at 5 a.m. in the morning. So I get less than 6 hours of sleep and anywhere between 4 to 5 hours of sleep. And we talked to them about it, but they didn't give us any option. They just didn't open up another shift on Saturday. They just said, nope, you got to work then.
So we've heard from, and you did mention a little bit in your, and I'm sorry, I should know each of your names, but I think, who's Lawrence? Lawrence?
Lawrence, yes.
Lawrence, you mentioned that you have retirement and you've been there a number of years, because that question keeps coming up. Why don't you just go get another job?
Well, the retirement benefits vary from job to job, and it's not always that you can keep what you're getting, right? You might have it that 401k now that goes from 4% to only 2%. So that puts it at jeopardy. Where now, if you're about to be vested in the company, where the company says after 3 years you're fully vested and it will meet you at X amount more, and then you want to keep staying in that company because it has a good offer, but then you're like, oh, find another job somewhere else. If they don't have that similar offer, or they won't accept a transfer of your 401k, or all these other issues. Again, maybe the healthcare is better here, but then you go to the other company, if you're saying you can find one, then the healthcare is not as good. The idea is not just pick up and give up, find another job. It's we as workers want to come together, have a reasonable, fair contract that ensures good working conditions, and basically keep working there without having to basically be forced to work in an unsafe environment.
Representative Wilson.
First and foremost, I want to thank you guys for coming in and testifying. My co-chair, Representative Sanchez, he also wants to convey his how proud he is of you and the work that you've done, not only to help unionize, but to bring light to the issue that you guys face as workers at this given employer. I've got several questions. And really the first one is when the employer, when you guys went out on strike, the employer has hired replacement workers?
So correct. We went out on strike and they've immediately, well, the first week they weren't prepared and they were basically asking their office people, oh, come in and volunteer, do the work, which they can't do, but they're perfectly fine of breaking labor law. This is no surprise. So they had them come in and start doing our work. That wasn't working out for them. So then they went through manpower and basically were hiring anyone. It doesn't matter if you met the bare requirements, if you didn't have a GED, if you had a previous felony, they're hiring everyone because they wanted to replace them and they didn't think that we would do it. They were hoping that we'd be too afraid and too scared and that we would take what they were giving us. Their last offer was, again, oh, we'll give you a bunch of these things, but you can still come in, you have to work 72 hours mandatory. That was their offer. That's not something we can take. That's not reasonable. You can't do that. We don't want to be forced to work that like in a sweatshop conditions unsafely. And then when we asked about, we brought up in negotiations for again second shift, when they forced them to come in Saturdays, they're not taking into account their second shift now being forced to work first shift. So some people that have like 40-minute commute, if they're from second shift, they're going to get home at like 12 at midnight. And then what are you going to do? Are you going to be able to cook, shower, and do your family life necessities? Or, well, wait, you can't because you need to wake up and be back at 5 a.m. to work first shift. So these concerns were not being addressed. They were kept on stalling. During one of the negotiations, the lawyer, a company lawyer, was like, oh, I can't really talk for the next 3 weeks. I'm off on vacation in Europe. And then after that, they kept stalling and stalling. So this is what we were dealing with, a company that wasn't taking it seriously, that wanted to keep trying to kick it down the road. And then whenever we would get anything of substance, they wouldn't even pay attention. Again, the first contract the union sent to them, the first draft, the company lawyer came in, opened up with, oh yeah, I've had it for a month, but I haven't had a chance to read it. Let's go through it line by line. His whole job is to read the contract and go over it. And he's basically saying, I didn't bother giving you the time of day to look at it. Let's just do it right now. That's unacceptable.
Uh, Through you, Madam Chair, just, Senator Kushner touched on retirement. When you went out on strike, did you lose the healthcare benefits and other benefits within the company? Did they fire many of the employees? Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so we've lost our health care since it's been over a month. Retirement, if some of us were already vested in it, but the majority of us didn't have that 3-year met. So one of our members was 2 months away from doing so. So they're not going to get vested in that 401k. And then again, staying true to their not care and disregard for any laws, they, on the second day of the strike, on a UOP strike, not an economic, we have multiple filed unfair labor practices against them. They fired everyone on the second day of the strike that was out there striking via text message. Again, this is a protected strike. They chose to do it anyway, assuming that they can just stall it down and hope we'd give up. And again, they fired people saying that, oh, it was a voluntary resignation, which it wasn't. And they sent that message to people that were on second shift who were striking with us, who didn't even start that day. They also sent it to one of the people that was on PTO the first day, which is why he wasn't there, and then joined us the second day on Tuesday. And they said, oh, you were not here 2 days in a row, which they approved for him to not be there on Monday. But they just didn't care. They retaliated against their workforce. And I guess they're hoping that with the NLRB being crippled, that they can keep kicking it down the road and that we would either give up or that there would be no ruling.
And through you, Madam Chair, I have one last question. Since being out on strike, you guys, have you made any progress in negotiations?
Not really, no. Basically, the last negotiation day was yesterday, and the company lawyers met in person, but they're basically wanting to kick it down the road. We have an injunction on them, which is basically when, due to these circumstances where they illegally fired everyone, we can rush it through, and we're very confident in that, but there's no quorum of the board. So that injunction basically skips over the local region, try to get a speedier resolution to this. And that's no longer an option. There's no quorum, so they can't resolve it. They can't meet on that. So now we have to wait for the local NLRB to hear our case. And they were getting affidavits for that, and they are moving the process, but that can take upwards from like 8 months to a couple of years, depending on how slow the local region is going to work. So the company is probably hoping, oh, let's keep waiting them out. It's been 2 months now. Now it's gonna be 3 months. Let's see if they keep staying out there, and we'll just outwait them. That's their plan.
Okay. Thank you again, and I appreciate Representative Sanchez also really appreciates the work that you guys are doing to bring light to the issues that you have at your job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thank you all of you for being here and for sharing your experience with us. And I'm really sorry that this has happened to you, and I hope that your families and yourselves can recover and recuperate and be able to, live good lives. I was wondering if you could take us inside how this quota system worked for you. Take us right there next to you. who's speaking to you? How are these quotas communicated to you, and how are they changed? That's something I think would be good for this committee to understand how that happens.
So I can speak to more so on the quality side of it. So a little background for our warehouse. This is stuff that's coming in that's under FDA quarantine. It's stuff you eat. It's consumables. It's probiotics and medication as well. So for me, whenever something comes in and it's really hot, they're already rushing me. Get it released now. Get it released as soon as possible. Go out there and do it fast, faster, faster. And they're trying to rush me through my process to get it released as soon as possible. Then when the product is released, it goes to the warehouse and they're rushing them to do it as well. And every month they have a monthly quota that they have to reach that they change at the drop of a hat. So it can go from 26 million and then all of a sudden they have a large Amazon order and now it goes to 46 million. They're literally in the same day. And now that due to that change, they tell everyone last minute, now you need to stay mandatory overtime. You can't have a weekend now. And it's just out of the blue. There's no predicting it. And the answer to this problem would be to hire more people at full time instead of just working the little workforce they have to death. It makes more sense economically instead of doing this forced mandatory overtime of 12 hours every day to just hire more full-time employees so you can meet those quotas. But they just weren't doing that, in part as a retaliation for us, because normally they would have had 12 temps during peak seasons because that's what they normally did. But now for us, they only had 5 temps. So
Right.
they were intentionally doing that to make the working conditions and the environment there miserable.
So through you, Madam Chair, just one more question. So just you take me through this. I just want to like be next to you, right? Just pretend I'm next to you.
Mhm.
You show up to work, you're communicated by your manager, either verbally or through a loudspeaker, I would assume. This is the number we have to hit today. During the course of your shift, at some point, pick one, right? After lunch, during a break, you're then recommunicated the same day saying that quota is now increased and you have to hit this number. My understanding, that's how we're correctly how it happens?
Can speak to that?
Or it's more monthly, it goes like a monthly number and that.
Okay.
So let's say it's a regular day, we're going to work.
Yep.
I'm thinking, yeah, Saturday, I'm about to do this, whatever. We're leaving at this time Friday.
Yep.
No, then they're like, hey, meeting, it's Monday, we have a meeting. The rest of the week, mandatory overtime. Saturday right now, it's a maybe, but by Friday it was mandatory. And it was just, you never knew when. I seen someone get reprimanded. He threw a housewarming party, invited all the managers and everyone, and had that day off months ahead of time. Then when we got busy, that day we had to work, and he got reprimanded for having that housewarming party that the managers were invited to as well.
Gotcha.
So they knew it ahead of time. But
Okay.
still.
Thank you. Thank you for answering. Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, to close, I think this is, as you know, more and more shop online, all of us, this is becoming the new frontier of workers. And oftentimes it's closed off to public scrutiny. Oftentimes these workers toil in obscurity. And so I want to thank you all for coming here and helping us shed light on what's happening inside these warehouses. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I just have one other question. Why do you think they're doing this? Why do you think they're not negotiating, or you've been at it for months and they're slow the process down? And what do you think their goal is in the end?
Well, their goal is to break the union. At this point, it shouldn't be about money because, again, this company is a multi-hundred-billion-dollar company owned by a company in the Netherlands, DSM Firmenich, that's a multi-billion-dollar company. If it was just about the money, this would be over right now. They could have easily solved it. It's about the control. They want to break the union. They want us to give up so that way that way they can force their sweatshop conditions. That way they can force changing the holidays whenever they wish. Again, when we were forced in on Memorial Day, we did a petition because they were hinting on taking away the 4th of July too. So we submitted a petition, we got the workers to sign it, presented it to management in a march on the boss, and then all of a sudden, when it's coming close to July 4th, they were like, oh, you can have July 4th off, we'll even give you July 5th off, all paid for. So they were fearing a strike then, but now they just double down and don't care anymore. But it's about the control. It's about being able to dictate, say, oh, you had plans for this weekend? Sorry, change them or else I'll fire you. Change them where you'll get an occurrence. Oh, Memorial Day that you already planned for, you have to come in to work that day. Oh, Christmas Eve, I know I had it off for you. No, you need to come in now. Last minute. If they were warning us months and months in advance, that would be fine, but that's not what they do. They wait until the very last minute, and then they expect you to drop your life at the drop instantly to appease the company. And you work and work and work, and you keep hearing about all the profits they're making. They're making millions upon millions, and you're not seeing the benefit back at you. You're not seeing the working conditions change for the better. You're just seeing it continuously deteriorate, and them keep giving their executives more stock bonuses and stock options while they're forgetting about the working class that got them this profit in the first place.
Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I when we went on strike or were thinking about it, I was like, oh man, once we go on strike, they're just gonna do whatever. They're gonna be fine. It's only 19 of us. It's not like it's a 50,000 workers in this, you know what I mean? I'm like, it's only 19 of us. They're gonna be like, oh, just give them what they want. It's drops in the bucket. That's what I really thought. I couldn't believe it's lasting this long for 19 people to get a contract.
Well, thank you for your testimony and thank you for being with us today and best of luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go online to Gwen Mills. Gwen, can you? There you are.
I think so. Can you see me and hear me?
We can see you and hear you, and it's good to see you.
Great. Hello. Hello. Great to see you all. And thank you for that. Really, the testimony I just heard was stunning. So good afternoon, Senator Kushner and Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir. Hello, all, and all of the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. So my name is Gwen Mills. I'm the president of Unite Here. We represent 275,000 workers across the United States and Canada. And I was born and raised in New Haven, Connecticut. I was 10 years old when thousands of Yale clerical workers, primarily women, went on strike in 1984 to win a first contract. And this was a time when women at the university were earning 59 cents on the dollar for the same work being done by men. And one of my best friends, her name was Megan, both her mother and father worked at the university, as it was and continues to be a dominant employer in New Haven. So Megan spent considerable amount of time at our house for meals and other activities as money got tight during that strike. And ultimately, that strike was settled, and the resulting contract really transformed the economic reality, not just for the workers, that won the contract, but for the whole community. And New Haven's overall economic standing improved as a result of those workers being union. And the quality of Yale jobs continues to be an economic underpinning of the city. But it did require that strike in order to transform the quality of those jobs. So just last week, I was home. I got back to my hometown, at least, and I joined over 1,000 union and community members in New Haven to send one clear message that we are ready to stand up and fight for a future where all workers have opportunity and respect. And we can feel how much workers are under attack from corporations right now. And even, the very few rights we have are under threat. So I'm here to ask, this is a key time for public officials to stand up for working people. And this past year, over 10,000 Unite Here members across the country did go on strike, from New Haven and Greenwich, there in Connecticut, to San Francisco, to Honolulu, all over the place. And the reason, Governor Lamont was at the Greenwich picket line and he spoke to our members and he captured the reason, which was hospitality workers took some real hits during COVID, just like the hotels did, the whole hospitality industry did. But they flattened their wages and now they now need to be given a chance to catch up. And so that was what those big strikes were last year. that major corporations had recovered after COVID, thanks in large part to their workers sticking with them, being ready to come back at a moment's notice. But in too many cases, the corporations also fought to prevent the workers' own recovery. And that's why so many risk their economic security to stare down the big hotel companies in that fight. So I haven't heard it directly, but you know, if the concern about this bill is that, you know, elected leaders are hesitant to put their thumb on the scale for workers, it just makes me think of the many workers, and many of them are parents who have walked with on picket lines, and the real fear that they feel at the possibility of weeks or months without pay. And many had been laid off after COVID, and when they returned, they weren't making enough to support their families. They couldn't afford to live in the cities that they welcomed guests to, and they were enduring painful workloads because there had been a lot of job combinations and other things.
Ms.
So,
Miller, your time is almost
yes.
up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, great. So they exercised their federal right to strike for better pay and healthcare and working conditions, but they had to face that fear of eviction and hunger and other risks to their families. So SB 8 and HB 6904 would ensure that workers that exercise their right to strike and who are already struggling to get by don't suffer more extreme hardship. So on behalf of our 10,000 members in Connecticut and our 275,000 members across North America, I urge you to pass SB 8 and HB 6904. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I must say, and I will turn on my video so you can see us, because
There
I
you
know-
are.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep it off when I'm in the room here, but I should turn it on when someone's testifying online. It's good to see you, and thank you for your testimony. It does remind me, it took me back to the 1984 strike at Yale, which I visited. I wasn't an employee and I wasn't there on strike, but I did support that strike on many occasions. And you did talk about how when workers go out on strike and when they make a transformative change in their workplace, it doesn't just help those workers, it helps workers in all over. And that certainly was the case with the Yale strike, because in 1985, the Columbia clerical workers went out on strike, where I was the organizer. And many of the changes that you made at Yale were things that we fought for as well. And it does have this impact of really securing better working conditions, not just for the workers that are on strike, but for many workers, either unionized or non-union, as we've heard here today. So I really appreciate you taking me back to that moment. I liked reliving that, and thank you for your work. Other questions from the committee? Well, we miss you here in Connecticut, but I'm glad you get back from time to time.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm always there in heart and in spirit. Thank you for all your good work.
Take care. So
Thanks.
next up, we will go to Tony Lepore.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like to first start by thanking Senator Duff and Senator Looney for sponsoring these bills, and for Ed Hawthorne for properly framing the issue before the committee. Before I read my testimony, I just want to comment on a couple things. I'm from Teamsters Local 671, and I just want to say how proud I am of the iHealth workers for standing up and standing strong. And this notion of, well, there's always a choice, just go get another job. I'm glad that we have members in our local, in our Teamsters union, and union members across the country that just don't walk away when things get tough, because if we did, excuse me, nothing would ever get resolved. I think that's a cowardly thing to do. I don't think it's proper. And the other notion of, as a legislator, we should not get involved with either labor or corporate. I strongly disagree, as these folks are your constituents. A corporation is not your constituent. And to help and provide for workers, in my opinion, the way I was brought up, that is the right thing to do. With that being said, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Tony Lepore. I live in South Bay Area. I'm Principal Officer and Secretary Treasurer of Teamsters Local 671, a union representing more than 4,400 workers across much of the state. UPS, school bus companies, warehouse workers, construction, nurses, a lot of different entities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8, HB 6904, and HB 6907. As a 50-year Teamster member and former UPS driver, I have been on strike twice, in 1976 for 13 weeks and in 1997 for 15 days. The first time we went on strike, it was because we didn't have breaks. The company had unrealistic production measures that they were trying to implement, and we stood together as a union for 13 weeks and we got a fair contract. The second time in 1997, the company came and tried to take away our pensions, and that was a nationwide strike, and we stood firm, and we retained that benefit, and we enjoy it going forward. As a 32-year union leader, I have talked to countless workers through making the difficult decision to go on strike. It is a decision that no worker ever wants to make, but a decision that generations of union workers know might be the only action that they can take to bring unrealistic and abusive employers to the bargaining table. Strikes happen in response to corporate greed, negligence, and an unwillingness to negotiate fairly. It's not done so we can go out on the street and collect $700 and, you know, prolong this thing. No one gets up in the morning and say we're going to go on strike. All we want is to go to work, receive a fair paycheck, and come home safely. The decision to strike is never made lightly. It often represents the culmination of weeks and months of frustration and failed negotiations. They understand the risk better than anyone. The immediate loss of income can create financial hardship for workers and their families. Additionally, there is a threat of replacement workers who may be hired by employers to undermine the strike. Furthermore, striking workers encounter hostility from the public and media, who may not fully understand
Your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
the reasons behind the strike. It is no secret that the workers' rights are under attack everywhere across the country. As the future of federal labor protections become ever more uncertain, it is your responsibility as state legislators to protect the rights of workers here in Connecticut. Every worker protection that exists today was fought for by workers, some of whom have literally bled and died on picket lines for what we have. I urge the committee to support these bills and honor the legacy and sacrifice of every striking worker throughout history. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Emmanuel Gonzalez. Okay. We'll move on to David Gillette.
Hello, and thank you for your time. My name is David Gillette, and I've worked for UPS for over 20 years. I am from Stafford Springs, Connecticut, where our own Kurt Vale and the Dr. Senator himself, Jeff Gordon, hail from. Here in small town Stafford Springs, like our neighbors in Bolton and Prospect, you'll both find hardworking Teamsters delivering your packages, driving your children's school bus, or even answering your 911 calls. We are hardworking, middle-class Americans fighting for a livable wage in a rapidly changing world of AI and gig economy that is eroding pathways upwards. UPS and Teamsters have allowed me to buy my first home and give my kids a life I never had. But all that could change in an instant. I remember like yesterday, the moment my strike vote came in the mail. We were in a tough battle with UPS and the deadline loomed ahead. I sat down with my wife and we calculated what we had in savings and who could help us out if a strike went on for a while. We would have exhausted our savings, and I began the real possibility of having to ask for government assistance to help feed my children. The mortgage payments don't stop just because you're on strike. I will never forget the stress that this caused my wife and I as we crossed off the dance lessons, our camping trip, summer camps, and were ready to break the news to the kids. Luckily, we ratified the contract and avoided shutting down the 3% of the US GDP. But others are not as fortunate as us for being so vital to the economy. Like our eye health Teamsters holding strong in the frigid weather to fight for a respectable contract, or our Amazon Teamsters fighting hard against a monolith that can just wait out any strike or simply leave town, or a whole country. The playing field is not even. This country was great again when the middle class was great. The Teamsters are not beholden to anyone. Our 1.3 million strong are fighting for the working class. We are on the front lines. Some of these companies treat their employees like the Russians treat their soldiers. And I am sure every member here has a grandfather, grandmother, uncle, or aunt in their family that was part of a local union. It is built into the fabric of this great nation. What these bills do is help us before our time of need, keep food on the table for hardworking families, risking it all to raise all the boats around them. I ask a simple question. Would you help us when we're still standing and fighting for a respectable wage? Or will you help us when we have fallen and picking up the pieces to start over again? Please consider passing SB 8, HB 6904, and HB 6907. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we will have Francisco Tobias.
Mr. Tobias, please accept the unmute request on your microphone so that you can testify.
All right, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Tobias. I live in Norwalk, and I'm a banquet captain at the Higher Range in Greenwich. I am proud a member of the local 217. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and support the SB 8 and the HB 6904. Last year, I went on strike for the first time in my life. I worked at the Hyatt for 32 years. I never thought that it would come to this. However, after months of contract negotiations, we had to go on strike. The highest proposals were unacceptable. We were negotiating on many topics, but for me, I was concerned about the cost of healthcare. Higher proposal will have me paying much more than I could afford for reasonable coverage. But going on strike wasn't easy. I am a shop steward, and I felt responsible for making sure that the co-workers were able to pay their bills without getting behind. But we also did not want to sign a contract that did not keep up with the cost of living in Connecticut. I am proud that we went on a strike. We won raises of up to 15% in the first year and significant decreases in healthcare costs. This will make a big difference in my life. Now I can get the highest level of health insurance coverage without worrying about the cost. If something happens to me or someone in my family, they will be covered. But we could have signed the contract without having to strike. It only took 3 days of strike before the Hyatt started negotiating more seriously. They could afford a great contract all along. This bill will do two things. It will have given us more protection if we had to exercise our rights to strike, and it will have to encourage the Hyatt to stay at the table and avoid a strike altogether. Okay, many of you join us on the picket line along with Governor Lamont. We call on you and your colleagues to follow through and support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Next up, we will have Kevin Tobias.
Hello.
Go ahead. You have your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, hi there. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Tobias. I live in Norwalk, here in Connecticut. I'm a convention services employee also at the Hyatt Regency in Greenwich, and I'm also a proud member of Unite Here Local 217. I want to thank everybody, representatives, senators, committee members, for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. So last September, I believe, I went on strike for the first time in my life. I work one of the most labor-intensive jobs at the hotel, moving chairs, moving tables, risers, dance floors, extremely heavy lifting for events that oftentimes are upwards of 500-600 people. And kind of on the other side of that, my department in the hotel was also one of the most underpaid. I knew that me and my coworkers deserved better than the proposals Hyatt was offering to us after months of negotiation. And so our decision was to strike, and our decision to strike was about paying our bills, it was about our future, and it was also about respect. But going on strike wasn't easy. Everyone was worried about what would happen to us if we ended up having to be out there for months on end. And actually, in the end, it didn't take months. It only took 3 days of striking for Hyatt to start taking us more seriously. And I have to think that if it only took 3 days, Hyatt knew all along that they could have come to the table with something better. My coworkers and I were already thinking about our next contract negotiations. And having a bill like this will help encourage the Hyatt to stay at the table and avoid a strike altogether. While we were out there on the picket line, we got lots of support from elected officials on the picket line. And so I'm speaking to you guys today to encourage you guys to keep supporting workers and help pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we want to thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have German Burrito.
Buitrago.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished member of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Germán Buitrago, and I live in Norwalk, Connecticut. I've been a bellman of the higher range in Greenwich for 30 years and 3 months so far. And I am proud member of the local United Here 217. I do appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of the SB 8 and HB 6904. Like my coworkers last year, we went to strike after months of the negotiations for the new contract with the Hyatt. We have to go in strike because the Hyatt proposal were not acceptable. And it was when he was laid off from the Hyatt during the pandemic, I got a second job that I still have today. But Hyatt proposals made me fall behind on my savings, my goals, and but going on strike was not easy at all. We don't know either how long it was going to take and what it brings the financial uncertainty. I am proud that we went on a strike and when raises of up to 15% in the first year. This we make my life a big difference, and now I can safely plan for my retirement and my next few years without financial concerns. And we raise the standards for hospitality jobs in Connecticut. But we could have had this great contract without having to strike. It only took 3 days on a strike before the Hyatt started negotiating more seriously with us. They could afford this great contract all along. This bill will do two things. It will have given us more protection if we had to exercise our right to strike, and it will have encouraged the Hyatt to stay at the table and avoid the strike altogether. Many of you join us in the picket line along with the Governor Lamont. We call you on and your colleagues to follow through and to support this bill. Thank you very much, and I do appreciate this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Chorin Serrano.
Serrano.
Go ahead. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. How are you? My name is Charlene Serrano. I live in Stamford, Connecticut, and I am cooking the higher residence for like 28 years. I am proud of member of the United 217. Thank you for your opportunity to testify and support XVA and HB 6904. Last year, my co-workers and I went to strike for 3 days. Governor Lamont come out the picking line, and he said that workers took so real hit during COVID, just like the other hotels did. Our wages, we are flat, and we need to change to catch up. Governor Lamont was right. We just tried to catch up. Speaking personally, I was paying high monthly insurance premiums, which made me feel like my paycheck disappeared before even I hit my bank account. No one of my co-workers want to go to straight for fun. We did because we had to. I sit in the negotiation tables with Hyatt, and I was very disappointed. The company led them to the point I feel I took was 3 days, and I'm sure the Hyatt could be negotiation with us more seriously from the beginning. I feel like this will do two things. I will help working people to need to exercise their rights to strike, and I will encourage people like the Hyatt to stay on the table and maybe even avoid to strike together. I was inspired to get much support for the elect officials in the picking line. I was asked feel like we're doing the right thing. I hope that you will continue your support and pass the bill. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we've got a panel group that would be testifying. Carrie, Lucy, Brian, Jake, and Jose. And just kind of as you guys are coming up, you can turn on both of the microphones if you need to. Push over the other chairs, and we'll take turns, of course, testifying.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Carrie Hona. I'm Executive Vice President of the UFCW Local 371. We worked hard to make our presentations to you fit within 5 minutes. So at the end, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them. I've bargained hundreds of contracts, and I was looking forward to hearing from my new state rep, Mr. Canino. I was one of the lead bargainers for the 31,000 Stop and Shop employees who went on strike in 2019. And the employer intended to fundamentally change our agreement. They proposed reducing pension benefits by 2/3, doubling the insurance premium, and eliminating spousal health coverage, all while offering bonuses in lieu of wage increases. When we made the call to strike, 200 stores emptied out in minutes, and our members were rock solid over those 11 days. Back at the table, all I kept thinking was, we have to get them back before they can't financially recover. I knew what it cost to support my own family, and I could sense the panic each of them was feeling. The bill wouldn't have paid our members a dime because our contract did settle before 2 weeks, but it would have probably meant that Stop and Shop would not have forced us out in the first place. Turn it over to Lucy.
Hi, my name is Lucy Shreddo. I went on strike to protect healthcare benefits, save our pension, and ensure everyone received wage increases. It was our first strike in 30 years. My husband and I both work for Stop and Shop, so our entire financial world was about to change on the day in April. Collecting unemployment would have allowed us to rest easier. Being a union steward, I put on a brave face for our members who were crying and were so scared and angry. When someone melted down, I could just hug them. That was all I could do. I hope and pray that we never have to do that again, but we will if we are forced to. Last year, our coworkers were very excited about this bill, and they hope this is the year that our leaders will push this important legislation over the finish line. Thank you.
Right. I don't know, Mike's work over there. Go ahead. All right, okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Simmons. I worked at Stop and Shop for over 20 years. I was a strike captain in the Waterbury, Connecticut area. Our employer didn't find enough replacement workers to keep the stores operable, and it was clear we were winning the strike. However, 1 week turned into 2, and I sensed and can see the panic on our fellow brothers and sisters' faces, that because they continued to stand on the strike line, even though they lived paycheck to paycheck. Collecting unemployment could have allowed us to secure an even better agreement, or it could have meant we never went on strike in the first place. I believe the boss thought we would fold sooner than we did. I have never been prouder to be a member of our union, and our resolution was a good one, but I would prefer that the employer knew we were strong before pushing us to the point where we felt we had no choice but to walk out.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jake Serafini. I've actually had the good fortune of never having personally been on a strike. I have, however, learned from tenured Stop and Shop employees exactly what striking looks like, but more importantly, what striking feels like. In 2022, I took a job in a deli at the Winston Stop and Shop. I missed the strike by 3 years, though to my colleagues, it felt like they had still just walked off the picket line. I had no idea that the benefits that I enjoyed were the direct result of their sacrifices. To make ends meet, my coworkers delivered food at night after a shift on the picket line. Some depended on the kindness of strangers to feed themselves and their families, and some even walked to and from the picket line to conserve gas in their cars. The goal of any union is for this to never happen in the first place. This bill would give predatory companies incentive to bargain in good faith, avoiding any strikes altogether. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Anaya. In April 2019, I went on strike despite being the only wage earner in my home. Without savings to protect me, the loss of 11 days of income took me over a year to recover from. I ended up missing a credit card payment, which hurt my credit score I worked so hard to build. Current law encourages employers to use families' financial distress as a bargaining strategy. Because striking workers cannot access unemployment insurance, employers can use the threat of evictions or missed payments to suppress wages and working conditions, which affects all of Connecticut workers, whether or not they have a union. Please support these important bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here to testify today. We often hear that this is a choice, that you didn't have to go out on strike. It was a choice, and that you could have just gotten another job, for instance. So I don't know if any of you would care to explain why you stay instead of just going and getting another job.
Well, I've been with the company for 36 years. I'm surely not going to go anywhere. Like I said, I'm a union steward, and I'm there to protect the people. But you know, our health care. I mean, how do you just take away somebody's health care? I mean, I got a family. Not give any wage increases. It's just not heard of. Everybody gets a wage increase. Got our pensions. I'm working all these years and you want to take my pension away. These are choices we didn't have. We were forced to go on strike. Just that has to be made so that people understand that it was no choice.
Anybody else want to comment on that? Go ahead.
I felt that it was very important to stay strong with my brothers and sisters outside on the strike. We were, a vast majority of us, I was in Milford when the strike was happening, and I was out from 8 o'clock in the morning all the way till 9 o'clock at night, staying strong with everybody. To the question, we could have found a new job. I've been at Stop Shop for 5-6 years. To lose my vacation time that was already accrued, to lose a pension that was already being invested in, I just felt I had to stay with everybody. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your answers. You know, I appreciate you speaking to this because it's often said here that people don't have to work. They don't have to have that job. And we hear that from folks. And it's just incredible to me because I know that workers don't have that many options, that many choices. And I appreciate that you stood up for something that was really important. And future generations of Stop and Shop workers will appreciate it as well, as we heard today. Oh, Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
I'm sure you might have something to say about this.
Just a tad. First, thank you for coming. It's so great to see all of you again. And for the record, Madam Chairman, I was on those picket lines with UFCW during those 11 tough days, but I'm so happy things have worked out. And I really appreciate you guys coming here and sharing your experiences and your voices because Senator Kushner is 100% correct. We often hear these false narratives about what this bill would do for workers. And I was wondering, one of the things that we hear often is why doesn't the union just pay with their strike funds and not through corporate dollars? I was wondering if you could care to elaborate a little bit about the reality of that and how it went for us.
Sure. We do have a strike fund that the members do put money into. And it was in 2019, it was $100 a week. That is obviously only a supplement, and it would only supplement what folks would be getting in unemployment benefits. That's not even enough to feed your family during that time. So yes, we do everything we can. We, fundraise and we try to bring food. Like Jake said that, many of his coworkers told stories about getting food from union reps and from community members on the picket line, and then they could take that home and feed their families with that. So going out on strike is something that as Lucy said, when you're faced with literally losing your livelihood, Lucy is not going to go with 36, 38 years worth of seniority. She's not going to go anywhere where she can earn a wage that can support her family the way that this one has. She's not going to be able to walk away from a pension when she's so close to retirement. And she certainly can't give up family health insurance. So when their entire career was built upon promises that were made and things that were bargained into their contract year over year after year, this was not about just coming in and saying, you know what, we want some unreasonable wage increase that's going to make this company not competitive. That's not what this is about. When people go on strike, they do it because everything that their job provides to them and their families is at risk and at stake. So those strike benefits are just one piece of filling that gap, but to be able to save enough money up to support a protracted strike would be very difficult to do on strike benefits alone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just, close it. First, again, thank you all for being here. And I think what you just said hits exactly the nail on the head, because I think oftentimes there's this false narrative about the state or government, and I've heard it said in this committee and others, tipping the scales or putting their finger on the scales, whatever metaphor you want to use. The reality is that we're dealing with a landscape that is so uneven right now in reality that this is not anywhere near that. This is basically being on the side of workers and giving you more of a say in over your working conditions and your salaries and your benefits. So thank you for coming here and thank you for sharing your experience with us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Shake.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you to all of you for coming. 2019 was a pivotal year in labor, and thanks to you and hundreds, thousands across the area, you held the line and you helped to inspire many other workers across different labor sectors. And I joined Senator Cabrera and the community coming to help and give support to you. I could see it because I was there. I was on the line with many of your coworkers in the region of where I'm from, Stratford, Fairfield, Bridgeport. But what I would like to ask is, I think humanizing what it is that workers go through. I want to know if any of you, and you don't have to share your own story, but if you could talk about the mental health implications of what it's like to be a worker that is subject to this level of stress and abuse, quite frankly.
Thank you. So I was a 20+ year worker for Stop and Shop, and my fiance is also a 20+ year worker for Stop and Shop. So in the blink of an eye, I had my whole household income come to a halt. Mortgage payments don't stop, car payments don't stop, light bill doesn't stop. Nobody else cares, So it's not something that we ever want to do as far as going out and strike. But when you back anyone into the corner, eventually they're going to lash out. In Stop and Shop situation, we weren't asking for more. We were just asking to maintain. So that's what forced us to stand up and stand together. And would we do it again? Me personally, I would. Because I see the benefit for all my brothers and sisters that they've achieved because of it.
Just difficult. Yeah, I kind of felt I had quite a few people melt down while I was out there for the 11 days. I was a strike captain and I took that seriously. I stood strong for them. I would, as I said to you, I would hug them. I would console them in any way I possibly could. Was I scared? Absolutely. Both of our incomes were going to went to a halt, just like Brian's. But we knew this was the right thing to do. We couldn't have them take what we already had. That was the key. And you don't realize there's corporate greed out there, and a lot of people who are in that position just can't see beyond just the working people.
Thank you. I know Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I'll direct this to you, Carrie. I believe based on, what you talked about your position and being through that process, how is the strike fund calculated or maintained, or how, obviously we've established it's inadequate to sustain through a lengthy period of time. It's just a portion, right? It's not enough to sustain. How is that calculated? This is foreign to me.
That's subject to each union's bylaws, their constitutions and their processes. So some unions, their members know that strike money is actually to continue to run the union so that they can continue to provide the services that they need to throughout the strike. Some do it based on a percentage that they put away and, over time save and build it up. Others do additional dues, like an additional increase. Like one of our sister locals in Boston who was on strike with us did that, where they, pass an additional dues amount to build up their strike fund going forward. So I couldn't speak for every union. Everyone does it differently. Our international union did match our money as well, so that we were able to have a little bit more, but we wouldn't have been able to do that beyond a couple of weeks.
Just following up on that, because I think a lot of people don't realize that unions don't have independent, wealthy people who generate funds for them, that basically every penny is from the members, from their paychecks. So essentially, your strike fund is, you've put it away to whatever amount you can to help sustain you during a strike, but it is your own money. And when you say the international union matched it, the international union's money is still your money. Yes, that was I think that it's unfortunate, but a lot of people haven't had a union experience and don't realize that all of the money in the union's treasury is dues money from members who work hard like you all do and contribute a little bit every week or every month to build up a fund so that you have these protections. You mentioned, Carrie, that there are other things that are done with the dues money. Maybe you could talk about that a little bit too, so it's understood that it's not just during strikes that people have that need for support from their union.
Yeah, sure. We have a community charity fund that we also use to provide help to our members in immediate need. And many of our members are, as we've said, when we say that they live paycheck to paycheck, I mean, so many of us do now, no matter what you make for income, but our members for sure do. And so there are often times when a crisis happens and we are able to step in as their union. But a large portion of our dues obviously goes to bargaining those contracts on an ongoing basis and to protecting those contracts and enforcing them through arbitration processes and similar. And I think that's why, I was doing the math. We have 40 contracts at our local. And so if they, generally renew every 3 years, our last strike prior to this was 30 years prior. So, I think you're talking about, one strike out of 400 contract negotiations. So, and that's because bargainers take this very, very seriously. This is not something where we're just like, whatever, people will go out on strike. I think union members really value the fact that they have the right to go on strike. And, we're beating up on Stop and Shop, and they are certainly a large corporation. They can take it. But we're happy that our members have the right to bargain their working conditions, but what they get in their contracts trickles down to every other non-union employer and those workers in our communities. So when our union contracts are strong, all of our workers in our communities make more and have better protection. So I think when, sort of the attitude is that, striking workers, they have a choice. They can just go on out and do this. First of all, obviously it is a very, very, very difficult situation that they're in when that happens, but also everything they're doing ends up helping everybody in their community. So just something to kind of stay mindful about when you're thinking about this.
So again, as I said, I've never personally been on strike, but I kind of want to piggyback on the whole you could just go find another job aspect of this, because I think what really gets kind of lost in translation is there may be an abundance of jobs. If you go on Indeed.com, you can find hundreds. There's pages. That's great. But especially from somebody like me, I'm from a very small town. I'm from Winsted. Winsted does not have a lot of opportunities. And sometimes when there are things such as a Stop and Shop, that's a unionized job. A lot of my friends through high school, they started there and they stayed there. And they stay there because they had union protections and they had wages they could count on. And they also had health benefits that were better than most places that were just kind of around, right? A lot of these people, we don't have public transportation per se. We don't have a lot of access. Even now, if you go up to Winston, Torrington area, there really is no Uber options all the time, right? And so in these smaller communities with these jobs, a lot of these people grow to realize, oh my God, this is a great job and I want to do whatever I can to keep this job. So, if you hear of, say, like a store closing or any other kind of business wrapping up, usually the community will rally around that business and feel for the workers that did lose those jobs. But then there's this negative connotation when workers try to defend what they have. And when they do have to resort to going out on strike, which is a terrifying experience, I can imagine from all the stories I've been told. So I think the notion of, well, you can just go get another job, it's been killing me to hear it over and over today, because for some folks that's simply just not an option. It just isn't. So I think that's something to consider while weighing in on this bill.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you. And I just had a clarification. I was a member of a union, back in 2001 to 2005 with law enforcement. So we we weren't allowed to strike. So, having a strike fund is completely foreign to me. But I'm curious as to how it's calculated. You've let me know that it's not consistent between, there's differences between different, how different unions operate. That's helpful. But I have, been part of a union. I understand how that operates, but the striking piece is what that was, we were forbidden from doing that.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I really appreciate you coming in and sharing your experience. That's very, very helpful to us. And thank you for taking on what you took on, because I think the point you made about it, protecting family health care, it may stop other employers from deciding to take that same route.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bobby May. Well, Bobby May is online, so you need to unmute yourself, and if you can turn on your camera, please do. Let's see, Bobby May, are you with us? Oh, there you are.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Bobby May, and I live in New Haven, and I'm a bellman at the Omni New Haven Hotel at Yale. I am a proud member of Unite Here Local 217. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. This year, my coworkers and I went on strike. We had to go on strike for fair wages, health benefits, and our job security. We were tired of working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, and getting paid enough for one. What the Omni was proposing would have affected our lives for years to come due to cost of living increase. We have all heard the word eggs. We all go to the grocery store. We see how it impacted our groceries and all aspects of our lives. If we didn't go forward, we would still be where we are today, having to work 2 or 3 jobs. But because we went on strike, we won a $7 an hour raise over the next 4 years, and we have more security. This was my first experience on strike. A strike can be challenging, but that's part of life. That is what we needed to do to stand up against the billionaires. We stand together, we fight together, and we win. My dad was a coal miner for 25 years, and he went on a 12-month strike in 1992. They won a pretty impressive contract after the years it took them to win. They never had to worry about fighting with the company again, and they settled their next contracts without having strikes. That was about 500 employees on strike. And I remember where food pantries and local churches, people coming together and helping out. We had to figure out how to survive. And if my dad didn't have his trade to do side jobs, we wouldn't have made it. Being eligible for unemployment would help workers hold the line for what they deserve. Many of you joined us on the picket line, along with Governor Lamont. We call on you and your colleagues to follow through and support SB 8 and HB 6904. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, but thank you for being with us. I think you're coming from work. You must be on break.
Yes, I am on break. Thank you for having me.
All right, take care and have a good night.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Next up is Jody Barr.
That's great.
Well, now we can say good evening, 6:02.
I had an option here for that. So good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, my representative, Representative Weir, ranking members and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Jody Barr, and I'm the Executive Director of AFSCME Council 4, which represents over 30,000 private and public sector employees across Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. I'm also here to report that CBAC supports this bill fully. I've submitted written testimony, so I'll go a little bit different, with approximately 112 speakers signed up and approximately 110 of them speaking in favor of this. I think you know how important this bill is to us. First, I want to acknowledge the current law allows for employees who are locked out to receive unemployment benefits. So it's kind of a question of what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Who did it first? So I just want to point that out. I wanted to take a little different approach from what the bill technically says to what the bill actually does. Now, we're not talking about billionaires or trillionaires who have 6, 7, 8-figure bank accounts going on strike. We're talking about working people, working families who often live paycheck to paycheck. When I say if they lose a week's of pay, they often have to choose. Sometimes they get 2, 3, 4 of these. Food, bills, medicine, rent, insurance, clothes for their kids, oil or heat for their house, gas for their car. And maybe they go into credit card debt because they got to get by, which they then pay surcharges on later. Worrying about all these financial problems clearly creates family stress, and it's often the children who suffer the most. As for the community, most striking workers live near the community where their place of employment is. That means when an entire company goes on strike, the following are impacted: food stores, the local corner stores, gas stations, restaurants, retail stores, all the other businesses in the community. So while striking workers who are forced to go on strike to get the ability to have unemployment will definitely help the workers, it's also about the families and the kids and the community that they support. Not all anti-union bosses, or I'm sorry, all anti-union bosses of companies, when employees go on strike, still get paid. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Or thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Moving right along, next is Heather Brouth. Heather is online, so Heather, if you'll unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, and Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Heather Brouth. I live in Salem, Connecticut, and work as a registered nurse at Bacchus Hospital in Norwich, Connecticut. Also, as an aside, my husband is a small business owner in Connecticut as well, so I'm seeing kind of both sides of the coin here. I'm a delegate and the treasurer of AFT Connecticut 5149. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6904 and Senate Bill 8. Workers who make the difficult decision to go on strike are unable to access unemployment benefits. Our union workers who go on strike make a gut-wrenching decision to withhold their labor in order to fight for better benefits, not just for ourselves, but for the betterment and safety of the communities in which we serve. House Bill 6904 would merely allow a more level playing field by allowing striking workers to receive unemployment benefits after 2 consecutive weeks. It incentivizes the employer to show up and bargain and negotiate in good faith at the table to avoid a strike. No one makes the decision to strike lightly. Workers risk a loss of income and the permanent loss of their jobs, especially when replacement workers are hired. By the time a strike vote is taken, after months of bargaining, workers usually feel that a strike may be the only option to resolve differences with their employer. 5 years ago, the nurses at Bacchus Hospital were engaged in a strike. Though it only lasted a few days, the nurses I work with continuously voiced concerns about being able to financially care for their families during that stressful time. Those nurses who worked 12, 14, and 16-hour shifts day after day through the COVID pandemic were concerned that they may be fired and without money and benefits to care for their own families. We are currently engulfed in our 8-month of arduous and exhausting negotiations with the corporate giant of Hartford Healthcare. I'm currently on a negotiation session right now on my computer. Our ask at the bargaining table was not and is not that Hartford Healthcare cave to every ask we present, but that they engage in a fair and equitable revision of the pay scale, benefits, and overall working conditions of the nurses who show up day after day to care for the community we love. We ask for compromises and revamping of antiquated verbiage in a contract that requires continuous evolution as our workforce and patient populations are ever changing. We are begging them to help us provide safe patient care, and many of our requests feel as though they fall on deaf ears. Unemployment benefits are intended to help workers and their families during tough times. For most, they provide 50% wage replacement for a maximum duration of 26 weeks. It is an economic lifeline, not a lucrative bonus that encourages workers to strike or remain on strike. That helps all workers and strengthens our economy. Our neighbors in New York and New Jersey have already permitted striking workers to access unemployment benefits. It's time for Connecticut to follow their example. With the enactment of this bill, we aren't asking for legislators to allow workers the luxury of being able to strike indefinitely and have no viable reason to return to the bargaining table and to work. In fact, we're asking just the opposite. We're asking you considering allowing workers to receive what could be a life-saving and life-altering fund to support themselves and their families during times of struggle and strife. We're asking that you recognize that big business in the state of Connecticut has what it seems to be superfluous funds, thus allowing them to wait out their workers instead of working with them. The massive financial chasm that exists between these mega corporations and the common working man in Connecticut is getting smaller, but instead it's widening every minute, every day, and every hour.
Can you please
Will-
summarize your testimony?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, you're at the end of your 3 minutes. Can you please summarize your testimony?
Oh, perfect. Yes, exactly. My question then to you, can you help us close this gap? Can you give the workers and the working class in Connecticut some hope? Can you tell them you have intentions of holding big business to a higher standard to improve their lives and well-being? And lastly, can you help promote and prevent the decimation of workers' lives and careers by ensuring they have a lifeboat in a storm? Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, and also thank you for the work you do at Bacchus Hospital. We know that it's a very difficult job for nurses these times, and so we appreciate you. Any comments?
Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you again for testifying. Just my first question through you, Madam Chair, is were you at Bacchus the last time they went out on strike?
Yes, I was.
And could you just explain or discuss the impact that had, that strike had emotionally, financially on many of the individuals that also went out on strike?
Of course, I, at the time, had a 2-year-old at home. I am the financial breadwinner in my household. Myself and many other nurses were terrified. No one went into that strike thinking, yay, we get a few days off, because I think some people may actually think that that's the idea, and it's the furthest from the thing. Every day that we were on strike, which was only a few days, I was getting phone calls, text messages. People were terrified that they were going to lose their job, lose their benefits, lose their house, lose their car. I had single moms reaching out to me who were unsure that they were going to be able to put food on the table the next week because they were living paycheck to paycheck. And that was 5 years ago. Nothing's gotten cheaper. And I think everybody knows that at this juncture, I'm working side by side with nurses who are now working 2 jobs to make ends meet. So a lot of them have taken on second jobs with the fear that if we ever go on strike again, they need to be able to feed their families because they went through it the last time and know that how difficult and how much of a struggle it was 5 years ago, and they can't risk that again.
Thank you for that information. I do remember the strike myself. It's one that I won't forget. It definitely was a downpour the entire time you guys were out there. So I do thank you guys for the work you do, and thank you for testifying.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other hands, I'll move on. Thank you. Danielle Berriald. Is Danielle here? Okay, I don't see her. Anyone coming up? So we will go to Vail. Vail, can you I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. Konhert Jont?
That was great. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vail Konert-Jont, and I'm with United Auto Workers Region 9A, headquartered in East Hartford and representing tens of thousands of members in Connecticut, the Northeast, and Puerto Rico. And thank you so much to all of our union siblings for your powerful testimony and support of unemployment benefits for striking workers. The UAW represents a very wide variety of members in Connecticut at Ford, Yukon, Foxwoods, Electric Boat, and more. And while their Ford members in Connecticut were not called to join the historic UAW stand-up strike of 2023, they were ready to walk out at a moment's notice. And that is what helped us win record gains for our members in that contract, including the reopening of a closed plant in Illinois. So for those senators concerned about plant closings, support striking workers. Many of our elected representatives here today, including UAW's own Senator Julie Kushner, know what it means to walk a picket line and support workers on strike. And in addition to literally walking the walk with us, our elected champions support bills like this one that help us keep chipping away at record inequality and corporate greed in this country. In order to go on strike, a majority of our members at a workplace have to vote to go on strike. It's a choice made democratically and collectively and used as a last resort to win the most essential terms of a contract. In almost every case when UAW members go on strike, it's because the employer they're bargaining with has broken the law and violated the National Labor Relations Act. This bill, which would allow us to access the benefits from the unemployment system that we as workers pay into, would improve the gross imbalance of power between workers and our employers at the bargaining table. And as one of the wealthiest states in our country, but also one of the most unequal, this is just one small way that Connecticut can protect workers' rights to ask for more. Connecticut should seize the opportunity to lead on expanding workers' rights as they're being eroded nationwide. UAW also actually represents nonprofit workers in Connecticut and across the country. I personally was a nonprofit worker as a UAW Local 2320 member when I was an attorney representing low-wage workers who had been financially and sexually exploited by their employers. As an example, the nonprofit National Employment Law Project, whose staff are also unionized with UAW, strongly supports providing unemployment benefits to striking workers and has a helpful policy brief on their website as well. And if you're concerned about nonprofit workers striking and prefer the state to serve as a neutral referee in labor disputes, I ask those senators to please fund legal aid like statewide legal services here in Connecticut so that the public servants who work there can continue to enforce labor and employment law and earn a living wage while doing it. What we as unions are fighting for is a world without exploitation at work. My family is from the birthplace of the UAW, Flint, Michigan, and my mom was a little girl when the union went on strike. And for weeks, many striking workers' families could only afford one meal a day, just bread and gravy for dinner. And yet they chose to continue striking until they won a better future for their coworkers and their communities. As workers and union members
would like to utilize the unemployment benefits that you've paid into. Can you clarify, is that what you meant to say? Did I hear that right or incorrectly? Through you, Madam Chair.
Well, I believe that the labor that we do as union members generates the profits that go into the unemployment benefit system.
Okay, so you're stating that the labor that you provide that goes into the profits that then become taxed at the corporation level. Okay, I'll try to process that, but thank you. I just want to be clear that the corporation or business or organization is the entity that ultimately pays the tax. And that's how that unemployment compensation fund is filled.
Yes, I understand. And I believe that the wealth generated for these corporations is generated by our labor.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why that's so interesting. It seems kind of clear to me. All right. All right. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any other questions. Next up, we have Carla Velati. Carla is also online. Carla, if you could unmute yourself. There you are.
Hi.
Go right ahead.
So good evening, everybody. My name is Carla Velati. I live in New Haven. I am a lifelong resident of New Haven, as all of my family has been. I'm a proud member of Unite Here, Local 217. I am employed with the Omni. I am a housekeeper, a guest room attendant is my actual title. I would first like to say that as far as me leaving my job, like, oh, I don't like this, I'm just going to find another job. I love my job, first off, so I'm definitely not leaving. I also love my city, and I love taking care of the guests that come to our city. I am completely dedicated. So as far as leaving, that's not going to happen. I did not want to go on strike at all. I was really hoping that we were going to be able to avoid it because we had to go out on strike this past summer in 2024. It only lasted 4 days, thank God. But we were definitely prepared to go out for longer if we needed to. We were lucky enough that our union did have a strike fund for us, but it wasn't going to last forever, especially with how many members we do have. So an unemployment supplement would have did us wonders. It would have, I think, kept us from going out on strike at all. I think that the Omni would have said, oh, they have other backup also. Let us come to the table and give them what they deserve. I never wanted to go out on strike. It was a choice that they made us make. They put us back, they put our backs to the wall, and they made us make this choice. It wasn't a choice that we made lightly at all. Because a lot of us do live paycheck to paycheck. I live paycheck to paycheck. So it wasn't a decision we came to lightly. We did go back. We did end up with a decent contract. And had we not been able to make that choice and go out on strike, people that are coming after me aren't going to want to do the job that I do. They're not going to want to take care of the guests that come to our city. Our city will not thrive. Our city will not be booming like it is today. So I definitely hope that you guys support this bill and support the working people in Connecticut, because we are who make this state run. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for what you do to make us all comfortable when we need to go to a hotel. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Any questions, comments? I don't see any hands, so thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Patricio Sepulveda. Patricia. I don't see anyone coming up to speak, so we'll move on to Andrew Yakel. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrew. I'm a UPS delivery driver with Local 671 and a third generation union member. I live in West Hartford with my wife and kid and 2 miniature dachshunds. In my day-to-day routine as a UPS delivery driver, I've developed relationships with workers from many different industries and in towns from all across Hartford County. My last route, I worked the Middletown Industrial District, hitting each business twice a day for both a delivery in the morning and a pickup in the afternoon. While doing my job, I've been in the unique position to talk with people I may not otherwise have the fortune of meeting, to develop real relationships and hear their stories while working together to move products and keep our local economies churning. It's through these experiences that my respect for the warehouse workers of this state was cultivated. These are the people who produce and ship the countless products that can be found within our homes, offices, vehicles, and whatnot. From my firsthand experience, I can tell you that warehouse workers are incredibly hardworking individuals who use their bodies as a tool to complete job functions. And although they work hard, oftentimes the paychecks they receive don't reflect the efforts of their work. If these Connecticut workers ask the million, billion, and in the case of Amazon, trillion-dollar corporations, for better pay and benefits on the job, they hope that the company will negotiate with them in good faith. But these companies know that in order to get more, you need to be able to negotiate, and negotiating can take time. Time is a weapon companies have used to stall, to not come to the table in good faith, and reach a fair compromise with the workers who labor in the warehouses of this great state. Time is a way in which corporations can starve workers, wear them down, drive them away. When a worker is forced to strike, a clock starts ticking, hours, days passing by without a paycheck to keep the lights on at home, food on the table. Unfortunately, the conditions which drive these workers to strike can only be improved by organizing and striking the company to give them more, what they deserve. Their time is limited before the funds run out. If we are serious about taking care of our Connecticut workers, then we need to make sure the companies which employ them are also serious about negotiating with them in good faith. This can be done by passing HB 6904. If companies know that their workers will be able to sustain themselves for a strike action, they will in turn be more motivated to get a deal done before any such strike could ever take place, causing a painful financial pause for all parties involved. I won't rattle off all the stats about pay disparity over the last 80 years in America, how the divide in pay between the very few at the very top of the company and the rest of the workers has grown rapidly and continues to do so every year. At the end of the day, a CEO of any publicly traded company has a job to return as much value to the shareholders as possible. Why would they pay their labor more if they don't have to? Creating unemployment benefits protections for striking workers will help to keep greedy companies accountable to the workers who make them their profits. Thank you for your time.
I have a question for you. In your life, did you or anybody in your family go on strike?
I have not had to go on strike. We came close. Being in UPS in 2023, we were negotiating a contract. And I need to make preparations with my family for if the time came. But fortunately, that wasn't a situation that I had to live through, and I'm grateful for that.
But my question, I guess, was when you were a kid, did you ever have a family member on strike?
My dad was a Hartford public school teacher. He never had to go on strike that I know of. I don't remember any strikes
No,
happening.
they usually don't, but
Right.
there have been occasions where
Yeah.
teachers have. I was curious because I wondered if there were other members of your family who were UPS before you, because I know UPS had a strike in the 90s.
Yeah, 97. But no, I wasn't with the company, and my dad was a Hartford school teacher and my grandfather was a lineman. So
Well, thank you for coming to testify today. Representative Hughes has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, when you describe the corporate landscape now and this bill before us, do you have any thoughts about the proposed tax cuts for these corporations and how that would impact the bargaining, for UPS or any corporation, how that would impact the workers looking for a fair contract?
I know that at UPS, there are standards in our industry. And right now, I want to say the average trucking job pays about $32 an hour. At UPS, that number is closer to 45 because we have been unionized for 100 years. At Amazon, those people doing the same job that I do are being paid about $22 to $25 an hour, and they don't receive any pension, no retirement plan. I think they get between a 2 to a 4% match on their 401k. And so there needs to be a lifting up of the standards in our industry so that our workers can not be living paycheck to paycheck. If anybody wants to get a good sense of how difficult life is at, say, an Amazon fulfillment center like at BDL2 in Windsor, Connecticut, you can hop on over Monday through Friday in front of in downtown Hartford. 54X, the bus line, is filled up almost entirely with Amazon workers who are headed up to BDL2 to go grind away for 12 hours so that they can make just enough money to be able to cover their bills, right? And you could talk to those people. And I've had conversations with men who have had to make the difficult decision between going to the doctor or purchasing groceries so that they can take care of their family. That's not a good position. I think anyone should ever be in.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Ramsey. Not here? Okay. Then Barbara Pierce Mabry. Barbara? Oh, you're online, so we'll go to the Zoom then. Barbara, you can unmute yourself.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Barbara Pierce Mabry. I live in New Haven and I work as a lobby attendant at the Omni New Haven at Yale. I am a proud member of United Here, Local 217. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. Last year, my co-workers and I went on strike after months of contract negotiations. We had to go on strike because the Omni proposals were unacceptable. Their proposals would have made it impossible to pay my rent in New Haven. But going on strike wasn't easy. I was worried about what would happen if I wasn't able to pay my bills. Luckily, with the short strike, we won raises up to 14.5% in the first year. This will make a big difference in my life. I want to stay on top of my bills and also want to be able to help my grandchildren so they have a better future. Now I will be able to get my car fixed if needed be. But we could have had this great contract without having to strike. We were on strike for 4 days and we were prepared to go out again when the Omni agreed to settle a great contract. They could afford it all along. The bill would have given us more protection if we had to exercise our rights to strike indefinitely. And it would have encouraged the Omni to stay at the table and avoid a strike altogether. We had made elected officials join us on the picket line along with Governor Lamont. We call on you and your colleagues to follow through and support this bill. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next person on the list. That's Brian Anderson.
Good evening, Chairwoman Kushner and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm a lobbyist for Council for AFSCME. I speak in support of Senate Bill 8, a bill that gives striking workers access to unemployment compensation. Sadly, we live in an unsettled time. We see the danger of a diminishing middle class. These are times that might make us ponder what Aristotle said 2,300 years ago, that poverty is the father of crime and revolution. The Hartford Courant recently reported that 40% of Connecticut's residents live in economic distress, a disturbingly high rate of working class poverty for a rich state. The Washington Post reported that 60% of the January 6th insurrectionists were financially underwater. They appear largely to be people who play by the rules, but lost their minds due to financial stress. We recently saw a young man apparently assassinate a corporate executive in a misguided attempt to help people access health care. I never thought that I would then see a large number of people applaud such deplorable action. We ignore these signs at our peril. But rather than ignore these signs, we can make this our finest hour. We can rebuild the working class into a middle class. Senate Bill 8 provides strikers with the opportunity to get unemployment compensation assistance. Now, I'm an active participant in our two-party dominant system. I serve on the Democratic State Central Committee. I mention this because I believe in our two-party system. For all the complaints about it, it has brought us remarkable stability over the years, but that stability is fraying. You no doubt see this too. Both parties now claim the mantle of being the working class champion. If we partisans try to outcompete each other, or if we work together, this is the kind of bill that both Democrats and Republicans should get behind. It is not an incentive to strike. Even with unemployment compensation, strikers will lose a substantial amount of their pay. But it levels the playing field just a bit in this day of oligarchs. Let workers use their limited option to strike to improve their pay, retirement, and health care. Let's pass this bill and show working people that using the democratic process can improve their lives and rebuild a stable society. Thanks for listening. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands. Thank you for coming tonight. Next up, we have Peter Brown, and Peter is online. Go
Good
ahead.
evening. Good evening, Chairwoman Kushner, Chairman Sanchez, ranking members, and all the distinguished members of this committee. My name is Peter Brown. I'm the President of Uniformed Professional Firefighters Association, which represents nearly 4,000 career firefighters across the state, testifying in support of SB 8, which provides benefits to striking workers. I've submitted written testimony, but just want to add some brief remarks. I know you have a long night ahead of you. Good to see we're on to page 2 speakers. So I'm a public employee, and although public employees do not have the ability to strike, I wanted to tell everyone that our firefighters stand in strong support of our brothers and sisters across labor on this important issue. It's also good to note that our organization represents some private sector firefighters that do have the ability to strike, so we're standing up for them tonight as well. I think we need to remember how these workers get to this point. As was said by some previous speakers, no one looks forward to going on strike. It only happens when a situation becomes so untenable that the workers see no other path forward but to walk out. Sometimes it may be over a wage or hour dispute, but in many cases it's over unsafe working conditions or other health and safety concerns that, if go unaddressed, can lead to serious injury or even worse for those workers. So I think we need to make sure we level the playing field so that those serious issues can be adequately addressed. If management's allowed to continue to wait them out until they're forced to have to come back to work, then the underlying situation which caused the strike will never get settled. We need to provide the workers access to these important benefits so we can take this tactic out of management's playbook and force them to address the root cause of the dispute. I thank you for your time tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't see any hands, but thank you for being with us tonight. It's always good to see you here.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Next up, we have Therese Hervieux. Therese is online.
Hi, for some reason I'm unable to get my video to work. I don't know why. But can you hear me?
We can hear you, so go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Therese Hervieux. I work at Pratt & Whitney, Local Lodge 1746. I am also representing the Connecticut State Council of Machinists, which is our political arm of the Machinists Union. I'm a union health and safety rep, and among that, many other things. I have been on strike in 2001, which some of my esteemed colleagues reported on earlier. And again, I think what's giving me a hard time is hearing that continued question of that we have choices. There are lots of choices in this world, and many of them are horrible to choose between. And yes, they are a choice, but they are under duress. And so when people, again, this bill isn't so that I can go out on strike. It isn't so that I'll say, oh, great, I'm going to be able to get time off with pay and abuse this system. It is a fail-safe to bring our negotiating people from our companies to the table and actually bargain. I'm on the negotiating committee for our next contract, which is we'll be starting negotiations with them in April. And what I'm hearing for our meetings is there's a lot that's built into just basically wasting time. It's not talking about negotiations. There's just so much time that's wasted that we could be actually talking about the issues and trying to resolve them rather than waiting until the very last day of the negotiations to work until midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning to come up with some last minute supposed best and final offers. It's extremely stressful. It isn't respectful, and unions are here to bring respect to jobs, to lift up our communities, and we vote in representatives to support us, to be behind us in our legal right to negotiate a contract. And I just hope that all of this incredible testimony that you have been hearing will wake you to the fact that we're not here to take advantage of companies. We're here to just get a decent working wage with good benefits that are respectful and dignifying so that we can work out a decent life. None of us are slackers. We aren't just the little people, which is something I heard earlier tonight, but I am in support of the striking workers, SB 8, and I really hope that you will support it and support the workers of this state who keep jobs here, who keep this state running. And thank you again for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. You did a great job and you made it very clear and simple. Is there any, I don't see any hands, so we'll move on to the next witness. That is Daniel Perez, who is also online.
Good evening. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for convening this hearing. My name is Daniel Perez, and I'm an economic analyst at the Economic Policy Institute. EPI is a nonprofit, nonpartisan think tank, and we use the tools of economics to research policies that protect and improve the working conditions of low and middle wage workers. Today, I'm here to share research evaluating the economic impact of Senate Bill 8 and HB 6904. Under current Connecticut law, as you know, workers who go on strike are disqualified from receiving unemployment insurance benefits, and this legislation would remove that disqualification, specifically for workers involved in labor disputes that last 14 days or greater. And today, EPI's modeling shows that when we look at publicly available UI and strike data, that the legislation in question would result in minimal cost to the state of Connecticut, about 0.04% of the state's total UI expenditures. And if we apply a more generous assumption and assume that 100% of all eligible workers will apply and receive benefits, apply for rather, and receive benefits, the impact to the state trust fund then would amount to about 0.1% of the state's UI expenditures. And so Senate Bill 8 and HB 6904, they stipulate a 14-day waiting period before workers would be eligible to apply for benefits. And when we look at strike data, they indicate that over half of all strikes end within 2 days. And then specifically within Connecticut, over the past 4 years, the median strike duration has been just 3 days. The data also revealed that these bills would only apply to a very small share of labor disputes that are prolonged. And that's because strikes are generally rare, typically, as you've heard, pursued by workers as a measure of last resort. When workers do make a difficult decision to strike, they face pay cuts, risk losing benefits, and their jobs altogether in some cases. So when we look at the data, specifically for New Jersey, a state that has this policy in place, the that data suggests that this legislation would not increase strike durations and frequency, as we've heard from other members of the committee. Specifically, New Jersey reduced their waiting period from 30 days to 14 days in April 2023. And if we look at data from the Labor Action Tracker, which is a project by Cornell University, ILR School, and the University of Illinois LER School, we see no increase in strike duration and frequency. So I'll finish by saying that the importance of this bill extends beyond the immediate concerns of workers. Long strikes hurt everyone. Yes, they hurt the workers, but they also hurt the businesses and the businesses that they patron, their communities. And UI plays a crucial role as a macroeconomic stimulator, generates approximately $1.90 for every $1 a program dollar spent. And so this reform would ensure that critical dollars continue flowing into local businesses and communities during times of strike, while also allowing workers to exercise their labor rights without fear of losing their livelihood. So I would urge the committee to support SB 8 and HB 6904. These bills would result in meaningful benefits to workers and the state economy at a very minimal cost. So thank you. I'm going to submit my testimony to the record with more information, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel, we can see from your research that if this was to be enacted, this legislation would have almost zero impact on our UI trust fund, and that based on the experience in New York and New Jersey, there was no increase in the frequency or duration of strikes and similar legislation was enacted. It was suggested that this legislation is bad for business. In your research, were you able to compare job, business, or personal income growth in Connecticut to New Jersey and New York? That's my first of two questions, sorry. And then did Connecticut grow more quickly in those areas without allowing striking workers to access unemployment?
At this time, that's not research that we've looked into yet. I think that's an interesting question. And if we do look at some of the major economic indicators in Connecticut relative to other states in the Northeast Division, we see the employment rate is very healthy. There's a high amount of union density, and union density has when workers are members of unions, they generally have higher wages. They generally raise standards across the industry as well as for non-union workers. So in terms of the health of the economy, Connecticut is faring very well. And I'll also add that it's like I said, it's bad for business when there's widespread unemployment. So UI dollars are a stimulator, and so yeah, not something that I would be concerned would negatively impact the economy.
Okay, just one more question. Thank you, Daniel, for that. So we heard some similar opposition from the business community when we voted to increase the state's minimum wage and index it to inflation. The primary driver, as you know, of economic growth is wage growth. Doesn't this legislation give workers a fair chance to negotiate better wages that in turn benefit our revenue collections and allow them to spend more in retail and other establishments within community?
Yeah, I think I'd refer you to my report, but certainly I believe this legislation wholeheartedly would reduce strike durations and frequency, because employers are then incentivized to engage more earnestly in negotiations. Yeah, workers are not looking to go on strike. There's research showing that UI benefits are not sufficient to afford workers their basic necessities, including food, housing, and all that. But it would serve as a lifeline for workers, in dire circumstances. So
I just want to follow up on Representative Sanchez's question, because I think recently we know that Connecticut has been doing very well financially. Our resources are good, our revenues are good. And in part, it's because personal income has gone up considerably in Connecticut. And we know that when you raise the minimum wage and index it the way we have, that we have a substantial number of workers in our state that are benefiting from that legislation we passed a few years ago. So I think, I believe, Representative Sanchez, you were speaking to the fact that if workers have the ability to strike, have the benefit of unemployment so that they can exercise their right to go on strike and improve wages in our state, that there is a return benefit to the state in that we see, as workers' wages go up, income taxes reflect that, and the state does better as a whole. I think is that your view as well? You're the economist, so I think we want you to say that we're right about that.
No, yeah, I certainly agree with you. I think the literature overwhelmingly shows that unions provide spillover effects for both union workers and non-union workers alike. Union workers are more likely to have access to paid leave, to health insurance, to pensions, and also, yeah, just want to address some other points I heard made earlier in this committee meeting, that there's this notion that workers can just exit a job and that there's no cost or barriers associated with that. And if you want a better paying job, you could just leave. And this notion that the labor market is perfectly competitive in that sense doesn't reflect, I believe, the reality that workers face in the labor market, and also is not substantiated by the economic literature that shows that employers have wage setting power. And for example, if you're the only steel mill in town, you have the power to dictate wages for steel workers, because it's not so simple to just go find and jump ship to another employer. And I think it also ignores the reality of discrimination in the labor market. So, for example, if you're a worker with a disability or formerly incarcerated worker, it's not so easy to just switch jobs. So I think, yeah, we should dispense of the notion that the labor market is something that you could just, or is perfectly competitive in the sense that you could just change jobs. It's not that simple.
Thank you for saying that. I don't know that anybody has actually testified in the way you just did, because it has appeared often in this committee, folks raise the issue of just get a different job. And I know that has never seemed that easy to me. So, but thank you for your testimony. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was one thing that you said that really caught my attention. If we assume that 100% of all eligible striking workers apply for UI, that made me really curious. In your research, does 100% of eligible workers apply for unemployment insurance, after that 2-week waiting period?
That's the assumption I apply in my research. Whether 100% of workers actually apply for benefits in states that have this policy in place, New Jersey, New York, I'd be interested in seeing that as well. I think it's very unlikely, just because there are burdens. It takes time to apply for unemployment insurance. For the most part, strikes don't last that long. I hope I understood your question correctly, but if I'm not addressing it, please.
Exactly, because we discovered during the pandemic that a huge increase of people were applying and having all kinds of problems, all kinds of burdens. The other thing that I wanted to point out is you said it's a lifeline, because it's only a percentage of the wages they were getting. First of all, it's not automatic. It's a difficult process. You are also taxed on those benefits, and it is a burdensome process. And so I think adding to that the already incredibly burdensome process of striking, it's not an automatic, and it's not 100%. And I saw that during the pandemic, when people even were eligible, just found it so burdensome to keep up with that they just sometimes dropped out after a while. So And the third point I wanted you to just say something about is that a lot of times on this committee, you'll hear this individual power, but the individual worker has very little power, but only collectively together. Is there any possibility of what we're talking about, leveling the playing field and forcing these very, very powerful corporations with expensive attorneys and expensive lobbyists to come to the table to, just increase a little bit of fairness for the individual worker?
I think that's a really interesting question. EPI writes extensively about bargaining power in the labor market, and I would refer you to epi.org website and specifically the section about unequal bargaining power. I think there are many factors that result in what the balance of power is. I'm thinking about this legislation solely as it relates to the mandate of the UI program. And I think this program aligns with the mandate of unemployment insurance from its inception. And that is basically to reduce suffering, alleviate suffering from workers who are involuntarily unemployed. And we've heard from a number of workers today, and I continue to hear from workers about the loss that they experience when they are forced to go on strike. And so I believe this is another reason why UI for striking workers aligns with the mandate of the program. But yeah, so I hope that answers your question, but that's how I'm thinking about this policy in particular. It's just the fact that it's aligned with the UI program. And yeah, so thanks for your question.
Thank you for your research. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us this evening. I see no other hands. So I'm going to move on to Laura Kaminsky. Laura, we see you online. If you want to unmute yourself, and if you're able to turn on your camera.
Okay.
There you go.
Good evening. My name is Laura Kaminsky. I live in Southern Connecticut, and I work for Sodexo at the University of New Haven. I've been a cook there for 20 years, and thanks to the struggles of me and my coworkers, I have a great union contract. Next year, I will be paying zero in insurance premiums, contributions, which is a quality, frankly, life-changing. People forget the many workers at universities are laid off in the summertime and winter breaks. Paying zero in insurance premiums changes the game and puts money in workers' pockets when we are most vulnerable. My union contract expires in 2026, and I don't want to lose what we have won. I know that sometimes things get tense with the employer, because I have actually been on strike before. I started working for Southern New England Telephone Company in 1995. And in 1998, my coworkers and I at the CWA struck for a pension plan, pay increase, and other benefits at that time. I was younger and I was living at home. I was an experience that I will never forget. It was hard because I didn't know if I was going to be able to pay my bills on a $200 strike fund. I was getting, when we settled the contract, it was a huge relief. If next year I have to strike to keep my free benefit insurance, I will do it. But it will be so much harder now. I am responsible for all my expenses, car payment, housing, groceries, and I'm the one taking care of my mother, not the other way around. I wouldn't have the same safety net that I did when I was younger. This bill would help me stay out of credit card debt, keep my car payment, keep a roof over my head while I excuse my rights to strike. It may also prevent a strike as well. I think working people in Connecticut agree that this bill will help us on a strike. I hope you will support us as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so we will move on. It's going to be a long night, so. Next up is Rainamar Ortiz. Is Rainamar online? Rainamar, I might not be saying your name correctly. Okay, we will move on to Thomas Connolly. I see Tom is online.
Hi, there you go. Hi, Senator Kushner and Senator Sanchez and the committee. I'm really grateful you're doing this particular hearing because it's very important. I just want to set the context for where I'm coming from. I'm very old, so I've been around a very long time. So I can tell you, I have never thought I would see in my lifetime the richest man in the world living at the White House, taking a wrecking ball to everything that labor and community and racial groups and gay people are getting smashed like they've never thought this would happen in America. And I served 3 years in the military in Germany, and I did visit Dachau when I was 19. And I can tell you one thing, well, this is not going to happen here. This is a very small ask, what we're asking here tonight. And anybody that's opposed to this should take a walk. This is a very small ask. My name is Tom Conley, and I'm testifying in support of SB 8 to restore the balance to bargaining. I speak on behalf of the People's Center in New Haven, which serves communities across Connecticut and as a member organization of Connecticut for All. No worker wants to go on strikes. Strikes happen when workers have no choice but to fight for a fair, livable contract to support themselves and their family. As a labor or activist, I stood on many picket lines supporting workers for their struggles and decent wages. I've seen their courage. Enduring all conditions to demand basic fairness. These workers are our neighbors, Connecticut residents who simply want to provide for their families. Corporations that force workers to strike rely on financial hardships it creates. Strikers know the risk, yet they are left no other option when negotiations failed against exploitive employers. As elected officials, you now have the chance to level the playing field for hardworking Connecticut residents. SB 8 would provide striking workers with unemployment benefits, just as they are in New York and New Jersey, without placing undue strain on the unemployment trust fund. During election season, we hear a lot from all the parties. You know, you're vital workings, you're vital to us, the working families, you're the backbone of Connecticut. Well, now's the time. This bill is about those families struggling to make ends meet. It is long past the time to enact this protection. Connecticut workers deserve the same support of those of our neighboring states. Now is the time. Pass SB 8, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, and thank you for your passionate testimony. Appreciate it. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to Ellen Cupo. Is Ellen here or online? Okay, I don't see Ellen, but I did
Ellen,
see.
please unmute your, oh, there.
Is
Good
Ellen
evening.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Ellen Cupo. I'm a third-generation union member. I live in New Haven, and I serve on the New Haven Board of Alders. I'm also a proud member, shop steward, and executive board member of Unite Here Local 34. My mom, Cheryl Bergman, is also testifying later tonight. She went out on strike for 10 weeks in 1984. Some of my earliest memories are about the picket line. When I was 8 years old, I found a $10 bill on my elementary school playground, and I donated it to the 1996 Local 34 Strike Fund. Today, I'm a proud member of that union. And I know that the people like my mom who went out on strike were out there for the wages and benefits that I have today. For the last 20 years, we have not had a strike at Yale because our employer negotiated in good faith and stayed at the bargaining table. I support SB 8 and HB 6904 because it will incentivize other employers to do the same. If we ever make the hard decision to strike again, I will be out there. But it will not be easy. My husband and I are both union workers, and so I don't know how we'd pay our rent, buy groceries, and pay for daycare with no income. Unemployment insurance would help me provide for my children while I'm able to stand up for myself. As a member of the New Haven Board of Alders since 2020, I've worked with local and state leaders to call attention to the jobs crisis in New Haven's Black and Brown neighborhoods. We worked with unions and New Haven Rising to push Yale University to hire more residents from low-income neighborhoods. Unions are key to solving the inequality in our state. When workers go on strike, they do so to benefit not just their own families, but all of us. I'm incredibly grateful for that. As they make sacrifices like my mom did and walk miles on a picket line, the least that we can do is make sure that they can afford basic needs. In September 2024, Unite Here Local 217 workers at the New Haven Omni Hotel went on a 4-day strike to raise the standard for all hospitality workers in our region. I was proud to walk that picket line with them and inspired by their commitment to one another to keep fighting one day longer. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony, and I look forward to seeing your mom testify later, because I did some solidarity support on her picket line in 1984. So it'll be
Thank you.
Thank you for your great testimony. And I see no other questions tonight from our committee, so we'll move on to John. Well, actually, before we go to John, I hope you don't mind, John, but we're going to go back to Raina Mar because I see that she has joined us here. Raina Mar, can you unmute yourself? And if you can put on your camera. There you go.
This is my turn.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Reina Mal Ortiz. I live in Ansonia, and I am a server at the Omni New Haven Hotel. I'm a proud member of United Here Local 217. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. Last year, my coworkers and I went on strike for 4 days. The Omni was refusing to give us raises that keep with the cost of living, and I felt like my job was on the line. I'm a restaurant server, and the Omni proposed changes to the restaurant that could have put my job and my health in jeopardy. I raised my kids, and I am helping to raise my grandchild. I know the importance of a good job, and I'm a fighter. But even for me, going on strike wasn't easy. Everyone was worried about what would happen to us if we had to be out for months. In the end, we were on strike for 4 days. We were prepared to go out again when the Omni agreed to settle a great contract. To me, that said that they could afford it all along. But what if we had to go out for a long time? This bill would have protected me and my coworkers from debt and evictions. It also would have encouraged the Omni to stay at the table and avoid strike altogether. Workers just want our rights to be respected, and I hope that you will support this bill for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
You're
I
welcome.
don't see any questions for you tonight. Thank you for being with us. And we're going
Thank
to
you.
move on to, let's see, John Brady. Hi, John.
Hi, Senator. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members and members of the committee. My name is John Brady. I am the chair of the Sterling Democratic Town Committee and a member of my Board of Education. I'm also a registered nurse and the Executive Vice President of AFT Connecticut. I testify today in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. I testify both as an elected official and as a registered nurse, concerned about the current situation of hospitals in Connecticut and how they affect our residents. The consolidation of healthcare, the elimination of labor and delivery and intensive care units at Sharon Hospital, Wyndham, and Johnson Memorial, the bankruptcy of Prospect, and the layoffs of Trinity physicians are concerns of everybody in this building and everyone throughout the state. Healthcare professionals are ethically and morally required to speak on behalf of patients and residents. But doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers, striking is sometimes the only way they can advocate for safety and staffing that protects both patients and staff. I'd like to give one example. Going on right now, started in January, 5,000 AFT doctors and nurses in Oregon went on strike for safe staffing, competitive wages, and affordable insurance. As soon as the nurses gave the required 10-day notice, Providence Healthcare broke off negotiations. The governor of the state had to step in and force Providence back to the table, but still Providence refused to bring serious offers to the table. This past week, the best offer by Providence was overwhelmingly rejected by 83% of the nurses at 8 different hospitals, and the strike continues on into its 5th week. Oregon does not provide unemployment insurance for striking workers. If they did, Providence would be incentivized to engage in serious negotiations. The governor might not have had to step in to intervene, and these dedicated healthcare professionals might be back at the bedside. Years, this legislature has made great strides to recruit and retain healthcare workers, and in so doing, protect our residents. Passage of this legislation is the next logical step and aligned with our common goal to care for our residents. Thank you for listening. I know it's going to be a long night, but if you have any questions, I would try to answer them.
Thank you so much for your testimony this evening. I don't see any questions, so we will move on to Ann DeLauro.
Good evening. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ann DeLauro. I live in Killingworth, and I am a proud member of Unite Here, Local 34. I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. In my opinion, this bill will help keep the employer honest when negotiating good and fair contracts. I've been employed at Yale University for almost 38 years now. And while I wasn't a founding member in 1984, I have been a member since 1988. So I have been on strike 3 times since being employed. I came from a Teamsters family, so you just know when you're a union member, there really isn't a question. You go out there and you support your brothers and sisters and you don't cross a picket line. The 1996 contract for me was a scary one because I was just divorced and starting my own life again. I was working 2 jobs and was able to support myself. But when we went on strike, I went out with 1 job, but worked twice as hard to earn half the money. So while I went out there and was on the picket line for 4 hours, I made sure that I was back and working to gain the money that I was losing. In 2003, that was the strike and the contract that actually changed my life. At that time, I was working 3 jobs, sometimes 4. And that raise gave me enough of a bump that I could stop working at least one of those jobs. It was a great feeling knowing that everything I went on strike for, that we actually took a chance and we benefited from that. That was the longest out of the four of them. That was, well, not consider the 84, but that was almost a 4-week strike. We've settled contracts peacefully for the last 20 years. Strikes are disruptive, and Yale wanted their future to look different when negotiating contracts with us. As someone who has been on strike multiple times, negotiating well in advance and using what we call best practices in good faith helps negotiate good contracts for both sides. Nobody wants to go on strike in today's day and age, and we shouldn't have to strike to win good contracts. This bill, like I said, is a way to keep both parties honest, really on both sides. Thank you for hearing my testimony this evening.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony tonight. I don't see any hands, so we'll move on to Brian. Brian.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, and Representative Weir, and the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Brian Wynn, and I work on behalf of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 6904 and SB 8. I am the UFCW's National Bargaining Director. The UFCW represents 1.2 million workers nationwide and in Canada. Of those members, we represent around 13,000 members across the state of Connecticut. In March of 2019, we had 31,000 Stop and Shop employees go on strike in Connecticut. As you've heard from, these workers went on strike because the employer wanted to eliminate healthcare benefits for spouses, cut their pensions, and not provide wage increases to a large number of their employees. The choice to go on strike for these workers and others is never an easy choice to make, and they can anticipate a strike lasting for weeks. As we are having this hearing right now, I'm in Denver, Colorado, where we currently have 10,000 workers that are on strike. These workers, striking workers, represent 77 King Superstores in Denver and nearby cities. Workers in these stores were facing extreme understaffing, leading them to feel overwhelmed and not having enough time to execute standard cleaning and safety protocols for the public. These workers are going on strike for 2 weeks, leaving them in their communities with financial uncertainty. This looming issue of financial uncertainty is because in many states, workers that choose to go on strike are not allowed to apply for unemployment insurance. Connecticut's neighboring states of New Jersey and New York both passed bills providing workers to be eligible for UI benefits after 14 days of striking. I have worked with thousands of members who know what they are taking a big risk in striking, and the reasons to do so are not lighthearted. Workers should be able to choose if they need UI support while they fight for fair contracts, for fair wages, and a safe workplace. UI benefits for striking workers also replace as little as 28% of their prior wages and do not make up for other benefits that they could lose. Union members also pay into their state UI systems. Why should their ability to strike exempt them from accessing this important benefit? Union members fight for fair wages and affordable health care. And part of their fight is paying into those benefits. Union members paying into those benefits only helps their states. State taxes and benefit from the union members' increased wages. Healthcare costs don't go up because those members are covered by the plans that they pay for. Additionally, the cost of providing UI benefits for striking workers costs very little, especially in larger context of a state's entire UI spending. When broken down across an entire UI state spending system, striking workers' UI claims are a fraction of 1% on what states spend every month on UI benefits. Estimates have found that the average number of striking workers in Connecticut between January of 22 and November of 23 would make up only 2% of initial monthly UI claims. And ongoing UI claims for striking workers in Connecticut would be 0.3%. It is time for the state of Connecticut to honor its role as a pro-worker state and enact SB 8 and HB 6904. The sacrifice by Connecticut's UI system to provide benefits to striking workers is minor in comparison to the sacrifice workers make when going on strike. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and good luck to all those workers out in Colorado.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Barbara Vereen.
Hello.
Is here online.
Hi. So, good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez. Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Oh my God, I see two of me. My name is Barbara Vereen. I live in New Haven, and I'm a proud member of Unite Here, Local 34, and a former member of 1199. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. I've been on strike 3 times. My first time, I was 19 years old. I went on strike for a week. My second time was in 2008. And I went on strike for 3 weeks with 1199. And my third time, I went on strike with Yale University in 2003 for 4 weeks. I went on strike for better wages. I'm a single parent at the time when I was in 1988. I was 19 with a child, and I had my own apartment. I had a car note, a house note, utilities, and putting food on the table. And I worked 2 jobs, full-time and a part-time job. Well, I was working 32 hours at my part-time job and working with overtime, and found it very hard to make ends meet. But when I went on strike, because I wanted a better life and I wanted a livable wage so that I could be an active parent in my kid's life. I was living in public housing. It was hard, very hard to put food on the table. And I didn't want my boys to grow up I wanted something different for them. I didn't want them grow up to be susceptible to things that they were seeing in our neighborhood with people selling drugs and dying in the street. I wanted to be an active parent and working, as you know, working a 40-hour job and working a part-time job as a parent. And so it was the hardest thing I ever had to do was making the decision to take food off of the table and making the decision to go out on strike. And when I say it was the scariest thing, it was the scariest thing. And some people might be like, well, you did it 3 times. Every time it was harder. It got harder and harder because you have different life circumstances. Your kids get older and they never understand when you are intentionally being like, I need to make a stand because I want something better for you. Right. And I think that having unemployment benefits, UI for striking workers could have maybe reduced the time that we were out on those picket lines. And so, but the thing I would say is that when we came back off strike, right, we won great contracts, right? We won great benefits. I was able to put my kids in a proper daycare, proper after school care. I was able to be an active parent and go to schools, to after school programs with my kids. I was able to be a real active parent because I stood up and fought back. The thing I would say is that at the Arden House, they kept us out longer. They kept us out 2 weeks longer so that they could subcontract our work, so that some of us didn't even have jobs to go back to. I believe that if we had unemployment we were able to collect unemployment, it would have prevented it might have prevented them from keeping us out longer. They thought that we was going to come back in. So they kept keeping us out longer.
Ms. Vereen, your time is almost up. Please conclude your
Okay.
remarks.
Okay, so I just want to say at Yale for the last 20 years, Yale have made a decision to settle good contracts while forcing us out on strike, which would disrupt our families and our patients and our community. We want to continue to settle peaceful contract, and SB 8 and HB 6904 will encourage employers to stay at the table to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, have a good evening. Up next, we have Obed Sierra.
Good evening, co-chairs and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Obed Sierra and I live in Stamford, Connecticut. I am an organizer with Connecticut for All Coalition. I support Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. In our current political and social economic climate, it is very important for the state of Connecticut to take a stand and support Connecticut residents. There is an abundance of companies that are willing to exploit Connecticut residents to start them out, to let them freeze. Connecticut doesn't exist in a vacuum, and the decisions made in the White House are tilting the balance against working people in this country. Since 2021, there have been only 21 strikes, but only 5 of them have lasted longer than 2 weeks. If SB 8 had been a law, the striking workers' claims would have been amounted to 0.1% of the total claims. I strongly support striking workers accessing the benefits while they fight for their rights, because we need the legislature to enact the policy changes we need to make Connecticut more equitable and lift up communities that are struggling to survive. Working people are the backbone of our state, and our legislature needs to protect their rights in every way possible. I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will vote favorably on these both bills this year. Thank you.
And thank you. I don't see any questions from the committee, so thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Travis Woodward.
One second, just fighting with my phone. Doesn't look like I can get my camera up, but Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer for the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SCIU Local 2001, a labor union representing 25,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers. I offer the following testimony in support of House Bill 6904. Connecticut law favors employees during a labor dispute. Workers who make the difficult decision to go on strike are unable to access unemployment benefits because they are presumed to have left their jobs voluntarily. But if they are locked out by the employer, they can receive these safety net benefits. HB 6904 adds fairness by allowing striking workers to receive unemployment benefits after 2 consecutive weeks. It incentivizes the employer to remain at the table and negotiate in good faith to avert a strike. If they don't, they risk increasing their unemployment insurance experience ratings if the strike lasts longer than 2 weeks. Our neighbors in New York and New Jersey already permit striking workers to access unemployment benefits. It's time for Connecticut to follow their example. Although the majority of workers I am proud to represent as president of CSEA are public sector employees who do not have the legal right to go on strike, the local does represent private sector workers, including school bus drivers and monitors. A strike is the last resort option. It is never entered into lightly and is not something that every worker wants to avoid. What workers, public and private sector alike, want is better pay, better benefits, and to be treated with dignity and respect on the job. HB 6904 will not only ensure that strikes remain a last resort option, but also that they are rare and short. Empowering workers and leveling the playing field between management and labor, like HB 6904 does, is something that every person should support. I want to thank you for hearing my testimony, and I encourage every member of the committee to support HB 6904. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, greatly appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Sarah Ganon. No, Sarah. Oh, she is. Okay. We see you, Sarah. Well, we don't see you yet, but your name popped up. There she is.
There we go. Good evening, and thanks so much, everyone, for your attention during today's hearing. My name is Sarah Ganong. I'm the State Director of Connecticut Working Families Power. We're an independent political organization fighting for policies that support working people, that expand economic opportunity and strengthen democracy. I'm joining many voices that you've heard this evening in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. As you've already heard from many others, every worker in Connecticut deserves respect in their workplace. Every worker should have a reliable job that pays well. Unfortunately, for decades now, workers' rights in this country have suffered steady erosion. Profits soar, yet workers see their wages stagnate. The Trump administration has unfortunately signaled a return to openly anti-labor policies. But here in Connecticut, we have a chance with these two bills before the committee today to level the playing field. Strikes are not undertaken lightly by workers. They're a last resort and necessary response when workers have exhausted every other avenue in their fights. I personally have supported workers on picket lines in all sorts of fields, from grocery workers to hotel employees, janitors to healthcare workers. None of them were excited to go on strike, has been implied by some folks here tonight. In fact, many were completely terrified, but they knew it was the only way that they could improve working conditions for themselves and their coworkers. Under current Connecticut law, striking workers are denied unemployment benefits, treating as though instead they've just voluntarily left their jobs. This presumption is not only inaccurate, it actually undermines the very foundation of collective bargaining and gives employers even more leverage to drag out labor disputes, knowing workers are just left without a safety net. These two bills correct this injustice by allowing workers on strike to access unemployment benefits after 14 consecutive days. This really simple reform aligns unemployment insurance with its actual core purpose, supporting workers who are out of work through no fault of their own. It also is going to incentivize employers to negotiate in good faith rather than prolonging disputes to starve workers into submission. I think it's also important to note here that very few strikes actually last longer than 2 weeks, meaning the proposed legislation supports workers in rare but really important circumstances. Other states, including New York and New Jersey, have already recognized the importance of these protections, and I encourage Connecticut to follow suit. When employers refuse to provide decent pay and conditions, workers must be able to stand up for themselves without fear of losing everything. The right to organize, to bargain collectively, and to strike when necessary is a pillar of economic justice, and our laws must reflect that. HB 6904 and SB 8 are critical steps towards rebalancing the scales. I urge the committee to advance these bills. Thanks so much for your time in this late hearing, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Adam Waters. Next up, Heather Brawl. Oh, she did? Okay. Thank you. Next up, Joelle Fishman.
Good evening. Good evening, Representative Sanchez and Senator Kushner and members of the committee. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. My name is Joelle Fishman. I live in New Haven. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Connecticut Communist Party, and also I'm part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm speaking in favor of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904 to allow unemployed benefits for workers who have been on strike for 2 weeks. Nobody goes on strike unless they're forced to, has been said so eloquently this evening. And in today's climate, with the huge profits being seized by corporations at the expense of living wages and benefits, it's there for everyone to see. And the UAW said it very succinctly in their strike against the big three. They said big profits must equal big wages and benefits for the workers who created them. There are many examples of how courageous workers who have been forced on strike have raised the living standard for all workers. And every single one of the strikes we heard about from the various unions tonight, this is true. At the end of 2024, we heard from the courageous hotel workers of Unite Here Local 217, who were forced on strike by billionaire owners. And with extraordinary support from allies and elected officials, they won good contracts in a matter of days. This victory for themselves and their families is leading to improved conditions for workers at other hotels in the area and thereby benefiting the entire economy. All strike workers who have been forced on strike for respect, dignity, and living conditions are subject to the heavy hand of the employer. The threat of no income for the duration of a strike, or even possibly losing one's job as the result of a strike, is a chilling effect that makes it hard to challenge unfair practices. By affirming unemployment insurance after 2 weeks on strike, these bills help to level the playing field. And I want to say that I personally have experienced 2 prolonged strikes in my life and some shorter ones as well. But when I was a child, my father was on strike for some time at Campbell's Soup. I grew up in Camden, New Jersey. And that experience, that tough experience, taught me to stand up for justice no matter what the difficulties are in the rest of my life. And also, me and my husband, we were part of that historic strike of Local 34 at Yale University for 10 weeks to just try and get a decent first contract. So as well, I've served on many strike support committees and picket lines across the state. I know from firsthand how the strain is on striking families and on communities as well. So we're in dire times in our country. It's time to bring Connecticut in line with other states. Allowing unemployment benefits for striking workers after 2 weeks can serve as a push at the bargaining table and provide support in time of crisis if a strike still results. Like all the points in the equity agenda, these bills take a step toward racial and economic equity in our state, including for low-wage workers. So I urge you to support and pass SB 8 and HB 6904 in this session, and appreciate so much all the legislations that have come forward from this committee, and specifically on this fundamental issue of democratic rights tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We're gonna go back. I think we see Adam Waters is here.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Adam Waters. I live in New Haven, and I'm the president of Unite Here Local 33, the union for graduate teachers and researchers at Yale University. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. This past fall, I stood in solidarity with workers at the Omni New Haven Hotel, at Yale, and the Hyatt Regency Greenwich as they went on strike for fair wages and benefits. The workers spent long days and nights walking the picket line and risked the economic security of themselves and their families, all in order to win fair contracts that reflected the true value of their work. Ultimately, they won raises of up to 15% in the first year, and I'm so proud to have been on the picket line with them and to have been able to have been a part of this tremendous victory. We in Local 33 also recently settled a fantastic contract. For the first time in the history of Yale University, graduate teachers and researchers have strong protections in a union contract from issues like harassment, discrimination, and unjust termination. We also won pay raises to match the rapidly rising cost of living in New Haven and across our state. But unlike the Hyatt and the Omni, our employer, Yale University, chose to do the right thing and settle a fair contract with us without forcing us to go on strike. SB 8 and HB 6904 incentivize all employers to negotiate in good faith and ensure that unemployment insurance can be available to support workers when they're forced to leave unsafe or intolerable workplaces. Strikes are often the result of serious and even at times illegal employer actions like harassment, unfair labor practices violating workers' rights, or bad faith negotiating. When issues rise to a level of a labor dispute, workers have good cause to leave the workplace, and unemployment insurance exists to provide relief in these situations. Connecticut elected leaders showed up for us in Local 33 as we won our union and negotiated a fair contract. And I appreciate that so many of you and your colleagues joined us on the picket line with our union siblings of Unite Here Local 217. That's why I call on you, and we all call on you tonight, to please support us by passing SB 8 and HB 6904. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, so thank you again for your testimony.
Thanks. Good evening.
Next up, we have Khadija Lamb. We will move on to, and I see he's there, or they're there, Tenzin Jordan.
Hi, hello, do you hear me?
Yep.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Tenzin Jordan. I live in New Haven. I'm a Yale student, a member of Students Unite Now, and a co-chair for Ward 22 Dixwell in New Haven's Democratic Town Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My family and I immigrated to the United States during the height of 2009's economic instability. My parents held odd jobs and made minimum wage for several years. In 2011, when I was just 8 years old, my father began organizing his workplace's housekeeping staff with Unite Here Local 6. After a protracted 2-year fight, which included anti-union campaigns, a union recertification process, day-to-day intimidation, and a lengthy contract negotiation period, my father and his coworkers won their union contract. What came with this union contract were benefits and protections, including a fair grievance process, comprehensive health care, a pension, increased pay, and dignity for workers in their workplaces. While my father and his coworkers fortunately did not have to go on strike to win their contract, the threat of striking was always there. I remember the particularly tense moments during the recertification process in which my father and his coworkers had to be strike ready in the face of management's pressure to give in, and in spite of the looming fear of going on strike and not having access to financial security. At that time, New York State law did not allow striking workers unemployment benefits until 7 weeks into the strike. No union member wants to go on strike. They simply know that striking is the last right they have when employers decide to either draw out or bleed organizing drives dry. In 2020, New York State successfully amended their law, allowing striking workers unemployment benefits after 2 weeks on the picket line. Workers in Connecticut, in situations just like my father, can benefit immensely from the passage of SB 8 and HB 6904. This bill helps ensure that workers have their basic needs met when exercising their right to strike, and provides some comfort to workers like my dad facing the fear of going on strike. The security is critical, especially as we head into a tumultuous future for labor relations on the federal level. Before I conclude, I want to note that last year, Connecticut lawmakers and elected leaders showed up in solidarity for the union workers of Unite Here Local 217 during their strikes. We ask you to support all of us in ensuring workers' rights and dignity by passing SB 8 and HB 6904. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Irene Tong.
Good evening. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Irene Tong. I'm a senior researcher and policy analyst at the National Employment Law Project. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan research and advocacy organization specializing in employment policy. I'm testifying in support of SB 8 and HB 6907, which will provide critical safeguards for Connecticut's warehouse workers. Over the last 5 years, I've studied the warehouse worker injury crisis and worked with policymakers around the country to address this urgent issue. In Connecticut, the warehousing industry is growing rapidly, with the Connecticut Department of Labor projecting faster growth in warehousing than in any other industry between 2022 and 2032. At the same time, data show that warehouse jobs rank among the most dangerous in the state, and injuries are far more common than in other private sector jobs in Connecticut, like construction, manufacturing, and transportation. I examined the latest government data available from OSHA for the 5 largest warehouse operators in the state and found that Amazon and FedEx have the highest rates of injury. FedEx has the highest rate overall, with 25 injuries reported for every 100 workers. Note that the injury rates reported at Amazon and FedEx refer only to warehouse workers and do not include injuries to drivers. Amazon is the largest warehousing operator in Connecticut, representing 43% of the workforce in Connecticut, in warehousing and storage and couriers and messengers. And the injury rates at the company's warehouses are rising. Amazon reports that its Connecticut warehouse workers are injured at a rate of 6.7 injuries for every 100 workers. And this rate has crept up from 6.4 in the previous year and 6.3 the year before that. This is the equivalent of about 1 injury for every 15 workers and is more than double the rate of other private sector workers in Connecticut. The overwhelming majority of injuries to Connecticut Amazon workers, 96%, were of the most serious kind, meaning cases severe enough that workers could not continue performing their normal job duties and had to either be transferred or take time off work to recover. I've included in the appendix of my written testimony some excerpts of OSHA injury case details at Connecticut warehouses, describing thousands of sprains, back, shoulder, elbow, and wrist injuries. And I can't emphasize enough that the injuries we're talking about here, serious muscle strain injuries caused by awkward and repetitive motions without sufficient recovery time, are not only painful, but are often disabling and can stay with workers their entire lives. I'd like to highlight one urgent amendment needed in the bill. The language on attorney fees is out of line with how other basic worker protections currently function under Connecticut law and could jeopardize any enforcement if this bill becomes law. NELP would suggest changing the language to align with Connecticut's minimum wage law and other warehouse-related laws recently passed in Minnesota, Illinois, and California, which allow workers to recover attorney's fees if they prevail in a case, but don't require them to pay their employers attorney fees if they don't. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Irene. It's good to see you here again this year. Hopefully this is the year we get it done. But I was a little surprised by your testimony because I know I had heard, I think, that Amazon represented that things were getting better, but your statistics don't reflect that.
No, and these are actually Amazon's self-reported numbers to OSHA. So things are absolutely not getting better. They're getting worse at Amazon.
The other thing that I've heard from colleagues who are questioning whether or not we should do this bill, I've heard people say we shouldn't interfere in the employee-employer relationship. And I know historically government has set up regulations that prevent injuries and accidents to occur in the workplace. I wondered if because you've done a lot of research on this, I wonder if you have any opinion on that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that this is, one of the basic fundamental roles of government is to make sure that workers have a safe and, healthy workplace. And we know that with the what's happening in Washington right now, that OSHA is not really going to be able to play that role. They were already fairly weak. We've seen that OSHA mustered every ounce of energy and resources that it had to bring some citations on Amazon in the last few years. And even so, it was only a handful of the warehouses that they were actually able to inspect. And so, and the settlement itself, I mean, it was, I can't remember the exact number, but, just a slap on the wrist, just because OSHA's authority to actually levy fines is so low, is so weak, and they're, they don't have enough inspectors to really hold companies accountable. So this is why state lawmakers like Connecticut need to step up to really address this growing crisis. Like I said, warehousing is a growing sector around the country and in Connecticut specifically. It is the fastest growing industry in Connecticut right now. So this now is the time to take action, and it absolutely makes sense for the state to do so.
One other thing, I know when you first came to testify before us a few years ago, I was shocked by the conditions that you described and the kind of speed up that caused injuries. I'm not sure we all really understand it. I know we had some testimony earlier today that from warehouse workers that was very moving, and it did describe how basically they were using their bodies as a tool and got worn out, like one guy testified about his shoulder. I wonder if you could speak two things. Could you speak to like how these injuries occur and how they, this bill would prevent them from occurring? And the second thing is if we were to tour Amazon or one of the other facilities, big warehouse facilities, a FedEx, would we be able to see any of this to get a real good idea of what causes these injuries?
Those are great questions. So Amazon in particular has been a pioneer of these very high-tech digital surveillance practices, which have driven the injury crisis at its warehouses. And research has shown this. There's a University of Illinois study has shown specifically that the high rates of injury at Amazon are attributable to the way that they manage their workforce. And what that looks like in practice is that workers are not told what standard they need to meet in order to avoid being disciplined. Instead, they just know that if they're in the bottom 5th percentile at any given moment, they could be disciplined or fired. And so, what workers have described is that this just creates a climate of fear, and they know that if they are not moving their bodies as fast as they possibly can at all moments, they might fall below that threshold. And you can see how that would lead workers to push their bodies beyond their limits and lead to these sort of astronomical injury rates that we've seen at Amazon. And this is documented by academic researchers, and OSHA itself has gone in and specifically pointed to the connections between these kinds of disciplinary policies, the kind of sort of high-tech, very close surveillance that Amazon uses, and these injuries. And so that's why. And then so that's one part of it. So there's multiple quotas that Amazon uses. That's one of them. The other one is called time off task, in which they count every second, every minute that a worker is not scanning items and docks them for all of those very small increments of time. And so that is where you see workers not able to use the bathroom because they're afraid if they use too much time off task, they will be disciplined.
And that actually sparks another question, because we did have a question earlier today. I believe it was to Senator Looney. Do workers know when they come into the workplace, when they get hired, are they told what these quotas are and what it will mean? And how frequently do the quotas change?
So they are not told right now, what the quota is when they are hired. That's the first provision of the bill, is simply disclose what the performance standard is upon hiring. And in terms of how quickly they change, I think sort of the system that I've described, in which the bottom 5th percentile can be disciplined at any moment, that is sort of that's a moment to moment, sort of hour to hour sort of calculation. So Amazon is tracking this at all times, and workers have described how, so the managers have their laptops, they walk around, and if somebody falls below that 5th percentile, then a color changes on the screen, something like that. There's bar charts, that sort of thing. So it's constant. That's what the workers have described. It's constant. They have no idea what is going to get them hired. They just know they need to go as fast as they possibly can. If they feel something in their back, they just keep going because of this climate of fear that has been fostered through this kind of system. I think another important thing to note is just the frequency of discipline that is enabled by the system that Amazon has created. In just one warehouse, it was reported that there were 13,000 disciplinary actions taken in 1 year. So if you can imagine that. And those are only just even the ones that were even documented, but workers also talk about how they're pulled aside all the time and given write-ups, but their write-ups are sometimes not even written, but they're just verbally reprimanded. So it's a very intense and very repressive atmosphere.
And I'm sorry if I missed it, but I know in previous testimony, you've told us about the turnover rate at Amazon. Do you know?
Yes. So the turnover rate is about 150% annually, which if you can imagine, that is basically there's more than one person that has that job each year. So it's very, very, very high. And this is not the kind of job where someone can stay and sustain a career. In fact, Amazon has really discourages that. So they cap pay at 3 years. After 3 years, you no longer get any raises. And that is really to encourage people not to stay for the long term, because they know that keeping people moving and not sort of staying for a long time is how to keep the unions out. I mean, that is, I think, absolutely part of their strategy in terms of encouraging high turnover. And they have other methods that they encourage high turnover as well. So, in terms of as such I think Amazon is one of the largest private sector employers in Connecticut, if not the largest private sector employer. And to have a company like that really designing their jobs to be short-term, dead-end jobs where workers get injured and disabled, it's really not the foundation for a good jobs economy in Connecticut.
Well, thank you for your testimony. You always bring new information to us, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Daniel Cadogan.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and any other members of the committee that have been brave enough to power towards the 6th hour here. As lucky number 56, I've had to scratch off a bunch of my bullet points because they've been made for time and again, but a couple things I just wanted to touch on. The max benefit, the weekly benefit is $721. So factoring that out, that's assuming an employee makes $74,984. And this goes to the windfall, the illusion of the windfall, and the expansion of strikes as a benefit with this. So provided that you make $74,984, that gives you the maximum Connecticut benefit of $721 a week. So after the first 2 weeks, you've lost your entire salary, which would amount to $28.84. The third week, you would get 50% of your salary, $721, and that would happen again in the fourth week. So over the course of a month, if you happen to be on strike for a month, you would have lost $4,326 in earnings, and you would have taken home $1,400. And Connecticut is just like up in Massachusetts where I'm at. Connecticut's a very high expense state to live in, and $1,400 is certainly not any kind of a windfall to voluntarily extend a strike out that long to get where you're at. But, we talked earlier about, well, not we, but many people have talked earlier about leveling the playing field. And companies have the ability to just hire other, I'll say, scab workers in the event of a strike, and they do quite often do that. So they can generally continue on without the workforce. There were some comments made earlier by some panelists about changing jobs and striking being an option, and you have a choice. And one of the problems with that is if every time you come up for a contract negotiation and you decide to switch jobs, you'll be a perpetual new hire into your 30s, 40s, 50s, and nearly into retirement. One of the problems with changing jobs is seniority, vacation time, scheduling. A lot of jobs have entry-level rates where you may start off at 75% of your full rate and get a 5% raise each year. Maybe after 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, you get extended vacation time and things of that nature. And just having seniority and being able to hold different shifts that work better for you and your family. So if you were to cut ties with every company that didn't want to negotiate in good faith and come to the table with reasonable expectations and options, you could very well just keep starting over. And at 49, going on 50 years old, I've been on the railroad now for just shy of 28 years. And I can't imagine starting over in my industry 3 or 4 or 5 times over the course of my 28-year career. I would be, I know this is not factual for me because I do work nights. I'm at work right now, but I would wind up being on nights and weekends, up until the time I retire, where the majority of people don't like it on nights and weekends. Just happens to work for me and my family. But again, these are just certain things that just make the argument about changing jobs and making the choice to go somewhere else as opposed to striking just unrealistic. And while I was researching this briefly, I came across an article by Otto Porter in the New York Times back in January of 2021, and I'll just wrap this up with this. He summarized the unemployment insurance as the primary goal is to support workers while waiting for productive jobs rather than taking the first one that appeared, thus removing a state of desperation. And although that's not the exact phrasing for what we're talking about here today, it does really run parallel, because if you were to allow people to collect unemployment during these times of strife and striking, that people would just have the ability to take a step back and rationally negotiate contracts that benefit them in the long run, that benefits companies in the long run. And by allowing people to go ahead and have this small cushion behind them so they can keep the lights on, they can keep food on the table. It just
Your
makes
time
for,
is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
I will wrap it up with this. And it gives people a slight cushion to, like I said, just keep the lights on and food on the table and not make desperate decisions and take whatever best and final offer. We've heard that phrase many times tonight. Because more often than not, it's like buying a car. You make an offer and the salesman goes back and talks to the sales manager and they come back with a different number, and you play this cat and mouse game. And the first offer is, in my experience, never been the best and final offer. And this penance, if you will, and it is just that, $721 a week is penance for a striking worker. It does slightly tilt the scale towards favorably for the employee as opposed to the employer, who generally holds all the cards. And I will end with that. I thank you for your time, and I wish you all well as you get through to the triple digit testimony. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Dan Livingston, Michelle Evermore, and Alexa Tapia.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee. I've had the privilege of being a union lawyer for more than 40 years, and I'm proud to be able to testify in support of House Bill 6904 and Senate Bill 8. Our state's got a proud history of support for collective bargaining, which, like the checks and balances that our political democracy was founded on, provides a balance that provides for workplace democracy. But the federal preemption doctrine prevents our state from acting directly to redress the imbalance of power in the private sector workplace. Congress is supposed to do that with the National Labor Relations Act. The movement of workers that the 1935 Act helped to protect built the middle class in this country. But a lot has changed since then. The Supreme Court read the NLRA to mean that employers in the U.S., alone among industrial democracies, could permanently replace striking workers. An anti-worker Congress over President Truman's veto outlawed secondary boycott, labor's most effective strike weapon, really just a form of solidarity between bargaining units, and again left the U.S. unique among industrial democracies in weakening labor. As corporate power has grown, the NLRA's penalties have proven to be trifling and insignificant, which do little to deter mass violations of workplace rights, especially during critical times when workers are organizing unions or striking to get contracts. As union density has declined, working and middle class income has faltered, and income inequality has spiraled. Our sovereign state of Connecticut might well disagree with these decisions on permanent replacement or grossly inadequate penalties, but preemption says we cannot act directly to redress the imbalance of power in the private sector workplace. I just lost my spot here. That's not good. Even as gridlock in Washington, D.C. has for decades prevented Congress from carrying out its responsibility to update the NLRA to carry out its promise of balance. The preemption doctrine is particularly ironic now when the new administration has unlawfully removed an NLRB member in order to produce an NLRB without a quorum to even make a decision. So we have preemption of our state's ability to protect workers, and we have preemption by an act which has not been updated in decades to catch up with increasing corporate power, and now has been completely made essentially null and void. But there is one area where preemption doesn't apply, on employment benefits, where the Supreme Court has said that states get to decide whether strikers get unemployment. As of now, our state puts its thumb on the scales of management by deciding that they don't. Our state, with its long history of support for collective bargaining, puts its thumb on the scales of management by denying strikers unemployment. If I had a magic wand, I'd like to see this bill give strikers unemployment from the very first day, but this bill would make a real difference as it is. For the first 2 weeks, we continue to put our thumbs on management's side when we say that strikers are the only workers with compelling reasons not to be at work whom we deny unemployment to. But then after 2 weeks, we put our thumbs a little bit on the side of workers. Strikes of 2 weeks or more are extremely rare. Because we allow permanent replacement of workers, they are acts of extreme courage. Your whole job, your whole career, your whole ability to take care of your family is at risk in this country as it is in no other industrialized democracy. The law never favors long strikes. Math never favors long strikes. And at least here, where federal law has come close to abandoning the protection of workers, it's beyond time for Connecticut to intervene. Such intervention on the side of balance isn't anti-business. When we continue to reward bad corporate behavior, we actually do a disservice to good businesses. We give a competitive advantage to the bad ones. We support a race to the bottom, which is bad for everyone, business, labor, and the state as a whole. I urge the committee to restore balance as best it can in this sadly too limited area because of preemption, and to support Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. Thank you.
Thank you, committee co-chairs, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members, Senator Samson and Representative Weir for holding this hearing today. My name's Michelle Evermore, and I'm a senior fellow at the National Academy of Social Insurance. So there are some core concepts that in UI that apply when considering covering striking workers. And we've been hearing a little bit about suitable work, refusing unsuitable work. Throughout the program, we talk about the importance of suitable work. What's that mean? About 1,000 program letters get into it. But at the end of the day, UI's purpose is to make sure people don't have to accept lousy, low wage jobs. Coming out of the Great Depression, we saw lowering tides affecting all boats. So Congress enacted a bunch of rising tide reforms. UI is one of them. And covering workers whose work is so unsuitable that they went on strike seems to fit the bill to me. I also want to point out that covering striking workers is not as rare as we think. People can very often get UI during a strike in a wide variety of situations. As is true in the majority of states, in Connecticut, locked out workers can get UI. Workers affected by a strike but not directly involved in the strike can get UI. Also, if you're just an average unemployed person and you are offered the job of a striking worker, you don't have to take it. You can still keep your UI. So essentially, workers don't have to cross a picket line to qualify for UI unless it's their own picket line. Under one federally administered unemployment system, the Railroad Unemployment Insurance System, as well as in New York and New Jersey, workers on legal strikes can get benefits. In 8 other states, striking workers can get benefits if the dispute is caused by the employer violating the contract. If the employer violates labor law, striking workers in 7 other states can get benefits. And people who are not even in unions can refuse unsafe working conditions. They can quit unacceptable jobs and get UI. That's what we're getting at with suitable work here. If your employer tells you to break the law, or if your workplace is wildly out of line with workplace safety, has safety standards, or you're being harassed, you can usually get UI, union or no. So this gets back to the question of suitable work. You don't have to accept unsuitable job offers and get unemployment insurance. This is about, preventing a race to the bottom. And struck work is not suitable work, in my view. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Kushner.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, I thank you both for your testimony. Oh, were we going to hear from Alexa too?
Sorry.
Is she here? Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I'm here.
We won't get to the questions till you have a chance to testify. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Alexa Tapia, and I'm with the National Employment Law Project. I am speaking in favor of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904, which would extend unemployment benefits to striking workers. This legislation is consistent with the longstanding core purposes of the unemployment insurance program and would have powerful benefits for workers, families, and communities across Connecticut, all at a minimal cost. Providing UI to striking workers aligns with the purpose of the UI program. UI was established to safeguard workers and their families against an unexpected loss of income due to unemployment and to prevent jobless workers from being obligated to accept employment that is unsafe, unsuitable, or a poor match for their skills and abilities, which can in turn drive down wages and depress labor standards for workers across the board. Striking workers and their families deserve the same financial support and should not be pushed into poverty for exercising their legally protected right to strike to obtain good jobs. As we've heard today, the decision to strike is a last resort, a risk, and great economic hardship for workers. Some workers do not have access to strike funds. Even when strike funds are available, they are often far from enough. The economic hardship from strikes can extend far after the strike, and this hardship disproportionately impacts workers of color, women, and their families. Providing striking workers with UI benefits will help workers and their families continue to afford necessities and spend money in their communities, sustaining support for the local economy. I urge legislators to support this bill, which will have a powerful, lasting impact, uplifting Connecticut and its workers, all while creating good jobs at a minimal cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. You packed a lot in there. Two things that came to mind is, and I'll start with you, Dan. I appreciate your testimony about the ways in which government has already interfered with workers' rights to strike. And you talked about preemption. You talked about, I'm not sure everybody knows about preemption and what that means, but it means we can't pass laws in Connecticut that contradict the federal laws under the National Labor Relations Act. Is that sort of what it means?
Yeah, so even a little worse. We can't pass laws that directly impact the balance of power between labor and management, except in this area of unemployment.
And you talked about permanent replacements as being one of the ways in which, and end of secondary boycotts, which are two of the ways in which workers have less power when they go out on strike, based on government rules that we set down. Are there any others that you can think of?
Well, I do think that the lack of any significant remedy in the National Labor Relations Act.
All right.
Typically, when we really want to deter serious misconduct, we do it with significant remedies in many, many areas of the law. But in this area, absolutely blatant violations, for instance, of election fairness to get a union. Typically, what we do, we rerun the election. And firing workers years to get for going on strike or an unfair labor practice strike or other unlawful reasons for firing takes years to remedy, and all the worker gets is quote made whole, so it's back pay, and they subtract anything the worker had the gall to earn in the middle. So it is really a slap on the wrist for the employer. That's not what we do when we really care about protecting or deterring misconduct. We have real remedies, and there have been many bills introduced in Congress recognizing these remedies aren't working and trying to update them so that we could go back to the original purpose of the act. But the gridlock in Washington has prevented any of those bills from passing.
I even think, though, that when I think about picket lines that I've been on or seen, there are other ways in which the government really interjects itself. to make it harder for workers to win a strike. Everything from where you can picket so that you don't interrupt the flow of business. There's lots of ways that that happens. And so when I hear people say that we're putting the thumb on the scale, I was really glad you talked about that. When they say we're putting the thumb on the scale on the side for workers, I think this is what Marty Looney, Senator Looney, was getting at this morning when he says it's not even really leveling the playing field. It's just making it a little more fair. Because I think the things that you mentioned in your testimony here today far outweigh the way we're helping workers. There's much more making it harder for them to win in a strike than just providing unemployment benefits.
Sure, if the General Assembly could pass a law that would eliminate permanent replacement of strikers, would be much more significant in remedying the imbalance of power. But unfortunately, because of preemption, you all can't do that. And so this bill helps, but we have a
Which
long way to go.
actually reminds me to ask you another question. When did that happen, the permanent replacements?
So it's a two-part answer. So the National Labor Relations Act itself says nothing about the right to permanently replace. And the authors of the act actually believed it was self-evident that if you're going to protect the right to strike, you couldn't have permanent replacement. But the Supreme Court, I think, was only 3 years after the act was passed. Remember, it was still a very conservative Supreme Court, and it decided somehow that Congress must have intended employers to be able to permanently replace striking workers. It did not have as significant an impact in the early years because there was for a long time a general notion that permanent replacement was sort of against the standard, even though it wasn't. Everybody knew it was allowed. Most employers didn't take advantage of it until we saw corporations start to consolidate more, move some overseas, and then we had the PATCO strike, and it became sort of somehow or another acceptable to permanently replace workers. And now it's a very, very common way, particularly when unions are relatively new. It's a very common way to prevent unions from ever getting their first contract, even when they went through all of the difficulty of organizing.
And I think the PATCO strike was in 1980, is that right? It was.
It was under Reagan. I can't remember.
I remember it really well.
So I believe
it. But I think the point I'm making is that workers' wages were much higher. The standard of living was much higher in those earlier years than it is today. And I think a lot of that has to do with the erosion that government eroded people's actual rights to strike by all of these, the ways they enforce the National Labor Relations Act.
Yeah, I think that some of the most direct correlations you see are to the amount of income inequality and the percentage of increasing productivity, which is captured by the very richest people, and the diminishing percentage of union density. And that, by the way, that affects workers in unions and outside unions, middle-class people inside unions and outside unions, that there's this almost perfect indirect correlation between those two things. And it's, in the long run, we've got to do something about that, obviously, or, I don't want to say it this way, but I have to. There's never been a successful democracy, long-lasting successful democracy in the history of the human race with the levels of income inequality that we are now seeing in the United States. If that continues to grow, what it says about our ability to maintain a democratic society is very dismal. And the labor movement is the biggest single weapon we have to reverse the growth of income inequality. So whatever this committee can do to help, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I do have, Michelle, you had great testimony. I know it's written testimony, so we can refer back to it. But I think some of the things that you talked about, we aren't really aware of the other states and the way they implement unemployment for striking workers. And aside from New York and New Jersey, which we talk about a lot, but I think it would be really helpful if we had more information about the specific states that in different circumstances provide unemployment benefits. And I really, truly appreciated your testimony about ways in which we do provide unemployment benefits to certain workers when, for instance, they don't take a job because there's a picket line there. I think that was really interesting, and I hadn't been aware of that. So thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But to the last point you were just talking about, I'm interested in the term, the unsuitability of work and how that relates or would apply. I mean, maybe could you go a little further into, in a legal sense, how that operates, as well as maybe examples of cases in which that's been applied as a principle and how that might relate to that concept being applied to being able to qualify while on strike, qualify for unemployment insurance while out on strike. Thank you.
Sure. So the unemployment insurance system, I always bring this book with me when I talk about UI to show like this is the comparison of all the state laws, and it's not even that adequate in its coverage. Every state views everything differently, but in general, you are not required to accept an offer of employment that doesn't reflect suitable work. Suitable work can mean unusual safety hazards. It can mean your pay is less than 75% of what you used to get, or your pay is less than 50% of what you used to get. It can mean that there's a hostile work environment. One particular issue I worked on a great deal in 2020 and into my time in the Biden administration was the question of COVID and how that plays into safe work. And one of the last president's day one executive orders was that a workplace that isn't abiding by COVID safety standards was a workplace that you didn't have to continue to report to. You could go collect pandemic unemployment assistance. Yeah, generally any health and safety things, almost in almost every state, if your employer asks you to do something illegal, you can refuse that work and you can resign at your job and still collect unemployment.
I can just add on that. That includes Connecticut. There was a premise of several of the questions from some of the representatives aren't here unless they're online, which said the unemployment system in Connecticut only covers people who are involuntarily unemployed. That's absolutely not correct. You are only disqualified if you leave work both voluntarily and without good cause. So again, a strike is to me, obviously, good cause. There was the premise that you always have to be looking for work in order to get unemployment. That's not true either. People who are temporarily laid off are not asked to look for work because it's illogical, because the expectation is you're going to return to the same employer. Well, if you're on strike, the expectation is you're going to return to the same employer. So the premises of many of the questions that Senator Looney and others were asked actually are not an accurate reflection of the law, even as it exists now.
Another thing I kept hearing earlier is this idea of ready, willing, and able to work. The actual term is able and available. And I would argue if you're marching around your workplace with a megaphone, you're able, you're available. So I think it meets that standard.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for all those additional clarifications. Any other untruths you'd like to knock down while you're up there?
How long you got? No.
No, but seriously, are there any other, from a legal perspective, any other things stated that were just factually not true that you can think of? Because those were very clarifying, what you just went through.
I think in terms of directly misstating, I'm going to assume unintentionally, the underlying law, those are the only two I could think of. I think there was there were suggestions about potential costs to the system, which are counterfactual. They're not legally incorrect, they're factually incorrect, as many of the other witnesses have already explained.
Great, thank you.
So as you were speaking about suitable work, I was thinking maybe you should get together with the folks that are trying to pass the warehouse bill, because I'm thinking maybe Amazon and other warehouses that conduct business the way they do are not suitable places to work.
Indeed.
So we need to get you guys together. Any other comments? Oops, I'm not chairing now. Sorry, I took your job.
It can be yours if you want.
You're still doing it.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Up next, we have Joshua Stanley.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Joshua Stanley. I live in New Haven, and it is my honor to serve as the Secretary-Treasurer of Unite Here Local 217, which represents roughly 2,700 workers in Connecticut. The task of the labor movement is to create conditions such that workers can live and labor with dignity, whether we call this building the middle class or raising the working class or fighting inequality, as previous commenters referred to. I never went on strike when I was a worker organizing a union in my own workplace as a graduate teacher at Yale, but I have helped workers organize strikes 4 times. Once as an organizer in 2018 in San Francisco at the Westin St. Francis Hotel, and 3 times last year as our union's chief negotiator in Connecticut at the University of New Haven, the Hyatt Regency in Greenwich, and the Omni New Haven Hotel at Yale. In all 4 cases, what the workers needed was bread and butter, raises that would allow them to continue to live in the area and not commute large distances to work, as well as affordable healthcare benefits given the rise in healthcare insurance premiums. It was hard for the workers to make the choice to strike, but when they did, in every instance, no union member stayed inside. The strike in San Francisco involved 500 workers and went on for over a month before the Marriott company settled it. Workers struggled to pay bills, pay mortgages, pay car loans. We did what we could with the union strike fund, and other workers helped the strikers out where they could with food and extra money, but it was still a very difficult time. I am sure it was also hard on the hotel and affected their business significantly. In the end, the workers got what they needed. As you consider this bill, I ask you to think about how much safer the workers would have felt as they considered a strike, and how much more seriously the company would have taken the negotiations if unemployment benefits had been available for striking workers. When negotiations drag out and involve a conflict between the employees and the employer, whether the struggle amounts to a strike or not, both parties generally suffer. My experience is that the amount of time and the amount of suffering is a product of not recognizing the power and indeed the will of the other party. This kind of suffering is the result of the long process of persuasion and recognition. It is my belief that this bill would prevent strikes and enable us to get to contracts quicker. Each party's recognition of what the other needs and is willing to do could be swifter. The power that the union has raises the standards in the industry, even in non-union workplaces. The direct result of our union contracts is more workers with decent pay, decent benefits, and good hours. As such, there are far fewer workers in the hospitality industry who are forced to seek assistance from the state, especially for healthcare, reducing financial burdens on taxpayers. This bill will put us in a stronger position to negotiate more quickly with less risk and keep the workers in our industry moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Nora Laughter.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Nora Laughter, and I live in New Haven. I'm a Yale undergraduate student, a member of Students Unite Now, and a co-chair for New Haven's Democratic Town Committee in Ward 1. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My time at Yale began in 2022 with Local 33's successful union drive, and our campus is maintained by the 8,000 unionized workers that keep campus running. Yale's vision of a vibrant undergraduate community can only be achieved when workers have good contracts, and to achieve those contracts, it is often necessary to strike. As a co-chair for the DTC, I understand that the entire community benefits from good jobs, and good jobs are union jobs. Unionized workers make, on average, 20% higher wages than non-unionized workers. For Black workers, women, and Hispanic workers, this difference rises to 20%, 23%, and 35% respectively. I've gone on canvases about local elections, affordable housing, and union jobs in the city. The common denominator in the conversations I have is that good union jobs make everyone more secure. This year, workers at the Omni in New Haven went on strike after years where their wages couldn't keep up with inflation. Omni workers won up to 14.5% raises in the first year, leading the way for workers across New Haven. Many members of my ward, including fellow Yale undergraduate students, joined the picket line because they understood the impact of good union jobs for the rest of the community. We also understood and continue to understand the importance of solidarity among Yale students and workers. Our class formals, including one in the coming weeks, are often held in the Omni Ballroom. The city moves forward when workers move forward, and the well-being of the city is contingent on the well-being of the workers. We need more good union jobs in New Haven, and we need workers to be protected when they exercise their rights to strike. Making striking workers eligible for unemployment allows workers to hold the line for what they deserve with the confidence that their families have enough food, a place to live, and basic needs covered. As you know, Connecticut elected leaders joined Local 217 and allies on the picket line this past year. We ask that you continue to demonstrate this sense of solidarity by passing Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Up next, we have Sean Dwyer.
Good evening, Chair Kushner, Chair Sanchez, and all members of the committee. My name is Sean Dwyer. I'm a second-generation Teamster, and I serve as the recording secretary for Teamsters Local 443 in New Haven, where I'm a business agent and also an organizer. I want to thank you for taking time today to consider House Bill 6907, an important bill that will extend protections to all workers in the warehousing industry. Across the state of Connecticut, more than 16,000 workers are members of the Teamsters Union, including many who work in the warehousing industry. In Connecticut and throughout the country, warehouse workers play a critical role in keeping our nation's supply chain moving. Without these essential workers, food would not get delivered to grocery stores, hospitals wouldn't get the necessary supplies, and consumers would have to go without items that are part of their everyday lives. Unfortunately, certain employers like Amazon and others do not value and respect these essential workers by deliberately using deceitful and secret performance quotas. Companies like Amazon seek to increase their workers' productivity. The results of this practice have been damning. This bill would allow employers to know what they're required to perform and not allow the company to move the goalposts to retaliate against employees. Injuries at these facilities far outpace the industry average. Injury rates at Amazon are more than double the rate of private sector workers in Connecticut and 15% higher than the national average. It's a really modern day sweatshop. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can work to ensure strong and enforceable protections that are in place to prevent workers from being measured against these secret quotas. By passing House Bill 6907, Connecticut can join a growing list of states where lawmakers have responded to the outcry from workers who have been harmed by these practices. Legislation similar to House Bill 609 has already been passed into law in states like California, Minnesota, Washington, and nearby New York. With a wide-ranging, often bipartisan support, this bill has been introduced and considered in at least 13 other states. On behalf of the more than 16,000 Teamster families and the interest of all the essential warehouse workers in Connecticut, we strongly urge you to support House Bill 6907. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for being here and for helping these workers, because as has been noted, they're not unionized. And so often people suggest that unions only help their own members, or that this committee is only interested in helping unionized members. What I really appreciate about what you're doing is bringing to the fore issues and problems that are so serious, not because they're your members, but because you care about what happens in the workplace. So I just wanted to thank you for your perseverance, because I know you've been at this for a number of years.
Thank you for all you do too, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jason Ruiz.
Hi, yes. Good evening, Co-Chairs Kushner and Sanchez, Vice Chairs Guerra and Wilson, members of the Labor Committee, and especially good night to my Representative Caitlin Shake. Very proud to see her on the committee and representing Stratford. My name is Jason Ruiz. I work at a manufacturing plant down in Stratford, and I'm a member of Teamsters Local 191. I'm speaking in support of SB 8 and HB 6904, an act concerning unemployment benefits for striking workers. Although I've been blessed to never have been forced to go on strike myself, I am a third-generation union member in my family. I was 2 years old when my dad went on strike with UPS in 1997. And although I've had the privilege of standing on picket lines with union siblings across the state and region, I want to cite two recent examples to push back on some of the common misconceptions about striking workers I've been heard expressed on this call today. In December of last year, I went down to Queens and Staten Island in New York City to support Amazon Teamsters who were on strikes over the richest, most powerful company in the world, refusing to bargain for a first contract with two locals which won their elections in the city. The day before I arrived, two Teamster brothers were arrested when a driver refused to cross the picket line on the first day of the strike. No charges were filed against these brothers, but the threat was clear. If you show solidarity with your fellow coworkers by simply refusing to cross a picket line, you may face arrest. Despite those threats, workers stayed on the picket line over the holidays, showing Amazon that Teamsters do not take unfair labor practices lying down. Also in December, I stood with Starbucks Workers United at their Christmas Eve picket here in Connecticut. Baristas in Woodbridge and elsewhere in Connecticut stood in the cold and shut down every unionized store that went out on strike that day, with the support of their regular customers who did not cross the picket line, proving that Starbucks coffee does not make itself. It takes the skill and know-how of union workers to make their profits as high as they are. What I saw at both of these pickets was courage, but I also saw multi-billion-dollar companies call the police on their workers in an attempt to intimidate and break the strikes. A non-worker community member standing on the West Hartford Starbucks picket line was reported to police for intimidating customers just for holding up a sign like this on the picket line. I don't know what's threatening about a sign that says no contract, no coffee, but apparently the management thought it was pretty threatening. I can tell you that workers do feel like they are treated like criminals by the free security provided by police to bosses when workers go on strike, often without police needing to do anything because workers are already following the labor laws as advised. I want to bring up these instances to point out the hypocrisy of some of the opponents of these bills in saying that the state would be tipping the scales in favor of labor. Workers can't demand that cops come and arrest their boss for breaking labor laws, but bosses are allowed to threaten striking workers over their picket line practices. Bosses can ask to use unemployment benefits to send workers on furlough to keep their profits high during lean times, but workers can't send their bosses home on unemployment to keep their wages above inflation. The balance is already tipped in favor of bosses. These bills would do a small part in equalizing the scales, just a little bit, and giving workers a...
Can you, I don't think, maybe there was something wrong with the audio, but explain to me the situation where the driver didn't want to cross the picket line. I missed that, and I didn't quite catch that, please.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, happily. It actually made national news. A driver who was not initially part of the Teamsters picket line in the Queens DBK4 distribution hub saw the picket line. The Teamsters were picketing all day over Christmas Eve, and he decided of his own volition, driving a truck into the distribution site, not to cross the picket line. He just tried to get out of his truck, leave the truck, and join the picket line. And he was immediately dragged out of the truck and arrested by the New York City Police Department. Another Teamster brother who was working the picket line, who was not driving a truck, tried to negotiate with the police for his release and was also arrested. Both of them were thankfully released without charges and rejoined the picket line later that day. But it was definitely a chilling effect to see Amazon effectively order the arrest of a worker joining the picket line.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I had not heard about that, so I will look that up.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Jason, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Paul Amaron.
Good evening, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Paul Amaron. I am a Public Policy Associate and Advocacy Manager at the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am testifying in opposition to 3 bills on the agenda today. Senate Bill 8, an act concerning protections for workers and enhancements to workers' rights. House Bill 6904, an act concerning unemployment benefits for striking workers. And House Bill 6907, an act concerning the use of quotas by warehouse distribution centers. The business community does have several concerns related to these 2 proposals. While I did go through each section of the bill, section by section in my written testimony, which each of you should have access to, in the interest of time, I did want to take a moment to highlight some of the main concerns. Starting with Section 10 of Senate Bill 8, this part of the bill will allow striking workers to collect unemployment insurance benefits after 14 consecutive days of a labor dispute. First off, providing unemployment benefits to individuals who are on strike and not available to work is contrary to federal statute, and I do have that statute listed in my written testimony. The U.S. Department of Labor describes 3 basic requirements for individuals to qualify for receiving unemployment compensation. 1, being unemployed through no fault of their own. A strike is actually the exact opposite of that. It is a choice made by workers. 2, they need to be actively looking for work. Striking workers are not actively seeking employment. And 3, they need to be available for work. If employees are picketing their workplace, they are not available to work. It's also important to note that the state's unemployment insurance trust fund is funded by Connecticut employers who recently saw an increase in their unemployment insurance taxes due to the state borrowing more than $1 billion during the pandemic. The Connecticut Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, along with New York and California, currently shows a negative balance and has outstanding federal loans. Failure to pay off those loans by the end of this year, November 10th to be exact, could trigger a significant increase in federal unemployment taxes that could potentially be put on the backs of employers, leading to what is currently an approximate $42 per employee cost to up to $182 per employee. Additionally, the Connecticut UI trust fund balance is significantly below the 1.0 average high cost model level guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor. This past legislative session, Governor Lamont vetoed a bill that would provide unemployment benefits to striking workers. And in 2023, Governor Gavin Newsom of California also vetoed a very similar bill, claiming it would simply cost the state too much. There is simply too much risk associated with passing a bill like this right now, and we should be more conscious of that risk and putting it back onto employers. To go to this sections 2 to 9 of the bill, the warehouse worker section of the bill, warehouses are, as I've heard today, one of the fastest growing industries, not just in Connecticut, but across the country, due to the rise in e-commerce and our close proximity to Boston and New York. And while this bill seems like it could be targeted at one employer, we also want to take into account which other warehouse distribution centers could this impact down the road, whether they're expanding here in Connecticut, whether there are out-of-state warehouse centers that are looking to move their operations to Connecticut. I think we need to be conscious about how much we want to put our finger on the scale when it comes to regulating warehouse distribution centers.
Mr. Emerone, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
I will wrap up. Thank you. And also, we need to remember that federal and state laws provide an appropriate variety of protections for employees that ensure their interests and safety are protected. Also, adding a unique layer of restriction on employers will inevitably reduce employers' competition in the market and encourages excess litigation, as this bill opens employers up to a private right of action and additional fines if they knowingly or unknowingly aren't in compliance with any sections of this bill, or there's a misunderstanding between an employer and an employee. Further, and finally, to wrap up, restricting the usage of industry standard productivity quotas will have an adverse impact on employment opportunities for residents of Connecticut. Every business, warehouse or not, uses some sort of productivity quota or metric to measure employee performance. It's not uncommon or dangerous to do so, and most employers do so. In conclusion, Senate Bill 8, House Bill 6904, and House Bill 6907 do not make Connecticut more business friendly, more economically competitive, or a more affordable place to do business. We urge the committee to take no action on either of these bills. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Weir.
Paul, thanks for your testimony, and just real briefly on the warehousing side of things. Obviously, we recognize we've heard a lot of testimony that the warehouse industry is growing. It's a growing segment of our economy, which is something from my perspective, and I think many people would agree, we want to encourage that growth. We want to encourage that investment in Connecticut. We also value our workforce and our workers. Do you have any insight, any thoughts on suggestions on balancing that? Obviously, productivity and safety, right? I mean, we want to make sure our workers are safe, and we also want to make sure we're encouraging productivity. Production is the key to our economic improvement, in the state, which we're lagging. But safety also has to play. Any thoughts on balancing that in other ways than this bill suggests how to do? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question, Representative. I would say, so I know that a lot of folks have talked about Amazon, right? I actually was fortunate enough to be able to do a tour at Amazon earlier this winter, and it's quite the facility. We went to the fulfillment center in Windsor, thousands of employees there. The employees have really great opportunities there, from tuition assistance, the opportunity to start at a really low wage job and climb the ladder into management. The employees are aware of their quotas. They can go onto a kiosk within the distribution center at any time and look at their quotas and their productivity quotas. And they also have the opportunity to speak with their managers about issues with those quotas. Everyone here is employed in some way, shape, or form. I would hope that everyone here would have the opportunity to speak with their manager or their boss in some open dialogue if there is an issue. And when employees, they might not be hitting certain quotas or productivity goals, whether that's in a warehouse or in a regular business, conversations between the employer and the employee can happen. So I think it's really important for committee leadership and other folks interested in this bill to take the opportunity to talk with, whether it's Amazon or UPS or Staples, to talk with their leadership, talk with their employees, right? Hear what the opportunities are like to work at warehouse distribution centers like these. Amazon has a wait list for people to go and work at their facility in Windsor right now. They're looking to expand in Connecticut. I had mentioned that warehouse industry is growing rapidly throughout the country and in the state of Connecticut. And we feel that this sort of bill will disable employees and employers from being able to do the job and offer the best possible services and products to their customers. So I would encourage committee leadership, if you have the opportunity to tour, whether it's Amazon or another warehouse distribution center, see what they're already doing that's included in this bill, whether it's proper time for meal or bathroom breaks, or there's proper medical attention and professionals on site, or they have proper break times, or they're aware of what their productivity quotas are. Most of these things are already being done, and we don't want to make it so other businesses don't move into the state, or a company like Amazon doesn't expand in the state. We want to continue to offer opportunities for Connecticut residents to work well-paying jobs in safe conditions.
Mr. Chair, just to follow up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure for the second time. Representative Weir.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that, Paul. And I know we've been extended an offer to tour the facility up in Windsor Lock, so I look forward to that in the next couple of weeks. My intent is that we'll obviously visit, and members of this committee, to my understanding, have been invited. So not just to talk with management, but also to talk with the people on the front lines about safety quotas. You know, I'm looking forward to getting the whole picture of what goes on inside that building and how that relates to getting our packages delivered to every one of our front doors. So thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions of the committee? Thank you, Paul, for your testimony.
Thank you, everyone.
Up next, we have Lori Pelletier.
Oh, fuck.
Members of the committee, good evening. Chairman Kushner, Chairman Sanchez, I'm Lori Pelletier. I'm the Vice President for Public Relations for American Income Life Insurance Company, a division of Globe Life. And I'm honored to be here and back in Connecticut. It's nice to see so many friendly faces and some unfriendly faces, but that's okay too. I'm here as on behalf of our CEO, Steve Greer. You know, American Income Life has been around for about 70 years. We are a wall-to-wall 100% union life insurance company, and we are proud to stand and support Senate Bill 8 because we believe that workers making tough choices, workers that are being forced out on strike, need to have the government provide a bit of a safety net. For our company, since 1995, we've provided about $17 million in waivers of insurance premiums for workers that are out on strike. Let me say that again. As a company, we provided $17 million of waivers for workers that have gone out on strike because we don't want them to make the decision to drop their life insurance when they're faced with other bills if they're out on strike. And so for this committee, it does my heart good on a personal level. You know, I'm sort of in my third career. First 15 years I spent as a jet engine parts inspector at Pratt Whitney, spent 20 years at the Connecticut AFL-CIO, and now doing this work on behalf of American Income Life and working with state legislatures, working with local unions, taking our business voice and saying, look, not all businesses think that what you're trying to do is wrong. And I know that taking tours is a great idea for workplaces, but I can guarantee you the tour you get will not be the tour that those folks over there hear about every day when they talk to the workers. So, you know, it's been nice to spend the day listening to the testimony, but quite honestly, it's like PTSD because going back, they're still fighting the same thing and saying that workers don't deserve to be treated fairly, that workers deserve to have, you know, the thumb against them. There's no thumb in favor of them. And so just again, on behalf of our CEO and on behalf of our 12,000 agents and employees that are all union, we thank you for bringing this bill forward and we hope you pass it out of committee and on to the governor's desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
I want to thank you for coming back home. But I do want to just remind you, the first time I met you was on a picket line.
Absolutely. I think I was dressed in camouflage.
You were. I remember it so well. You made a big impression on me.
Thank you, Senator.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Bruce Stovall.
Yep. Good evening, Senator and representatives. My name is Bruce Stovall. I'm currently the Vice President for Public Policy at Oak Hill. Oak Hill is a 501c3 nonprofit located in Hartford. Established in 1983, we are the largest private provider of disability services in Connecticut. We operate 65 group homes across the state, a full-service special education school, as well as camps, recreation facilities, and a number of specialized services. We employ approximately 1,500 employees, of which about 1,000 are unionized. I'm testifying tonight in opposition to Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904, and I'll tell you a little bit why. I joined Oak Hill in 1988 as a direct care worker and a proud union member. We work closely with SEIU 1199 on many issues, particularly during these critical moments when a new budget is being constructed and so many bills are up for discussion. Currently, Oak Hill and our peer agencies are experiencing a critical staffing shortage. Of those 1,000 direct care unionized positions I just mentioned, over 400 are vacant. This has resulted in closed homes, empty beds, and classrooms with empty seats. Our current funding level from our primary funder, DDS, works out to about $17.50 an hour. Oak Hill raises about a buck extra to throw into the pot. So our direct care staff will start at around $18.50. As you know, recently minimum wage has been indexed. It's currently at $16.39 an hour. It'll be over $17 come January. My point is that Oak Hill would prefer funding and support for our unionized workers to go towards a fair, livable wage. This would better assist the nonprofits to attract and retain the vital and valued employees we need to deliver our services. We respectfully ask that you oppose both of these bills. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
I just have and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to look at you on this other screen.
Yeah.
Just a couple of comments. First of all, I want to thank you for what you do for our state and for our communities. I know that I don't believe you have a facility in my district, but I do know about similar facilities in my district. I've visited and spent a lot of time talking with them and other private providers about the challenges they have today in attracting workers, keeping workers when wages are so low. And so I truly appreciate the service that is provided by our nonprofits. And I would like to see you get a lot more money in this budget so that you can pay workers fairly. But I do think that the pressure on the state when those workers choose to strike or decide that they have no choice but to strike because wages are so low or because benefits are so inadequate, really does put pressure on us to make sure that we do right by the nonprofit. So I don't see it as an either or. I think that in fact, when 1199 was on strike a few years ago, it really brought to our attention how dramatic the situation was and how much we needed to improve it. I'm sorry that it had to go in that direction for us to make the allocations that we made from the budget, but I do think that this isn't something that would hurt the nonprofits, but in the end would actually help. So it's just my view, and I have an opportunity to share that with you, and I appreciate that you were a union member, and I appreciate the work that you do. We just have a different of opinion on that one.
Fair enough, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Bruce, for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Up next, we have Vito Bonanno.
Good evening, Chairman Sanchez. Senator Kushner, always a pleasure. Members of the committee. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Bill 6907. My name is Vito Bonanno. I'm a third-generation union member. I am a business agent and vice president for Teamsters Local 443 in New Haven. Our local represents over 3,100 members throughout Connecticut, and we're based out of New Haven. We currently represent quite a bit of people in the warehouse and distribution industry, primarily in beer, wine, liquor, healthcare, recycling, UPS. We even represent Pez candy manufacturing out in Milford. And that's to name a few. We're here to ask that you support Bill 6907 with the quantification of work and production standards with a company like Amazon, who now makes up 43% of the warehouse workers in the state of Connecticut. One would think a leader in this industry would be a safe place to work, but clearly it's not. We've heard the stories tonight about people being injured at an exceptionally high rate. And the reason we're so concerned with this, and this is not that big of an issue with our membership now because they are represented, but Amazon in and of itself being such a big player in Connecticut, and they're expanding extraordinarily quickly, or lowering the bar for safety standards. They're increasing what's considered the norm for injury rates. So their average is over 5 times the general average in the state of Connecticut for injuries. They've proven to be a predatory employer. Irene had pointed out earlier about how quick they're looking for a 3-year cap. And in those 3 years, they will give you $1,000 severance for each year there to encourage you to leave the company. And that's the reason for the high turnover rate. The other problem with them is with the current dismantling of OSHA, there's a serious concern for lack of safety that's already poor. So this bill would help protect people that are currently exposed to unsafe conditions. Much of the injuries here are a result of employees not knowing what their labor standards are. So they're working as hard as they can, as fast as they can through breaks. We've all heard the stories of people wearing diapers to work, so the time off task wasn't too excessive. Excuse me. We've even heard stories of people urinating in bottles while they're on the line producing so they don't decrease their production. This bill will give employees a clear understanding of expectations and update workers accordingly to any changes that are made. It's also going to prevent the comparison of employees in a case where it may be age or physical capability. You'd hate to see 4 D1 athletes go in, set a standard that's ultra high, and someone like myself who might not be lost his fastball, so to speak, comes to work there and is expected to work at the same rate, at which point I'd be far more prone for injury. And that's what we're looking to avoid here. This bill also triggers workmen's compensation oversight once a company hits 150% of the average. And this will definitely help decrease the rate of injury if a company knows they're being watched. Our concern as a labor union is the degradation of labor standards, and any increase in injury rates based on unrealistic or unknown production quotas. Bill 6907 will help prevent. I'm asking the board to support this bill and to keep workers safe and productive. Additionally, I'd like to thank anyone who chose to fight to improve their working conditions as opposed to walk away and find another job. And I would advise anyone who was told that by their legislator to maybe think about finding a new legislator. It's just not a fair way of doing business. That being said, I thank everyone for their time. I know it's been a late day. If anyone has questions, feel free.
Senator Kushner.
I don't have any questions, but I really do appreciate you being here. I said that to Sean, and I just want to make sure that you know that we really are aware of the fact that you're working so hard to get these stories out before the committee and before the public. And it's not because there's any direct benefit to your union. It's because you think it's the right thing to do, and we appreciate that.
That's correct. And thank for all you do, Senator Kushner.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Be well.
Up next, we have Jess Corbett.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Jess Corbett, and I live in New Haven. I'm a member of Unite Here Local 34, New Haven Rising, a ward co-chair on the Democratic Town Committee for my neighborhood, and the president of the Western Connecticut Area Labor Federation. In my 25 years in the labor movement, I've walked a lot of picket lines and talked to a lot of strikers. And I can say for sure that no one wants to be out there on the streets. Workers have bills, families, responsibilities. The only reason anyone makes that choice is because they feel like they have to. In 2003, I was a relatively new employee at Yale University when, after 3 years of negotiation standstills, the members of Local 34 voted to go out on strike. I was so scared. What would happen? How long would we be out of work? Would we win a good contract? I know my coworkers had the same fears. Mortgages, rents, utilities, car payments, groceries. Large employers like Yale can withstand the free ebb and flow of the market a lot easier than a worker can surrender a week of pay. But we were brave. We set up for 3.5 weeks, won a great wage increase that allowed members to quit their second or third jobs and spend more time with their families. And we doubled the pension so workers, after decades of service, could retire with dignity. These are very basic things that everyone wants, and in one of the richest states and the richest nation in the world, everyone should have. In the ensuing years, I've seen other workers be backed into a corner and make the same brave choice. I've seen them win I've seen them win life-changing contracts, buy homes, invest in neighborhoods. SB 8 and House Bill 6904 are also an investment in Connecticut. It helps even the playing field for workers. It will help bring employers to the bargaining table to settle contracts that will change people's lives and stabilize communities. Something I'm very proud of in my own union that we were able to win because of such good contracts is local hiring to red line neighborhoods where the people that live there have typically been frozen out of opportunities. And when you have good union contracts, you can win things like that for people who aren't your members yet. Thank you, and I can answer any questions. I'll take these off.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Kushner?
Comment, you talked about, and I guess a question too, you talked about having worked several jobs in order to make a living. And we heard that from another person who testified tonight, that it wasn't just about that when workers have the ability to strike for higher pay, that often affords them the opportunity to give up a second job or a third job. And I just would like you to talk a little more about it, because I hadn't really thought about how much that impacts people's lives.
Yeah, sure. When I went on strike, I was 27 years old. I didn't have many bills, so I could kind of squeak by. But my mom, who will testify in a few moments, did have, so I'm going to take away from her testimony. I forgot what it was exactly, but she had 2 other jobs while she was working at Yale, working at one of the most prestigious universities in the world, and had to work 2 other jobs to provide for my 2 sisters who were still at home at the time. And then we won a great contract, and those strikes had piled up over the first couple years of the contract, and she was able to quit her second and third jobs and spend more time with my sisters as they were getting older. We have 4,000 members at Yale. Back then we had 3,000. There was like hundreds and hundreds of people that had similar stories. Lots of them moms too.
Well, we'll be interested in hearing from your mom.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Jeanette Morrison.
Good evening.
Good evening, Alderwoman.
Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Jeanette Morrison. I am a member of the New Haven Board of Alders. I also serve as President Pro Tempore, and I also serve as a steward of ASME Council 4. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. When I was a teenager, I worked at the Study Hotel in New Haven. Back then, they called it the Colony Inn, and I served as a night maid. The workers at that time tried to form a union, but management was able to scare and intimidate the people, especially the older workers. And I couldn't understand until I got older what was really happening. But because my father worked at the post office for 40 years, I was still able to enjoy a good quality of life. As a federal employee, he was able to provide us with quality health care, and was able to not only provide financially and emotionally, but emotionally by having time and the energy to be present in the lives of his children. He was also able to retire with dignity. But too many families in my district and families I work with at the Department of Children and Families do not have access to those things. And too many companies resist workers' efforts to improve their economic and family conditions. The need to change and this bill would be a big step in the right direction for working families and communities as a whole. We need more good union jobs in communities like Dixwell, which I represent. And we need more workers to be protected when they exercise their right to strike. No workers go on strike just for fun. They have exhausted every option first, and companies put their backs against a wall. Making striking workers eligible for unemployment allows workers to hold the line for what they deserve so they can lift up themselves and their families and be self-sufficient, which is a benefit to the state and to putting dollars back in to support local communities. Many Connecticut elected officials walked picket lines and showed up for workers last year. Please continue to do so by passing SB 8 and HB 6904. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I don't see any questions, so thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Up next, we have Rebecca Corbett.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, Senators Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Rebecca Corbett. I live in New Haven. I am a Yale retiree and was a proud member of Unite Here Local 34, one of Yale's unions. When I went on strike in 2003, I was terrified. I had 3 children at home, 2 which were babies, just about, and was afraid I wasn't going to be able to pay my bills. I was afraid I might lose my job entirely, which would have meant losing health care that I had received from Yale at the time. I was receiving state benefits despite working Yale 40 hours a week and sometimes more. I worried about losing my benefits and my housing, which would have left myself and my children without a roof over our heads. I had been homeless before and did not want to end up back at that point. I had been working to get off welfare and create a stable life for my family. But it wasn't just me that was scared. Even my coworkers who had spouses bringing in a second income were worried about the consequences of going on strike. People were afraid of getting behind on their mortgage payments and losing their homes. Just 1 week of lost income could potentially mean disaster for some people, and we were on strike for 3. Having unemployment benefits while on strike would have given my coworkers and I a safety net while we fought for a fair contract. However, what we won by going out on strike was life-changing for me and many others. Thanks to the contract we won a few years later, I was able to buy a house in New Haven that I've now lived in for over 10 years. I am able to help support the families of my now grown children. And now that I'm retired, I'm receiving a defined benefit pension that allows me to help my children and their families and live in the state of Connecticut. My daughters are in their 30s and have families of their own and struggle to find jobs with good wages and benefits. I believe that unemployment benefits for strikers would empower them to fight for better working conditions for themselves if they needed to, or even for an initial union contract. I also believe that unemployment benefits will make companies negotiate differently if they know that striking workers have support available to them. I know from personal experience that going on strike takes courage, but that by striking, workers can win life-changing victories. These victories are the key to greater prosperity and more rights for workers in the state of Connecticut. I urge the committee to support workers by supporting this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You want to do this one?
Representative Sanchez just asked if I wanted to do this one. And I said yes, because the next person up is Rachel Kushner Hermanson.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and the rest of the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Rachel Kushner Hermanson. I live in Vernon, Connecticut. I work as an administrative support at 1199 New England. I'm a member of USW Local 134L, and I am the chairwoman for our Vernon Democratic Town Committee. And that is what I come here to testify on behalf of from that perspective, sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8, an issue that is vital to both the workers and the heart of our community. We all know that workers are the backbone of our society. They build our roads, care for our children, keep our businesses running, and our communities thriving. But when these workers are forced to strike, whether due to unfair wages, unsafe working conditions, or unjust treatment, they are taking a stand not just for themselves, but for the betterment of all workers. However, it is an unfortunate reality that when workers go on strike, they often face a severe financial burden. When workers are forced to strike, they are not walking away from their jobs. They are demanding change. Vernon alone is home to over 2,500 union members. We hope they never have to go on strike to get a fair wage, but that's not really up to them. It's up to their employers to pay them fair wages. More often than not, their employers are multinational companies that don't care about our state, let alone our town. Denying them the ability to access unemployment benefits during this time places an unnecessary strain on their families and our communities. Unemployment benefits exist to provide a safety net when people lose their livelihood through no fault of their own. I can tell you from experience that the idea that unemployment benefits will solve all financial burdens and make it too easy for workers to go on strike is a myth. While my ex-husband was laid off, he was fortunate enough to be eligible for unemployment benefits. Still, this was a time of struggle for us as a family. If we did not have the support of unemployment, we would have lost our home and potentially had to leave the town we have invested in and the community that we cherish. The strain on a community when workers are on strike goes far beyond the workers themselves. Local businesses suffer, families feel the economic pressure, and the spirit of the community is tested. When workers are left without support during this time, the entire community bears the weight of that injustice. Anyone who wants to deny striking workers unemployment wants workers to choose between starvation wages or starvation. As Democrats, we believe in fairness, equity, and justice. That is why I'm testifying tonight in support of SB 8. Let us in Connecticut continue setting the example for the country. Let us continue to support workers in their fight for justice and ensure they are given the resources they need not only to survive, but succeed. Now more than ever, we need to be a state that stands with its workers and gives them the space they need to confidently go on strike for what they deserve. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this very important issue, and I will happily answer any questions.
I don't have any questions for you.
No?
No, but I'm very proud of you. Thank you for being here tonight. She's my daughter, in case you
You
didn't
said
know.
that.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, so thank you for being here. Up next, we have Martin Feldman.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Martin Feldman. I live in New Haven and have been a Connecticut resident for over 62 years. I'm a proud member of New Haven Rising for the past 10 years, and I am a Connecticut state licensed benefits insurance agent. In that capacity, I work with hundreds of employees throughout the state, advising on insurance and employee benefits for themselves and their families. Many of these individuals I speak to are earning minimal wages in the service industries, and they share with me their struggles living paycheck to paycheck, trying to pay their rent and keep food on the table for their families. For those employees fortunate enough to belong to a labor union, those unions represent them to their employees and negotiate for better wages to help keep up with skyrocketing inflation, higher food costs, and rising housing costs. In Connecticut, the median wage for service jobs is roughly ranging between $15 and $19 an hour. Now, let me do the math for you. If they're lucky enough that that's a 40-hour work week for them, that's an average monthly salary before taxes of between $2,400 and $2,700. And a more typical part-time or 35-hour work week brings that number down by hundreds of dollars less. When unions don't succeed in their good faith negotiations with employers to secure better wages and benefits for their members, there's no alternative but for the workers to strike. Strikes have recently been successful in bringing wage increases of 14.5%, for example, for hotel workers in New Haven. Employers typically try to hold the line on wages and benefits. Strikes are the last recourse to obtaining a living wage concession and better benefits and working conditions. And when wages go up, the entire community benefits, businesses prosper, health improves, and community morale improves. And that is what makes a community great. Strikes often go on too long, weeks, and sometimes months. Employers are not willing to grant concessions, and employees demand safe working conditions, better wages, health benefits to provide for their families. On a personal note, my father was a union member in a service industry. I recall some 65 years ago, when I was a young guy, although my father worked hard at his job, we were considered a middle-income family trying to get by. Being a child at that time, I didn't quite understand all the details. My father's union went on strike. Our family discussions at the dinner table were, how long will the strike last? How much longer could we go on without a paycheck? And while they were on without a paycheck while they're on strike. It brought fear and anxiety to our home, not sure how we would get by. There was no safety net. SB 8 will go a long way in bringing relief to those employees on strike. Unemployment benefits when strikes exceed 2 weeks will keep food on the employee's table and a roof over their head. It certainly would have been a relief to my father and our family 65 years ago when I was a child.
Mr.
SB 8
Feldman, your time is almost up. Please conclude
Okay.
your remarks.
Well, SB 8 will encourage employers to negotiate fair contracts along with House Bill 6904. Thank you for your time and consideration for this very important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Sarah Sayano. I see Sarah in the Zoom room.
Yep. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Sayano. And good evening to Senator Kushner and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Sarah Sayano and I live in New Haven. I'm a Yale retiree and was a proud member of Unite Here Local 34, one of the Yale unions. I remember before I ever had a union job, I was a newly single parent trying to make ends meet with a family at home. I worked as a server at a number of restaurants. It wasn't a stable work environment. 2 different restaurants closed, one without telling anyone. I showed up for my shift and the doors were locked and never opened. Then I got a job at Yale University. We had a good benefits and pretty low pay, but we had a union. That meant that we had a voice and a seat at the table. Over my 27 years at Yale, we made the decision to go on strike 3 times. It was a tough decision and a scary one, but it was the right one. Thanks to winning the interim employment pool, I was able to survive being laid off 6 times because of budget constraints, having worked as a research assistant on grant money. In 2003, we doubled our pension and won a wage increase that would eventually let me retire in 2019 at the age of 70. Going on strike was hard, but I also didn't want to leave my job. Most of my time at Yale, I worked in research and liked my bosses. I didn't want to let them down. Our patients, most of them were people that didn't have health insurance were participating in our studies for free mental health care that they desperately needed. Telling my boss that negotiations with the university management were going so badly that I had to walk out and didn't know when or if I'd be back wasn't a good feeling, not at all. Telling my patients the same thing and knowing that someone else would have to administer care to them felt even worse. If there was a law like this in place, maybe negotiations wouldn't have gotten to that place. A multi-billion-dollar university entity like Yale wouldn't think it could starve out its workforce. Many of them women and single parents like myself. And now that I'm retired with my Yale pension, we won after our last strike 20 years ago, I see my grown kids and grandkids, also union members, also single parents, and I'd be proud to live in a state that passed a law like this so that if they and their coworkers felt they had to go on strike to secure their future and to level the level playing field would be a little more level than it is right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have
Thank
Frank
you.
Douglas.
Thank you. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Frank Douglas, and I'm the Alder for Ward 2 on the New Haven Board of Alders. I'm a retired member of Unite Here, Local 35. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I support SB 8 and HB 6904 as an elected official and as a retired union member. I was a cook at Yale and a member of Local 35 for over 20 years. I went on strike in 1996 and 2003 for better wages and retirement. I also saw that Black workers often got stuck in the bottom tier, unable to get well-earned promotions to grow their careers. We're also fighting for the home buyer program so that people could afford to live close to where they worked and be involved in their community. That victory was a big part of me getting active in politics, having a stable home to raise my family and get involved with community issues. We didn't get a paycheck while we were on strike. So my family and my co-workers' families really struggled to make ends meet. The union did food drives to keep people fed while they were enormously sacrificing. But every day we stayed out and it became more difficult. One day I spotted 2 busloads of people that Yale was trying to bring in to break the strike. Yale wanted to pit non-union Latino workers against Black union workers. But we had a conversation. I had a conversation with them, with the Latino workers that were trying to get into the university at the time. And we realized that we shared many interests. And they kind of backed out. Half of them got back on the bus and left. The others remained to go in to do work, walking past our picket line. However, Yale still hires too few Latino workers and prefers to treat people as expendable. Without the power of strikes, we wouldn't even have benefits or living wages. Thanks to those contracts, no Local 35 member will retire in poverty. It was important to me to strike because my children and my grandchildren had a different future, different stability and opportunities, and more pride in their city. If we had had unemployment, I can only imagine how many more jobs would have paid livable wages. How many more families would have been able to afford decent housing or send their kids to college as I have been able to do? I just want to thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions if you may.
Thank you, Frank. Representative Weir.
Very briefly, Frank, thank you for your testimony. And while it's not up now, I wanted to say I really admire your screensaver. It was great.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
thank you for your testimony. Have a good night.
Thank you all, and thank you all for taking the time to hear our testimonies. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Good night. Up next, we have Ian Skogard.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Skogard, is it Skogard's good? It's close enough. Okay. Good afternoon. Good evening. Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ian Skogard, and I live in New Haven. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. I'm a resident of Westville, recently a retired employee of Yale University, former deacon at Church of the Redeemer, United Church of Christ in New Haven, now lay leader in Spring Glen Church, UCC in Hamden. I'm also a member of New Haven Rising. I've lived in New Haven for 30 years and have witnessed a tremendous change in the welfare of the city brought about through the combined efforts of organized labor, community organizations, congregations, and Yale University. And looking out for the interests of the working families in particular, the unions have especially helped alleviate poverty in the city and bring hope to hundreds of families. The unions got Yale to agree to hire local residents and to increase their voluntary payments to the city of New Haven, which has helped to support needed services and the public school system. Hotel workers, by forming unions and recently going on strike, are helping to make sure hospitality workers can afford to stay in New Haven as tourism grows and the city becomes more expensive. Of course, more can be done and more will be done. However, I'm worried that in these times, such organizing efforts will come under attack. Unions and their efforts to improve the lives of their workers will also become a target. I, for one, will do all I can not to let this happen. I will stand by the unions as they have stood by my community and city. I fully support any legislation that supports workers exercising their rights. Allowing striking workers to draw on unemployment insurance after 2 weeks of not working helps ensure workers who are already living paycheck to paycheck and exercising their right to strike, that they do not suffer more hardship. So I'm asking the committee to please support Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions in the room. So have a good night.
Okay, good night.
Up next, we have Jewel White.
Hello, everyone. Good evening to Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and all distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Jewel McKeever White, and I live in New Haven. I am a member of New Haven Rising, a Ward 2 co-chair in New Haven, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. The cost of living in every area is going up, but wages are not being raised along with it. I am currently employed at a small firm. My pay is enough to survive without any public assistance, but my health benefits and living costs eat up most of what I can earn. I've been trying to get a union job because if I had better health benefits, I would go to the doctor when I need to. I don't go as much because as much as I should because I'm concerned about the deductibles. And I just recently finished paying off a bill for an emergency room visit that happened 4 to 5 years ago. This year, workers at the Omni New Haven Hotel at Yale went on strike because they were experiencing the same crisis with the cost of living. And they won raises that will help them support their families and afford to stay in New Haven. I was proud to be on the picket line with them and see the support of all the different unions and public officials. I know they were out there not just for themselves, but for all of us in the state. We need good jobs with good benefits, and unions raise the standard for what employers should pay. Workers should not have to strike for reasonable wage increases and decent benefits when their employers can afford them. And it's unacceptable that wealthy employers can try to starve workers to get them to accept less. I support SB Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904 so workers exercising their right to strike can pay for their basic needs without retaliation. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this time, Senator Kushner will be taking over the meeting, and I'll be back.
Okay, next up, we have Joe Durrett. I didn't even see you come in.
This one or this one? Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Joe Durrett, and I live in South Windsor. I work as a quality inspector at Pratt & Whitney in East Hartford, and I am a member and health and safety representative of the Machinist Local 1746. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. Today marks the third straight year that I have spoken before this committee in regard to unemployment insurance for striking workers. I've spoken on the impact the threat of a strike had on our family of 7 when I was growing up, and I've spoken on the impact the strike had on our members dealing with serious medical conditions at the time. I joined dozens of my fellow union brothers and sisters this year in last year, engaging our legislators across the state to stand up for working families in the face of corporate bullies. And we succeeded in helping to push a UI bill forward with bipartisan support. Unfortunately, Governor Lamont didn't see it that way. After throwing cold water on the bill in 2023, he hemmed and hawed about it in 2024, provoking lawmakers to submit a compromise bill that he vetoed anyway. I'm told that he got cold feet after receiving a call from the CEO of my employer, threatening to end all hiring in Connecticut if he signed a bill into law. Our membership has seen these tactics before. We've heard the anywhere but Connecticut mantra. We've seen lawmakers give tax breaks to our corporation in appeasement, and we've given concessions to the company only to see plants shuttered and workers laid off. Last fall, union members and advocates mobilized across the state in support of candidates from both parties who supported the causes of working families. We knocked on doors, conducted phone calls and texts, and mailed countless postcards and flyers to thousands of our members to get out and vote for our endorsed candidates. The results were staggering. From the office of U.S. Senator Chris Murphy on down to the most local level, candidates clearly benefited from our support. In fact, 33 members of the elected state house and Senate members are union members, a whopping 25% of the entire legislature. In short, we delivered. Now we are calling on this committee and the state legislature as a whole to deliver for us. In just 80 days, the District 26 of the Machinist Union, which includes my local 1746 in East Hartford, as well as local 700 in Middletown, will vote on a new contract with Pratt & Whitney, the same company whose CEO reportedly leaned on Governor Lamont hard to veto this bill in the last session. While it's true that this bill won't be signed into law before our contract negotiations conclude, Keep an eye on how our membership is treated during upcoming negotiations, including threats and intimidation tactics. Also, watch the current federal administration, which has already taken steps to undermine worker protections, for signs they're putting their thumbs on the scale in favor of corporate billionaires. If a long-standing union like ours struggles in the face of these grim dynamics, think about the courage smaller, newer unions must summon against their corporate bosses to get a fair shake. And then consider how you, as Connecticut lawmakers, have a unique opportunity to send a message to the nation that our state stands with workers and their families. Governor Lamont may hem and haw about this bill and try to keep his political powder dry until the end, but this time you have an ace in the hole. The numbers to override his veto. And as one of many constituents who knocked and called and wrote and rallied for you, I urge you to do so if and when called upon, when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And thank you for all the work you do in Connecticut.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Sal Punzo. And you're on.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of Labor and Public Employee Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Sal Punzo. I serve on the New Haven Board of Alders, and I am a retired educator. The New Haven Board of Alders is committed to supporting good jobs for New Haven residents, and we know that a good job is a union job. SB 8 will incentivize employers to settle good contracts without waiting workers out, and will improve job protection for union members and all workers. I have experienced this firsthand. I was born and raised on the east side of New Haven, the same ward I represent today. I started teaching in New Haven public school system in 1969. Between teaching and eventually moving into administration, I worked 49 years for the New Haven Public Schools, with my last 14 years at my neighborhood school, Nathan Hale, upon my retirement to 2018. In my early teaching career, I was involved in 4 separate strikes. I didn't want to go on strike. My coworkers, most of them whom were women, didn't want to go on strike, but we made that decision together because we felt we had to. Teaching in the early days meant people had second and third jobs, like myself, while buying supplies for our students with our own money. There was no limit on class size, no specialty teachers. I taught everything: music, art, and PE, along with the academic subjects. I saw a lot of talented, caring teachers leave the field because they just couldn't make ends meet. The strike helped us turn these jobs into careers: smaller class size, hiring more teachers, prep period, sick days. I was able to send my 2 sons to college, and I saw my coworkers do the same. These victories led to the continuity of teachers being able to stay, and that benefits the students. I'm proud of what we were able to win, the impact we had on the teaching profession, the dedicated professionals that do the work, and the young people that benefit from it. But it shouldn't have taken 4 strikes to win basic necessities. If there were laws like this on the books, employers would be less likely to push workers to the brink. They'd be encouraged to stay at the bargaining table and figure out a deal that benefits everyone. Thank you so much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you also for being a teacher. We value our
Thank
teachers
you.
greatly, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time. Good evening.
Good evening. Seeing no other hands, I'll go to Robert Zabrowski.
Good evening. Thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor Public Employees Committee. My name is Robert Zabrowski, and I am the Secretary Treasurer Principal Officer of Teamsters Local 1035 in South Windsor, Connecticut. I represent approximately 1,000 warehouse workers within the greater Hartford area who primarily work in the beverage industry. And in addition to my role as a Teamster representative, I'm also a member of the Connecticut Workers' Compensation Advisory Board. I would first like to thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6907. These bills are incredibly important to the warehouse workers of this state. I represent warehouse workers at large companies like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, and they're lucky to have a union. And we see the automation coming into the trade all the time. What we see is an ability for the employer to track workers' movements and to track their productivity at a much greater rate. And the employer, if left unchecked, will take advantage. You can see that if you look at large companies like Amazon, because they are working unchecked. They do not have a union, and those workers are suffering as a result. We know that the companies are aware of the impact of what they're doing to these employees because the injury rates and the turnover are incredibly high at these companies. A lot of this injury data is self-reported by Amazon themselves. They see what they're doing to their workers, and they're not stopping. They won't slow down. The workers themselves, they're just average people like you and I. They're going into work to try to make ends meet, like a lot of people have said today, and they don't understand what is required of them. They just know that they need to work in order to make a living. So they're going to push themselves as hard as they possibly can in order to make sure that they don't get fired. They don't know what the metrics are, so they just keep going until they break down. When they break down, these are major injuries and they're going to be put out of work. And if they are able to maintain themselves and avoid injury, they will slow down, because that's what's going to happen to anybody who works at a high rate of speed. It happens to athletes. It happens to all of us. At a certain point, you start to break down when you're pushed too far. And when that happens, these companies will use these advanced quotas and metrics to measure these workers' lack of productivity, and they will terminate them through progressive discipline, sometimes flat discipline if they fall off the map and they're out of work. And again, companies like Amazon understand exactly what they're doing to the workers. That's driven by their turnover rate and their injury rate. So I would really like to ask you guys to support HB 6907. I think it's going to do wonderful things for the workers in this great state. It's going to set the standards so there's no longer going to be a race to the bottom. It's going to prevent employers from taking advantage of the employees. And, you know, that is something that is very important to me, just as a representative of people. I take care of my members and I make sure that they're being looked after. But there's a lot of people out there who don't have anybody looking out for them. And, you know, it's sad to see they don't know what to do or how to speak out. I'd also like you to consider the additions that Senate Bill 8 would provide with the striking workers bill. There's been a lot of changes recently coming from the nation's administration that have tampered labor law and made it very difficult for employees to advocate for themselves without fear of repercussions.
Mr. Zabrowski, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
I believe you heard from striking workers from Teamsters Local 671 today. They're out of work at iHealth. That company knows that they're not treating those workers fairly, and those workers are very brave and courageous to stand out and do the right thing. And I think that we need to do some more to support people like that, and it will help all workers in this state. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Yes, we did hear from the iHealth workers, and their testimony was very compelling. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions, I'm going to move on to Madeline Petra.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Madeline Petrie, and I'm a student currently living in New Haven and a member of Students Unite Now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. As an undergraduate student and researcher in STEM at Yale, I want to talk about the importance of graduate student unions like Local 33, which is the union of graduate teachers and researchers at Yale. My academic performance as an undergraduate has been strongly dependent on the teaching fellows that staff large introductory STEM lectures. They are responsible for attending lectures, facilitating discussion sections, holding office hours, grading all of our assignments and exams. These graduate students hold absolutely invaluable positions and make learning at a high level more tenable. My experience as a student in STEM has been defined by all the direct interactions and countless late night hours these teaching fellows have dedicated to mine and my peers' learning. And I also want to emphasize that these responsibilities are on top of all the obligations that graduate students have as researchers in their labs and as students taking their own classes, pursuing graduate degrees. Working in a lab at the Yale Medical School myself, I've witnessed the tolls of doing research full-time along with teaching commitments. With such an intensive work environment, it is so important that Local 33 has a good contract. Guaranteeing job security and a good livable stipend is the only way to make this work more sustainable. Because Yale has agreed to settle a good contract without forcing the workers out on strike, Local 33 won the contract they deserve and my education wasn't interrupted. As someone who also plans to go to graduate school, I've learned the importance of graduate student workers and building and also currently nationwide, scientists are facing untenable working conditions, including safety hazards and harassments. Bills like SB 8 and HB 6904 would allow the other worker who has an unsafe and intolerable workplace. On behalf of young scientists working to make important advancements in the healthcare and biotech industries, they need to know that their work is valued. So I ask you to support SB 8 and HB 6904. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, we'll move to the next person, and that is Emily Sabo.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Emily Sabo, and I'm the Organizing and Political Director for the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 919. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight in support of House Bill 6904. Many of you may remember my testimony from last year, and I'm here again to share those same thoughts. I'll take you back to April of 2019. I was finishing my bachelor's degree at Albertus Magnus. I was new on staff at my job, a union organizer for the union that supported my family for over 40 years. When I came on staff that year, I knew we would be bargaining with Stop and Shop. On April 11th, 2019, our nearly 7,000 members went out on strike, along with tens of thousands of our union siblings across New England. 2 of those members were my mom and dad. For the previous 24 years, I had listened to my mom and dad praise their union job. This job was the reason they had a career after high school, the reason they could buy a house and raise 4 kids, the reason we had good union insurance and braces on our teeth, and the reason we went to Disney World every other year. They, just like many other employees at Stop and Shop, are proud of their job and their union. They worked every holiday, every Sunday. They missed out on family parties, extracurricular activities for myself and my siblings without ever complaining. They did what they needed to do to earn a paycheck and serve their community. When I found out that Stop and Shop was threatening to slash their health and retirement benefits and propose unacceptable wages, I knew we had no choice. Our members worked tirelessly for many years to earn these benefits, and they couldn't stand to lose them now. After months of bargaining, we had to take a strike authorization vote. I watched as the strike vote passed and thousands of hardworking people, just like my mom and dad, prepared to go out on strike. When the day came to go out on strike, union members from all backgrounds with all different amounts of service banded together to stand up for their future. My job was to direct the strike lines while our union leadership and negotiators did their part. We received community support that was unbelievable. After 11 long days, we won our strike and an acceptable contract. Although we won our strike, the decision to go out was not taken lightly, and it was not without consequence. Many of our members lived paycheck to paycheck, and it took some of them a long time to catch up. Members weighed out losing pay for 11 days against future cuts that would change life as they knew it. But we stuck together as a union family because that's who we are: moms, dads, siblings, grandparents, members of our community. So I urge you to pass House Bill 6904 so that future workers are able to have another tool in the toolbox to ensure good union contracts for Connecticut families. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I think we may have broken some record tonight here of kids and their parents who testified. Because I think you talked to mom earlier.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bill Shortell. Is Bill with us? I know he was here earlier, but he left. Okay, so Next up then is Chris Morrow. Hi, Chris. We can see you. Why don't you go ahead and unmute? Can you unmute your computer there?
Mr. Morrow, if you accept the prompt to unmute, you'll be able to testify.
Why don't if you don't mind, Chris, we'll go to the next person, and during that time, maybe you can communicate by in the chat or by text, and we'll figure out the problem unmuting. So the next person, we'll come back to you, Chris. The next person is Sydney Schuster. Is Sydney here? I don't see Sydney. So then Adam is here, Adam Marchand.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for your service to your districts and to the state. My name is Adam Marchand and I live in New Haven. I'm a chief steward of my union, Unite Here Local 34. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. Local 34 represents clerical and technical employees at Yale. In 2003, during an arduous contract dispute, our union went on strike twice for a total of 4.5 weeks. We took this bold step because we really needed a better contract, and Yale was stubbornly refusing to settle one with us. Our pay had stagnated, and our pensions were too small to provide security after our careers spent working at Yale. I helped organize that strike, and I vividly recall how members struggled to get by. We all had to make big sacrifices in order to stand up for ourselves. We supported each other, and no one went hungry. But the impact of the lost income, which picket pay and hardship funds could not fully replace, our members felt that for months. In the end, the sacrifice was worth it. Standing together, we won higher pay and better pensions. We built a standard that continues to enable Yale workers to support themselves and their families. We're proud of that legacy, which was hard won. As alder of the 25th Ward in New Haven, I see how this legacy benefits the broader community. Union jobs at Yale set a standard for the region. In recent years, we have challenged Yale to hire more New Haven residents, especially from neighborhoods hit hard by redlining and segregation. This campaign has made an enormous difference. Looking back, I wonder how we might have accomplished these things, but at a lower cost, if more support had been available to strikers. So much stress and turmoil could have been prevented if Yale had had a stronger incentive not to prolong the conflict. Over the past 2 decades, Yale has chosen to bargain and not to push us out on strike. This good faith negotiation has prevented disruption to our families, the Yale community, and our region. We want to continue to settle contracts peacefully, and SB 8 and HB 6904 will help encourage employers like Yale to stay at the table and make it happen. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. I don't see any hands, so we'll move on to the next person. But I do want to go back to Chris for a moment and let you know that we don't have any way of communicating with you because we don't have your email at this point. But I do believe you may have, I can see from the sign-up list that you're a UFCW shop steward, so you may want to call one of your, oh, you got somebody helping you here, huh? Let's give it a minute and see if you can figure out why we can't. You have to accept a prompt to unmute. And do you want to send that prompt again? So we're sending it now. Okay, that didn't seem to work. If you want to get in touch with one of the, I think he left. You know what? I forgot. We should usually tell people to leave and come back, right? So maybe they'll do that. Okay, next up we have Beth Cooper. Is Beth with us? Yeah, I see you're on there. If you'll unmute, and if you want to, you can turn on your camera. Okay, Beth. All right, Chris came back. So Beth, hold that thought. Chris, let's see if you can unmute now. Okay. Chris, if you have the number of one of your union reps, maybe they could contact Jennifer Berrigan, who's here from the AFL-CIO, and we can try and figure this out and see if we can get you in a position to testify. For now, I'm going to move back to Beth. Beth Cooper, are you there, Beth? Okay. Also having trouble unmuting, I believe. I see Dave Hanna. Let's see if Dave can unmute.
I'm here.
Okay, Dave, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, and Representative Weir, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Dave Hannon, and I'm proud to serve as chair of the Ansonia Democratic Town Committee and as the president of CHCA District 1199 of the National Union of Hospital and Healthcare Employees, a union representing hospital and healthcare workers across the state. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran and a third-generation union worker. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 8 and HB 6904, which will ensure that Connecticut's working people are not left behind in our economy. When workers vote to strike, it's never a decision made lightly. They risk everything, their income, their healthcare, their homes, because they have no other option to secure a fair contract. But employers have the upper hand. First, the law actually allows employers under certain circumstances to impose economic conditions on workers at the table if bargaining has been exhausted, even though no agreement has been met. In that case, the law says that the only way to avert that from happening is to go on strike. And then employers know that many workers can't afford to go weeks without pay, so they weaponize economic desperation, dragging out negotiations and using financial hardship as a bargaining tactic. These bills fix this by allowing workers to access unemployment benefits after 2 weeks on strike, bringing Connecticut in line with states like New York and New Jersey. Some will argue that this will increase strikes, but the data shows otherwise. In fact, the Economic Policy Institute's February 2025 report confirms that providing unemployment benefits to striking workers actually reduces the length of strikes because it forces employers to negotiate in good faith. Employers can no longer rely on starving workers out, which levels the playing field at the bargaining table. And let's be clear, this is not a financial burden on the state. If unemployment benefits had been extended to striking workers over the past 4 years, striking worker claims would have accounted for just 0.1% of total unemployment claims. That is an insignificant cost for a policy that strengthens our workforce and keeps local economies afloat during labor disputes. I urge this committee to consider the broader economic impact of this bill. When workers can continue to pay rent and buy groceries, they are supporting local businesses and keeping their communities stable. Every $1 spent on unemployment benefits generates $2 of economic activity. This isn't just about fairness. It's about strengthening Connecticut's economy from the ground up. Last year, Governor Lamont vetoed similar legislation. He sided with massive defense contractors like Sikorsky and Electric Boat, corporations that rake in taxpayer dollars yet refuse to pay their workers a fair share. But this fight isn't over. Extending unemployment insurance to striking workers now is a chance for Connecticut to show that we stand with working people and not corporate interests. If we believe in the fundamental promise of America that hard work should be enough to build a decent life, then we cannot allow outdated laws to undermine workers who fight for fair wages and basic dignity. It's time to stand on the right side of history and extend unemployment benefits to striking workers. Thank you for your time, the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you for pointing out another way in which government has its thumb on the scale toward employers with the, I'd forgotten about the fact that if you reach an impasse, you can't find an agreement, the employer can then impose those conditions, forcing people out on strike. Another good point to be made. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tonight.
Thanks again.
And I think we have Beth Cooper. Beth, you need to unmute. Let's see if you could. We could see you, but we couldn't hear you. We can't hear you, but can you unmute? She's trying to unmute, but she can't quite get there. We'll come back to you, Beth, and Cameron will try and figure that out, our clerk. Next up, we have Cheryl Bergman, who I can't see, and hopefully you can unmute.
Yes.
Great.
I hope you can hear me now.
We can hear you.
You can. Terrific. Well, good evening to all of the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Cheryl Bergman. I live in New Haven, and I'm a member of URA. That stands for the Yale Union's Retirees Association. I retired from Yale in 2018, sorry. But in 1982, I was a founding member of Unite Here Local 34, a clerical and technical workers union at Yale. In 1984, I was on the Local 34 executive board when negotiations for our first contract broke down, and our members voted that striking would be necessary to convince Yale to bargain in good faith. I was 32 years old then, 72 now, single and self-supporting then, not so now. I paid my rent, my bills, my car loan, and my college loans from my $11,000 a year salary. I was doing okay. I was doing okay compared to my coworkers who had mortgages to pay and families to support. When it became clear that Yale had no intention of bargaining in good faith, we began the difficult and scary discussion to consider going on strike. It was scary, of course, because when you're talking about going on strike, you're talking about being without a paycheck. You're talking about your regular day-to-day life being completely upended. And it's not just about you. If you support your spouse, your children, your parents, it's about them too. For my personal circumstance, it was just me, but I was the union leader in my department, and I was responsible for 30 other people. They were young and older, single and couples, some supporting children and others supporting their elderly parents. Our discussions about striking were filled with lots of emotion, fear, some excitement, anxiety, but determination. How long would it last? Will it be worth it? Can we win? These questions we didn't have answers for at that moment. What if we don't go on strike? That answer we knew. We lose the fight for economic fairness and for the dignity and security that good wages and benefits would bring to us and to our community. So we went on strike, and that strike lasted for 10 long weeks, from September the 26th until December the 4th. Although Yale claimed they couldn't afford to pay us a living wage, we did prevail in that fight, and we won wage and benefit increases that have set the standard for compensation for university clerical and technical workers across the country. Unfortunately, some of our coworkers did not join in the strike. They were far too frightened to be without a paycheck, no matter what the cost was to their dignity and to their relationships with their fellow union members and coworkers. And those strained relationships and the labels that they wore have remained for more than 40 years. I can only imagine how different things might have been if in 1984 we were able to collect unemployment benefits while striking. Would the strike have even happened? Would more workers have felt able to join the strike, making it shorter and less painful for everyone? Would Yale have been inclined to bargain fairly since they would be paying in part for the unemployment insurance? In 1935, unemployment benefits were established as a lifeline for ordinary men and women. Those benefits should now be available to striking workers, therefore leveling the playing field for labor to compete with management in disputes instead of allowing employers to have the ability to starve their workers into.
Ms. Bergman, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
And my last remarks are, thank you very much for your time and for your consideration of these critically important bills.
Thank you. And I believe you might be one of the other parents that testified tonight. Are you did one of your kids also testify?
Yes, Ellen Cupo is my daughter. She's also the older in Ward 8 in New Haven. So she and her father, who is also a retired member of Local 34, we're all very proud of her, as is her husband, who is also a member of Local 34.
Well,
Yes.
I can completely understand how proud you are of her because my daughter testified earlier and I was very proud.
I was listening to your daughter's testimony.
Well, when you went out on strike, she was about 2 or 2.5. And
Your daughter?
My daughter. And when you went on strike, I can tell you, you were an inspiration to the workers at Columbia University who were fighting for their first contract. And we had a much shorter strike, only 4 days the next year because of your activities. I think the university realized that we too would have stayed out a long time if we needed to win a fair contract. So a lot of workers benefited from your very courageous activity in 1984. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Claudine Chambers. Although I see Beth Cooper. Beth, can you unmute now? Still not able to, huh? Not sure why we're having trouble with this. But I know I don't know if maybe, Jess, if you could help her. Might want to see if you can. One of your union reps is here. One of the Unite Here reps is here. We'll see if we can't get you help. But, oh, you're, okay. They're trying to get you on, so don't give up yet. Next up, we have Claudine Chambers. Is Claudine here? Okay, Claudine isn't here. I know Dolores is here. Dolores Colon. Dolores,
I'm here.
We can hear you. If you want to turn on your camera, we'll see you. But if you're not up to that,
I'll start my video. Okay. Can you see me now? Okay, I'm in bed. Sorry. It's been a long day. Let me see.
We can see you.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative. You know your names. I want to say good evening to the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. I'm Dolores Colon, as you know. I'm retired now from Yale University. I worked at Beinecke Library and in the university for over 30 years. And I was a member of Local 34. Currently, I'm a member of URA, like Cheryl before me. And I've been retired since 2021. And I was an alder for 18 years in New Haven. Oh, my lips are out of sync. Interesting. Anyway, I am a member of the town committee right now for Ward 6. And I want to testify in support again about SB 8 and HB 6904. I support it because I helped build a union standard that helped thousands of families in New Haven in the New Haven region to live with economic security, dignity, and respect. I was hired at Sterling Memorial Library in 1992. When I started working at the university, my wages were so low, I qualified for food stamps. Imagine that, working for a famous university and getting food stamps. My coworkers and I changed the quality of these jobs by going out on strike 3 times, at least for myself. As a single working mom, you can imagine how going out on strike was both very scary and very hard. But through the conflict, my coworkers and I built a standard that allowed me to retire with dignity, have access to health care, and put my children through college. As an alder, I know the power of this union standard. After the Great Recession, I worked with other leaders in New Haven's Black and Hispanic caucus to call attention to the jobs crisis in New Haven. We worked with unions and New Haven Rising to push Yale University to hire more residents from low-income neighborhoods. Unions are a key to solving the inequality in our state, and SB 8 is one of the most effective ways unions can have this transformative power. While I'm proud of my and my union struggles, I believe we could have won the same transformation with less disruption for workers and the community, and even for the university. These 2 pieces of legislation would have been a powerful incentive to have reached our settlements on much shorter timeframes and may have prevented the strikes altogether. This bill will encourage labor peace negotiations and problem solving after the 203 strike. We and the university committed to solving things peacefully, and we have settled every contract since then without a strike. Stronger unions are the key factor in making this labor peace possible, and there is no doubt that SB 8 will have the same effect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony and also for your work, both at the university and now for the city of New Haven. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Makes a real difference. Next up, we have, let's see, it looks like it's Chris Bowie. Oh, you're here. Good. Did I say your name right? Yeah. I know. I think I said Bowie, didn't it?
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Christopher T. Bowie, and I live in South Windsor. I am a quality review coordinator for the Material Review Board at Pratt & Whitney in Middletown, and a proud active member of Local 700 of the IAMAW. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. I am a fairly new worker to Pratt & Whitney. I was hired in 2017 after the 2016 5-year contract ratification. I've only been through one actual contract negotiations, and that was in May of 22. In September of 19, I bought my first home, and in 21, I bought my first new car. And I can remember coming into negotiations wondering if our union was forced to take a strike vote due to the company's bad faith actions, how long would we be out for if we did, as well as how I was going to pay my bills and my newly acquired mortgage. But I knew if our unions voted to strike, we had to stick together and walk that picket line to show the company that we all stood in solidarity. Though there was no strike in May of 22, but that ability to be able to access unemployment insurance if a strike lasted more than 2 weeks would have allowed us to stand up to the company if they were not bargaining in good faith. As one of the younger generations of employees at Pratt & Whitney that hopes to have a long employment there, I'm here to say that I believe that SB 8 and HB 6904 will incentivize companies to bargain in better faith. By allowing us some much needed financial support and stability, this would give us time to hopefully bring the company back to the bargaining table and give and have them give realistic proposals that are presented in good faith. This directly leading to hopefully less strikes and more reasonable contracts. I would like to thank the Labor and Public Employees Committee for your time and letting me speak in favor of these bills. Respectfully submitted in solidarity, Christopher Teagley.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We are going to go back to Beth Cooper, who I understand we have on speakerphone. This is old school, but it works, right? We'll see if it works.
Hi, Beth. I'm going to put you up to the mic.
Okay. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. I'm not technically astute, I guess. I was trying to call in on my phone. So good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Cabrera, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, Representative Shake, and the other distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Beth Cooper. I live in Guilford, Connecticut, and I work at the Yale School of Medicine, and I'm a very proud member of Unite Here Local 34. Thank you for this opportunity to give my testimony in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. I know it's been a very long night, and I think all the outpouring of testimony just shows how important this bill is. I went on strike a couple times with Local 34. I was on the staff of Local 34 during the last strike, which was in 2003. I chose to strike each time, to make things better for all of us, my brothers and sisters in Local 34 and Local 35, better wages, better job security, and to promote the collective. Back in 2003, I was a single mother, and I had a 3-year-old son who I used to bring with me on the picket lines. And what I realized during that time when we were out on strike, as others have said before me, it was a very hard decision to do. I was extremely scared to do it. I don't have family in Connecticut. My family's in Massachusetts. I do come from a union family, but I had no one here with me. And it was a very hard decision, but we all stuck together, a lot of us at the time, and continue to be single mothers. But that's how important that decision is because as scary as it is, we make that decision because we have our children. We're trying to set an example by standing up for ourselves. And this decision, if it doesn't just affect us, it affects our children and our spouses if we have them. We all had to stick together. We had to figure out how to pay our bills, get the rent paid. And it would have been it would have been even harder hardship today, right? Because of the cost of living. Like I said, we don't take the decision lightly. I found earlier testimony from somebody making the comment on the backs of employers humorous. I've never heard that expression, and I found that ironic. When we make this choice to go out on strike, it's a lot of work not only to make the decision to do it, it's a lot of work maintaining it as well. And knowing that this bill it's a lifeline, really. It's making things a little bit less of a strife for us when we make this decision. This bill would help us in that way. And it takes a lot of work, like I said, to even stay out on strike. In the last 20 years, we've negotiated great contracts with our employer in good faith, and we haven't had to strike. And another reason why I support this bill is because, like others have said before me, it's going to give incentive to Yale or an employer to stay at the negotiating table and to get that settled. And if we have to go down this road again, where we have to face this decision, it would help provide our families and ourselves a little bit, like I said, of a lifeline, and that we can continue to do the hard work of standing up for ourselves and for other workers in the state and in the nation. I thank you again for your patience and for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, and I'm glad you persevered. Thank you for your testimony, and now we all know there's an alternative. We'll advise other people about that, so thank you. Next up, we have Scott Haney. Is Scott here? I see you online. There you go. Okay, say something and we can see if we can hear you. We cannot hear you.
Mr. Haney, you might need to change your microphone input.
How about now?
Oh,
yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Good evening, Senator Kushner and the other distinguished members of the committee. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 8, House Bill 6904. I'm a communications technician at Amtrak and a member of IBEW Local 747. Most of my career was with AT&T as a member of the CWA. I also worked as a traveling technical trainer with industrial lasers. I've seen more warehouse and factory floors under realistic production settings than probably anyone. SpaceX, Hyundai, Lockheed Martin, to name a few. And I'd be happy to speak to that if you like. I'm an Okie originally. I just moved here with my wife, who's a small business owner, and my 3-year-old daughter from Florida up to New Britain last year. And the first thing I'd like to address is this contention that's been brought up that somehow under federal policy, there are unemployment requirements and that striking is a choice. It's been well covered, but there's a couple things I wanted to highlight. Strike authorization is a democratic process, so a great number of workers can vote against a strike and still find themselves on the picket line. Also, the majority of strikes are over unfair labor practices, not just pure economic incentives. I've never voted to strike to get a 3% raise instead of a 2% raise. I have voted to strike because my manager threatened to fire me if I didn't climb a telephone pole to upgrade internet under a tornado warning. And I don't mean windy. I mean, I could see the funnel dropping from the wall cloud in front of me. Working under unsafe conditions, being injured, worse, leaving my wife to raise my daughter alone, that's not a choice that I can just undertake. I've also voted to strike because I had to work 70-hour weeks in the elements as a condition of employment. I've had days off canceled same day, which barred me from planned religious worship. You can't choose to tell the Lord that you need a rain check on tending to your soul because Caesar needs to be rendered more profit immediately. And unfair work schedules like that lead me to the contention that you should be seeking work to receive unemployment under federal law to get benefits. I guarantee you the warehouse workers at iHealth are seeking employment right now in every possible way they can. Every time I go to support a picket line, the striking workers want to know how my job is, if they're hiring. I'm sure they're doing gig economy stuff like Uber and everything. They're throwing in applications everywhere they can. And another point that has stuck out to me, labor tonight's not really getting its due in terms of revenue contribution overall for the state. There's no profit without people. Businesses will stay where the quality workers are. It's not just business created. Like most union members, I have a sought-after skill set. I came to Connecticut to fill a job at Amtrak that was solicited for 2 years before I came along as a qualified applicant. That opportunity brought my wife and her jewelry business here to create additional jobs in Connecticut. When we came here due to the quality education and the social programs the state provides, I know people personally who are exceptional workers that will be incentivized to bring their skills to Connecticut as a result of this bill passing. With that, I appreciate your time and this opportunity. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Scott. I don't see any hands, but thanks for testifying tonight. Next up, we have Benjamin Wilcox. Good to see you tonight, Ben.
All right. I should say good evening, not good afternoon. It's pretty late. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Ben Wilcox. I live in Simsbury, Connecticut, and I'm honored to serve as the president of Local 405 UAW at Triumph Group in West Hartford. I'm also the vice chair of the UAW CAP Council in Connecticut. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of my local union, the Connecticut CAP Council, and all of UAW Region 9A. I just want to say first and foremost, Senator Kushner, your past leadership in the UAW has been truly transformative. You transformed our region and demonstrating what was possible with workers' rights are prioritized and collective power is harnessed. So I just want to say thank you. Today, I stand with unwavering support of HB 6904. This bill holds the promise of creating lasting positive change, strengthening our community and empowering our workers for generations to come. Currently, Connecticut law unfairly favors employers during labor disputes. Workers who are forced to go out on strike often lose access to unemployment benefits because they're assumed to have voluntarily left their jobs. Let me be clear, no worker I know goes on strike willingly. We do it because we have no other option. HB 6904 would help correct this imbalance by allowing striking workers to access unemployment benefits after 2 consecutive weeks on strike. When workers strike, they lose paychecks, and employers often cut essential benefits, including health insurance, leaving workers and their families in a precarious situation. In some cases, striking workers can be even permanently replaced, losing their jobs altogether. Connecticut has a historic opportunity to join New Jersey and New York in standing up for workers' rights and ensuring stronger protections. Strikes will only happen when there is no other choice, when every avenue has been exhausted. This bill forces employers to negotiate in good faith and stops them from using their power to wear workers down. It's time for Connecticut to make sure workers have the protection and fairness they deserve, not just for themselves, but for the future of every worker in the state. Unionized workplaces don't just set higher standards for union members, they raise the bar for every worker in the state. We're not just fighting for fair contracts, we're fighting to transform Connecticut into a place where every worker could thrive. When workers win, it's not just their lives that improve, it's the entire economy that benefits, just as the gentleman before me said. This is about lifting all boats, and we won't stop until every worker in Connecticut has security, respect, and opportunity they deserve. At my plant, no one wants to strike for the sake of striking, and unemployment benefits will never be a reason anyone chooses to walk off the job. But right now, under outdated labor laws and the current administration, workers are up against an overwhelming power imbalance when fighting for fair contracts. HB 6904 is our chance to fix that and ensure we have a fair playing field, one where workers aren't forced into desperate situations just to get what they deserve. I'm proud to be here today on behalf of my UAW brothers and sisters in Region 9A. We're unified and determined to pass this bill. We won this fight in New York, and now it's a top priority here again in Connecticut. When we win this, we won't just be helping workers, we'll be showing that we stand with them in the most critical moments. And that's what our values are about, standing strong with working people when it matters most. So thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm ready for any questions.
Well, thank you for testifying and your kind words at the beginning. I really appreciate that. I just love seeing leaders and workers that I've known for so many years that come before this committee. And thank you. I have been in your plant, and I have seen what an incredible plant it is. Very clean and very efficient. And I know you all work hard at that. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Leslie Blateau.
Good evening. Members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm a teacher, parent, and resident in New Haven. I'm the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers, and I'm also here representing AFT Connecticut and Connecticut for All. And I am here to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. So the fundamental premise of labor, as you all know, is solidarity. So while current Connecticut state law prohibits members of my union from striking, we still believe that this legislation and this benefit is incredibly necessary. In a time of unprecedented attacks on working people from the federal government, now is the time for us to unite at the state level and stand with working people. I'm going to pivot a little bit from my prepared remarks, just because having sat through the testimony for the last few hours, and I want to note that I'm a social studies teacher, this has been an incredible lesson in New Haven labor history and Connecticut labor history for me and for anybody who's been watching. I think the voices of people who have been on strike in my city and throughout this state say more than I ever could. I am in awe of them. I have learned so much from them. I am grateful to them. And it's the least I can do to log on and say that this legislation must be passed this year. And I really am grateful to hear these stories because their voices are incredibly powerful here. I also want to note that the workers who will be impacted positively by this proposed legislation are the families of the students who we teach in New Haven. There are our own public school graduates who've successfully entered the workforce and became union members. And we know that income inequality continues to grow in this state, and unionized workers need this protection. Also, we know that elected officials are frequent picket lines when they happen throughout our state, and that support is always welcome. And we need more support to make sure this bill is passed, follow in the footsteps of New York and New Jersey, and make sure that workers can access unemployment insurance after they've been on strike for 2 weeks. You know, the cynics among us will say, and it's already been refuted, that people are going to do this just to collect. It's an absurd premise. People have to be out for 2 weeks before they can even access the benefit. And again, as so many workers have already said, that people only go out on strike when they absolutely have to. So in closing, I strongly support striking workers who need access to this benefit. And on behalf of the people I represent, we stand in solidarity with workers throughout the state. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity to testify and grateful for the work of this committee tonight and always. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you do. We admire all of our teachers. You do such a great job for our state. Next up, we have Stacy Zimmerman.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for staying during this long hearing. Chair Kushner and members of the Labor Committee, my name is Stacy Zimmerman. I'm here today representing 75,000 members of SEIU Connecticut State Council in Connecticut. We work in both the public and private sector throughout our great state. With the rise of the oligarchy and the consolidation of wealth and power in the hands of the few, working people's backs are up against the wall. Multinational corporations have no allegiance to the communities they operate in, nor the workers that toil for them. Productivity has risen at an extraordinary rate, yet wages and benefits have fallen behind. Organizing in your workplace is the only option if you want to better your conditions. Sadly, just because you formed a union does not mean that the fight for dignity is over. The employer must recognize and bargain with the union. Some employers are willing to do that in good faith, but others will fight their workers tooth and nail to keep their profits and imposed authority. Workers who make the decision to go on strike generally have taken every step during negotiations. And they've finally reached this point and an impasse in the bargaining, and they don't take this decision lightly. It's the last resort and one of the most agonizing choices they can ever make in their working career. In 30 years in the labor movement, I've never encountered a worker who has advocated for a strike as the first step in negotiations, and I've never spoken to a worker who wasn't scared for a strike, but did so because they had no other avenue for a settlement. SB 8 and HB 6904 are bills that have been too long coming. We have an opportunity here in Connecticut to make a difference in people's lives daily. We have an opportunity to put our thumb on the scale for workers. They're not going to go out just because they're going to receive a small portion of their paycheck, but it will give them some safety net so they can stand up for their dignity in the workplace. So I'll end it there and just say thank you again for spending this time listening to all of us this evening, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, but thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, we have Olivia Rinkus. Olivia, there you are.
Thank you. Thank you. And good evening, and thank you to the Labor and Public Employees Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkus, and I'm a resident of North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm also a student at the University of Connecticut studying political and cognitive sciences. I'm testifying today in support of HB 6904, an act concerning unemployment benefits for striking workers. I am a Connecticut worker, and although I myself am not a union protected worker, I am in full support of workers who are on strike collecting unemployment benefits to ensure they're able to survive while maintaining a unified worker force during the bargaining process. I recall as a teenager my mother striking while an employee at the former Lawrence Memorial Hospital in New London, Connecticut. Fortunately, my father was also employed, but I remember the uncertainty my parents faced during this time, especially when the hospital was able to hire new workers to cross the line, enabling them to wait out the striking employees until they eventually came to a bargain. As many employees have testified this evening, no one is just going into the decision to strike for no reason or as a means of earning a living off of potential unemployment. The decision to strike is made by employees who care enough about their workspace and fellow employees to strike in order to achieve adequate working conditions. Striking is one of the few tools an employee has compared to the greater resources of their employer. Providing support to striking workers is not taking the sides of the employees over employers, but rather supporting the workforce that ensures the continued health of our communities in the bargaining process. A strike is not intended to last forever, and ensuring that employers cannot simply wait for their employees' paychecks to run out is ensuring that the bargaining process is fair and fully represents the worker. At a time when there are attacks being made at the federal level on the ability of workers to protect their rights through attacks on the National Labor Relations Board, it is more important than ever for Connecticut legislators to defend the rights of workers and to pass this bill out of committee and support striking workers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Seeing no questions, we will move on because it's getting late. Next up is Bridget Quinn. Is Bridget here? Okay, I don't see her, so we will move on to, oh, we're on the last page. So we're beginning the last page with you, Tanisha. Tanisha Signore.
Hi, everybody. I can't see who's left in person, so I'm gonna say hi to Senator Kushner. I think I see Representative Sanchez over there. Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in support of SB 8 and HB 6904. My name is Tanisha Signore. I'm the Policy Director at She Leads Justice, formerly known as QUELF. We are a nonprofit that's focused on advocating for under-resourced and marginalized women and girls in the state. And we stand in support of these bills. And I've heard a lot of amazing things today. I've been on for the entire hearing. And I'm going to echo what Leslie said previously, that it's been such a gift to be able to hear the stories that everyone's been saying. I would like to highlight a few things that I'm not sure were said, specifically that occupational spaces like healthcare and education are often impacted by unfair working conditions, and they're also often more likely occupied by women and women of color. So we believe at She Leads Justice that it is in the interest of economic, racial, gender equity in Connecticut for workers to have access to these critical unemployment benefits. We believe that our laws favor employees in labor disputes, and that the decision, as everyone has been saying, that workers make when they decide to go out on strike is an incredibly difficult one. These safety benefits allow them simply to maybe stay afloat. As many other people have said, they're not going to enrich themselves on these unemployment benefits. And I would also like to say that they won't receive the benefits until 2 weeks after they begin striking. And the longest strike in Connecticut's history was 23 days. So that would amount to about 1.29 weeks of unemployment benefits. and that's 90% less time than all other unemployment benefits. So this is not an extreme amount of money. This is not, and I would argue that the benefits of it and the benefits of them being able to participate in the economy, even if they're out on strike, outweigh any potential minimal costs. So I think everything else was really said. I don't want to read my entire testimony. You guys can read it and see the sources if you want. And I'm just grateful to have been here today and to be able to hear everybody that got to share their stories.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thanks for hanging in all night with us. Next up, we have Tawanza McLean. I don't see her on the screen. So if she shows up, we'll come back to her. Then Ruby Clark. Ruby is here in person. Yep.
Thank you, senators and representatives, as well as everyone else here tonight, both virtually and in this physical space. My name is Ruby Clark. I am a Middletown resident and a union organizer with the Teamsters, and I'm here testifying in support of SB 8, HB 6904, and HB 6907. I've worked alongside and advocated for hundreds of workers all across the state, including in the communities of Ansonia, Beacon Falls, Bolton, Cromwell, Derby, Hartford, Middletown, Naugatuck, New Britain, Torrington, Waterbury, and Wolcott, to name a few. Here tonight, we have heard numerous arguments about a worker's choice to strike, as well as the belief that workers who can't afford to strike should simply find alternative means of employment. Setting aside by numerous rebuttals for these claims, I want to direct your attention to one fundamental fact, that workers have the right to strike. In 1934, the National Labor Relations Act enshrined American workers' right to engage in concerted activity, including strikes. However, for millions of Americans, regardless of their right to strike, going out on strike is not a possibility unless they are given meaningful financial support. This is why I'm here testifying in support of unemployment benefits for striking workers, so that everyone, regardless of their financial situation, can exercise their rights, not just company executives who choose to extend strikes as a form of financial attrition. I firmly believe this will bring more employers to negotiate in good faith with their unions in order to avoid costly strikes. Imagine this. You're a single parent of 3 children, making $22 an hour, working 25 hours a week. Even though you might be able to find better paying jobs elsewhere, your current job covers the cost of healthcare for your children. You know you deserve better pay. You know you need better pay. But no matter how much you want to go out on strike, and you feel like it's the only way you can improve your wages, you're living paycheck to paycheck. Even missing 2 or 3 weeks' pay could be an impossible setback for you and your children. What do? And if you were this worker's employer and you knew your employees couldn't bear the cost of going out on strike, what would possibly motivate you to come to the table and negotiate in good faith? This is the real situation for many of the workers I've spoken to across this state. According to a 2024 study conducted by the Connecticut United Way, 39% of households in Connecticut are living paycheck to paycheck. These rates are even higher amongst more vulnerable populations, particularly single-parent households. Without financial support, these workers have no way to effectively advocate for higher pay and better working conditions. Workers have a right to strike, but without financial support, the only people with the means to survive a prolonged strike are wealthy company executives who, as Ed Hawthorne noted earlier, are more willing to make workers homeless, literally homeless, than concede to their demands at the organizing table. Give everyone the opportunity to strike and equal the playing field, and at the same time, force employers to negotiate in good faith.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for hanging in there all day. I've seen you here the entire time. So thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to Linnea Moore. I don't see Linnea online. Oh, you're right here. And you've been here all day too. There's another person. Actually, I think most of the people that are left in the room have been here all day.
Me.
Take your time.
My last public speaking was, of course, was back in CCSU in the early 80s. So bear with me.
We have plenty of time. It's only 10:46.
So I just told you my age. So anyway, is this on? No, this is on. Okay. Good evening to Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and all the honorable members of the Labor Committee, because I can't see that far away. My name is Linnea Moore. I'm from Torrington, and I'm a residential program worker for Oak Hill. We are a group home setting, and we help care for residents with a variety of disabilities. I'm here to tell you today how important it is for you to support Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. I've been working in the group home setting for over 35 years now, and I love this job. I began this line of work while also raising my young family. At first, I assisted transportation at a home, then began filling in, providing direct care when needed, and eventually joined the direct care staff full-time. Our residents are loving, friendly, and fun to work with. We get the chance to see them grow, prosper, and enjoy life. However, we all face challenges on the job. We struggle to provide the wraparound care our individuals strongly deserve. This is a difficult population to care for, and consistency is key. Unfortunately, our employer has started bringing in more and more temporary staff to provide direct care. They have not built a relationship with these individuals, making the administration of care more difficult and less effective. Additionally, many of the temps are not trained or able to do a number of the tasks, from documentation to medication dispersion or driving residents. It leaves employees like myself to pick up the extra work, but with no extra compensation. Instead of hiring temporary staff, our group homes need to hire more permanent staff and pay those staff a living wage. Many of my coworkers work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. We spend nearly every waking hour working so that we can support our families and give our children a chance at a better life than we had. Sadly, our group home settings has become a business more than someone's home, and that is true. Our individuals are treated like a paycheck, and caregivers are treated as expendable equipment to be overused and run down. Fortunately for me, I'm a union member. My coworkers and I have a voice in our workplace and the ability to negotiate for higher wages and better working conditions. However, when those negotiations break down and we cannot reach an agreement, my coworkers and I are left with a scary decision, whether or not to go on strike. I did go on strike 2 years ago, and I can say, like everyone else has, nobody wants to go on strike. It's something they don't want to give up their pay. Going on strike means risking your financial stability. It means worrying about being able to keep the lights on and food on the table. It means not being able to buy your child the new clothes they need, or not being able to afford putting gas in your tank. Having the option to briefly collect unemployment while standing up for our rights as workers will give us all a sense of security. Workers will know they have a small safety net, so we can do what matters most for our families and the people we care for. Unionized workers are the backbone of our state. And I'm a newbie. I've only been a union worker for 2.5 years at 61 years old. So I'm learning a lot about this, but I do see the importance of unions. They make up so much of our workforce. So you should fully support Senate B8 and House B6904 on behalf of all workers of the state of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your testimony and for staying with us all day and well into the night.
Yeah, thank you.
I think your employer testified earlier today, and
Yes, he did.
I had the opportunity to, regardless of the fact that we disagree on this particular bill, I did have the opportunity to tell him how important the service is that you all provide. And I'm glad that you're here to, because I know you're the ones on the front lines that are making this work. So we really appreciate it. Not only because you help your clients, but because you really help the whole state of Connecticut when you provide that service. And I know it's not an easy job.
We have a lot of vulnerable people in this state, and we need to take care of them in every way, whether it be someone with disabilities or somebody who's in a convalescent home, an elderly person. Absolutely.
Well, thank you for doing that work and with your passion for it.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, Darrell has a question for you.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Representative Wilson.
Small question. So when you went on strike 2 years ago,
Yes.
did your employer hire temporary staff?
Temporary staff, yes.
Okay.
A lot of temporary staff.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for being here tonight.
And they spent a lot of money.
I think those are mostly state dollars too, right?
No, they spent a lot of money that they could have spent on us.
Good point. Next up, we have Scott Marks, who's with us online. Good to see you, Scott.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of Labor Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. My name is Scott Marks. I'm the founder and director of New Haven Rising, an organization that is dedicated to economic and racial justice in Connecticut. On February 4th, I was proud to host a Solidarity Summit in Trinity Temple Church on Dixwell Avenue. For the summit, we had over 1,500 people, which 1,100 were able to gain access to the facility, and hundreds were turned away. And from all across the state, people came to the event. And our focus there is to rebuild the middle class, uplift all working people. In Connecticut, we have work cut out for us, and we do work. It's one of the things that we do. Our state consistently ranks as one of the most unequal states in the entire country. Nearly 40% of Connecticut households face poverty in 2022. Workers are the ones who will rebuild the middle class through unions and fighting to ensure that their work is valued. Unions raise wages for workers of every background. The decline of unions is the cause of inequality. Through strikes this year, hospitality workers in Connecticut won wage increases as high as 20%. And decrease healthcare costs by 75%. This is the way to build the middle class. This is the reason that I, as a leader of a community organization group, support unions as a core part of our fight. And I served on the board of Alder. I'm a pastor of a church, and I found that this union business is a way to get people on their feet. What workers win and strike is not up to the leaders in the General Assembly, but by passing SB 8 and HB 6904, this committee, the General Assembly, and Governor Lamont can protect workers from the extreme economic hardships that workers must currently endure for prolonged strikes. This year, sadly, my house burned down. This wasn't an eviction. It wasn't because of a strike, but I know the fear of not having a long-term place to live. I know the hardship of trying to hold on to everything in life, hold it together without a long-term home. For me, this is a fear that came from a terrible tragedy inflicted upon my family due to bad luck. It should not be a fear that is inflicted upon workers by wealthy corporations that is just simply unwilling to come to a fair deal. So this is the decision before you, and will be before a decision before many decision makers in our state. You all have the power to decide that poor workers should not have to experience extreme economic hardships to exercise a federal right to strike. You all have the power to ensure that people who have already struggled more than most in our state, are not forced into deeper struggle as they negotiate with billionaires who will never face the same stresses or worries. For this reason, I'm asking you to please support Senate Bill 8 and HB 69, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you for your testimony. And I was unaware that you had that tragedy in your family and your home. And I'm so sorry you went through that. It is, I'm sure, very traumatizing. So I do appreciate that you're here tonight. And I know you do a lot of great work in New Haven. So thank you for everything you do. I don't see any comments or questions from the committee. But again, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Gabriela Rivera. I don't know if Gabriela is here. Oh, she had to go to work. That happens when these go on long time. Carmen Lanche, is Carmen with us? I don't see Carmen. We skipped over Rob Burrell because I know he's on a flight. He's in transit, so we're not able to get him tonight, but we'll have his testimony. Carmen Lancha. Next, then we have Jennifer Chona. Okay. Taretha Brooks. Chris Zano. Shelley Davis. Is Shelley getting on? Okay. Patrick Leonard. There you are, Patrick.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and the rest of this distinguished committee. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony in support of SB 8, HB 6904, and HB 6907. My name is Patrick Leonard. I'm a third-generation union member, and I am the lead organizer of Connecticut and Rhode Island for the Teamsters Amazon division. I got my start in the industry at UPS, and after speaking with hundreds of Amazon workers across New England, I have seen firsthand the impact that Amazon has had on its workers. At UPS, I started as a package car driver, but when business was slow, I worked in the warehouse, loading package cars and tractor trailers. It's brutal work, exhausting, but we had a union and a collective bargaining agreement to ensure that we got a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. And we had a voice to stand up to unsafe practices. None of that was gifted to us. Generations of Teamsters have organized and gone on strike to establish industry standards and have made warehouse and logistics jobs a stable and rewarding career. Amazon is undercutting all of that. Amazon uses quotas or rate to push workers to move faster and faster. Oftentimes, workers don't know exactly what quota they have to meet or how close they are to getting there. When you are rushing like that, you can pull a muscle trying to lift a box that is heavier than you expect. You can get a concussion when a box falls on you. You can smash your hand in between carts. You can slip or trip on a package and fall. There are so many ways to get hurt in a warehouse if you are forced to put production ahead of your safety. Like I've said before, I've spoken to so many Amazon workers across New England who will all share the same fear that if they try to organize that they'll be fired from their jobs, even though they are protected under federal law. If they are forced by Amazon to go out on strike, how would they be able to pay their bills? Especially even while they're currently working, they are already struggling to make ends meet. And as we know from Amazon's history, they tie things up in litigation, and there's no guarantee that it would end quickly. So workers knowing that they will receive some type of support could empower workers to stand up against their exploitation, to fight for fairness and respect. Isn't that what it means to be an American? Standing up for what you believe in, standing up for people who are being taken advantage of, fighting back against oppression. Teamsters across our industry are committed to building power with Amazon workers so we can protect the industry standards we all need. I'm testifying in support of this legislation, both in Connecticut and Rhode Island, because we need to solve this issue across state lines. We need SB 8 and HB 6907 to set baseline standards that all warehouse companies can be held to. You shouldn't have to choose between your safety and keeping your job. You shouldn't have to choose between taking your break and making rate. I please encourage you to pass SB 8 and HB 6907 to ensure that secret and extreme quotas are not allowed in Connecticut, and HB 6904 so that workers fighting to improve their lives have a fair shot. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. It's been a long day, and I see you're still dressed in your suit. At this time of night, I think you could loosen your tie.
I appreciate that, Senator.
Great, though. Okay, next up is.
Oh, Senator Kushner, sorry. I had a question.
I didn't see your hand up. That's okay. Representative Shake.
Thank you. Is the gentleman still there?
Yes.
Could you repeat what you said of what it means to be an American, if you have that written down again?
I do. I said, excuse me, sorry. So workers knowing that they will receive some type of support could empower workers to stand up against their exploitation, to fight for fairness and respect. Isn't that what it means to be an American? Standing up for what you believe in, standing up for people who are being taken advantage of, and fighting back against oppression.
Thank you so much. I agree.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Shake. Seeing no other hands, I think we're up to the last speaker on the list, and that's Jamal Henderson.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I want to thank each and every one of you guys for allowing me to testify this evening. My name is Jamal Henderson, and I firmly believe that Connecticut has a responsibility to protect its working people. As a union worker and a member of Local 217 Unite Here and a steward at Southern Connecticut State University for over 10 years, I can say that the work we do is very hard to negotiate a fair contract. But if the employer does not bargain in good faith, workers are faced with the hard decision to stand together for what we need to survive in dignity and what we deserve, including going on strike if necessary. So I support this bill that allows striking workers to claim unemployment after 2 weeks on the picket line. Once again, throughout my years at Southern, I've learned that this act of solidarity makes a significant difference. It increased public awareness on the cause and putting pressure on the employees to reach fair settlements. This in turn leads to better working conditions and wages for everyone. Striking workers today in Connecticut face financial hardship while exercising their right to strike, and we must pass laws to protect them and their families. That's why this bill is a part of the equity agenda that I and the Communist Party that I represent strongly support, SB 8 and HB 6904. It is hard times for workers out here in Connecticut, so I just urge everyone to bring this bill to the floor and make sure that it becomes a better law this year. Thank you, and everybody have a great evening.
Thank you for your testimony. And I did skip over Christopher Jackson, and I apologize for that, Christopher, because after all this time waiting online, you probably got a little nervous.
Problem, Madam Chair.
Maybe we weren't going to call on you. I apologize. But I do think now you are going to be the final person, unless there's someone else in the room that stands up, but hopefully no one will do that. So, go ahead, Christopher.
Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Samson, Representative Weir, and the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Community. My name is Christopher Lee Jackson. I live in Vernon, Rockville, Connecticut. I am an IAM member of Local 700. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 8 and House 6904. I consider myself a fortunate person to have a career that positively affects the commercial airlines. Being a U.S. Navy veteran, it's an honor to also supply our military and allies with jet engines as well. I never knew I was classified as an essential worker until the COVID pandemic struck our state and country. There were at least 3 COVID-related deaths at our Middletown campus that took away our brothers and sisters. Despite those precious loss of lives, we never missed a beat. We honor those that came before us by going above and beyond the standard that we set. We never desire to strike. However, sometimes during negotiations, a strike may be necessary, never wrong. Unemployment compensation should be made available during the rare times we strike. While we bargain in good faith, we should still have some monetary assistance to help us and our loved ones. As an environmental health and safety steward, I'm always fighting for workers to be able to work in safe conditions. We are part of the tri-state, and New York and New Jersey already allow striking workers UI benefits after 2 weeks. The cap on our COLA pay is below standards. The elimination, freeze of pensions is disheartening to me. To be furloughed twice this year while we are billions of dollars behind schedule on deliveries is mind-boggling to me as well. Why were CEOs paid 290 times greater than me in 2023? I was essential then too. I urge you to please support and pass Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 6904. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, I don't see any hands, but I do think we want to thank you for being an essential worker and for working under those very difficult circumstances when many of us could work remotely and stay safe. You were out there risking your life, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, with that, truly, if anyone in the room would like to testify, we always give people the opportunity at the end of the evening, but I can see no one is going to stand up after what I said. So I think that concludes our hearing tonight. I appreciate everybody who came out. It was a long day and evening, but very worthwhile, and we appreciate all the testimony that we received today. So take care, and we will see you. The next meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee is on Tuesday, the 18th. And what time is that?
That next meeting is at 10 a.m. in hearing room 2B.
Okay, thank you, Cameron. And that concludes our hearing. Take care. Get home safe.